Ah, ah. 20 seconds early? 20 seconds early. Okay. Lock in. Lock in. Get it twisted. If you lock in, you can do anything. Get it twisted. You can make it as a content creator if you set your mind to it. The social media landscape is a playground for you to achieve your highest level ambitions. If you wait 90 minutes after you wake up until you start stream, nothing will stop you. If you duct tape your mouth when you fall asleep, nothing can stoke you. Get it twisted. You can succeed as a male VTuber. You just have to find your niche. You find joy in the struggle and in the process of creating. Your ego, your jealousy, your financial anxiety, your need to view every interaction as transactional. You can be free from it all. You are aware of your trauma and are actively working to process it and move on. You forgive everyone who has hurt you, everyone who hasn't hurt you, and yourself. Get it twisted. Compare yourself to others only in a matter that helps you learn and grow. Another creator's success does not threaten your own. A rising tide lifts all boats. Your jealous thoughts are natural, but they won't help you. You can and will overcome them. Get it twisted. You have an audience. There are people who love and care about you and want you to succeed. You're eternally grateful for the people who watch you, who support you, who clip you, who draw art for you. You're ready to open up to the world, to love and be loved. Your channel is growing, despite your brain telling you that it isn't enough. The algorithm will pick you up eventually if you keep improving your craft. And when you do grow, you don't have to betray your morals. You don't have to stab anyone in the back. And you don't have to lose who you are as a person. You will have your cake and eat it too. You will reach monetization. You have a future as a creator as long as you don't give up. Get it twisted. Okay, that was the bit. That was the opening bit. All right, hello everyone. Hello Cielo Jose, hello Pom Pom, hello Will Sleep Snot, hello Hero of Logic, and hello Chica Champon. And thank you for drawing that. The art for me. That you posted in the Discord, Will Sleep Snot. I will probably use it in some thumbnails and stuff and probably add it as an emote. So thank you for that. What am I what am I doing? What I'm doing today is we're reading the Myth of Sisyphus, or like Sisyphus if you're playing it. don't mind Northern Lion in the corner. This is just the reason why I have Sisyphus on the mind. Honestly, is that that one Northern Lion clip. I don't know how many of you listening now are aware of the clip that this background is. It's a BoJack Horseman reference, soy face. Maybe a little. I think watching BoJack has also led to me thinking a lot about these sorts of things. What else I've been thinking about is I'm getting worried that the ratio of serious and sad talk on my streams is getting a little too high. I think it should be like, 75 funny, entertaining, funny guy, and then like 25% sad serious talk at most, ideally closer to like 90-10 or even like 95-5. I think it's important that there's like that serious core in there, but I don't know. I don't want to like drive people off by being too sad and serious. Sorry for not being here to force you to be funny. Oh yeah, no, it's all chat's fault. I can blame chat for all of this. You guys aren't. See, they always say chat reflects the streamer, right? But have you ever thought about how streamer reflects the chat? You guys have an influence on my mood, on the topics I talk about, on the things I do on stream. I mean, if you want to, or you could just lurk, that's fine too. It's fine too. Raimi needs to stop copying me. Yeah, you're an artistic genius. You're misunderstood by the world. They just don't know. They don't know that you're behind every funny thing that Raimi Ricotta does. Streamers can definitely reflect chat. Would you call this like a parasocial relationship or something? Huh? She's damaging your brand. Oh no! Think of the brand risk. The brand risk. Also, I don't know why I put unregistered Hypercam 2 in the corner. That's a little anachronistic, but whatever. I'm rolling with it. Anyway, today we're reading a thing. We're reading an essay by Albert Camus, The Myth of Sisyphus. I read, I think, an excerpt of this in English class. Also, hello, Heaven Sent. It makes people eat ice cream. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Yeah, I read an excerpt of this in, was it high school English? Yeah, I think it was high school English. And I don't think we read the whole thing, but I do remember reading a pretty decent chunk of text, so it could have been the whole thing, but it's been long enough that I don't remember fully. That argument is copium. Unironically, I'll destroy it. Hold on, let's find the quote unquote reading glasses, even though technically I wear distance glasses. But I remember reading at least an excerpt of it that, you know, contains the end part, the part where one must imagine Sisyphus happy, right? That famous line, famous one-liner from from Albert Camus. But yeah, Fummy guy, what's up in? Hello, Mullet. Not much. How about you? I keep thinking about how I can do the up dog joke. I was like considering like doing an up dog joke, for like my first tweet when I like first made the Neopolino account. I don't think I've actually done like an up dog joke so far. Oh my god, I need to keep that in mind. It's gonna be loaded like Chekhov's gun. It'll be a brick joke or something. You'll come back like 10 years later. I'll say what's up dog or something. Except you guys are supposed to say what's up dog to me. What's up dog? There we go. Not much. Well, kind of a lot now that I think about it. A lot of emotional processing. This is my first stream after uploading that video that I did yesterday morning. Actually, I straight up recorded it, and I like had the idea in mind. I think the night before I woke up, I prepared myself for like 30 minutes thinking about how to do the whole thing, and just one take did it, or it might have been 2 takes. It might have been 2 takes. Got him. But yeah, that video, it's really great seeing people's responses to it. I think I would be really worried if I had like opened up myself and my heart and my soul to the internet and no one responded, but people, I've gotten a lot of responses and direct messages from people, so that's nice to hear. It's nice to hear that, you know, it resonated with people and it wasn't just like me trauma dumping or whatever, right? Right. If I am trauma dumping, then I hope it's for like a good purpose, which is why I try to sort of wrap it up, you know, in the whole I meditated, I forgave myself, I cried thing at the end there, and I have these things to do going forward. But it's not like that's how things really work, right? I guess depending on your level of trauma or the severity of the things you're working through, how deeply ingrained it is in your psyche and your emotions, right? One night isn't necessarily enough, but I did spend like that whole day, I did some singing. I posted that short cover on Twitter, the short unpolished cover on Twitter of Young Girl A, Shoujo A, which ties into this too, because it's the song that goes over the Norman line clip where he says "Get it twisted," or well, a remix of it, right? It's also why I was thinking about it. Reminded me a lot of my friends and their struggles, and the authenticity of it was very refreshing. Yeah, I'm glad to hear that. I think I watch creators for their authenticity, or that's always been something that I've always really liked about creators. Just passion, or you know, being genuine, being authentic. Not like so a lot of the appeal of VTubing is the whole character thing, right? But I feel like I never got that into it. I can vibe with it, right? I still enjoy the kayfabe a little, but to me, I need to know that the creator is a person, a human being at the end of the day, right? Now that can be like playing a character 95% of the time, even like 99% of the time, and then, you know, showing their like a more genuine side occasionally. But I just need to know that they're not just a character, I guess. I don't know. I guess, yeah, if you don't watch someone religiously, right? If you don't watch their entire content backlog, maybe you might just miss some moments where they're being genuine. But I know, I guess I just need to have that, right? Makes them human, relatable characters in this story of life or whatever. I haven't seen the video yet. I haven't been in the mood for serious stuff. That's fine too. Yeah. No, I totally understand, right? This isn't exactly if you aren't in the mood to hear me open up about real stuff, then that's totally fine too, right? Not everyone wants to hear about the depressing realities of everyday life, right? That's partially what streaming is for. Partially what streaming is for. But to me, like, I don't know, I like knowing that the creator is a human being. What's up? Hello, Pump Pump. I also like when people are real. I always say the faker you are, the realer you are, is the less of a traditional VTuber you are, the more real you are to me. Oh my god, shut up, Microsoft Edge. Why is I get a freaking notification from Microsoft Edge? I will eventually though. Yeah, no need to force yourself. If it's delving into topics that are too much for you, like you don't have to watch it, right? It's just a video. I'm here for you, bro. Thank you. Yeah. I think I've been working through my financial anxiety a bit. And part of that is just properly analyzing my situation and understanding it. Right? I'm not actually in any immediate financial danger. But it's more a question of setting myself up for the future and how long is that going to take? And, well, as long as I get there eventually, it's fine, right? When I finished, I said real aloud. That's good to hear, too. If I can make you feel something or give you something that, I don't know, you can use in your own life. Will Sleep's not. It's Neo. It's Neo. Hello, JPZ. Hello. I'm still yapping. Oh man, I said I was gonna. Well, we're gonna read the, the thing, right? But hey, here I am doing the doing the freaking the yapping thing, the pre-stream Zatsu thing. Oh, emotes are on Twitch. Oh, there we go. We have the Twitch side too. Thank you. Yeah, speaking of, well, I guess I wasn't speaking of, but speaking of monetization. Apparently we're at the 75 follower count for affiliate, which means if we can get an average 3 CCV the entire stream on Twitch, I can get monetization on Twitch. Which I guess it would be nice to have both platforms. I was watching what was it? Critical. I was watching Critical's video, him talking about streaming on Twitch versus streaming on YouTube. And he was like, I get more revenue during the stream from Twitch, but I get way more revenue from the VOD after on YouTube. Of course, he's a massive freaking creator with a huge YouTube following, so it seems like a bit skewed. Like I imagine for a much smaller creator, for like a small indie VTuber, you know, low 2-digit viewer count or something, right? Then they'd probably get a lot more in donations directly than in ad revenue. But I don't know. Some would say Twitch. Oh, hello, JKVT. Make you 3 extra accounts. All I'm saying is, as long as you don't get me banned. But yeah, good to have multiple avenues for this. I am a little worried on whether or not I could, translate a YouTube audience over to Twitch in the, God forbid, in the case that YouTube decides to screw me over royally. Or vice versa. Or vice versa. But yeah, it's like my main audience is still YouTube, I suppose. Oh, the other thing he noted was Prime subs. Prime subs made up like a quarter of his, or like half of his total subscriber revenue came from Prime subs, I think. In the video, again, by Moist Critical, who is a massive freaking streamer and probably, well, probably still relevant to, the breakdown of revenue for a small streamer, right? Just with, a small streamer having a lot less ad revenue, I imagine. Transition can be difficult as people tend to be locked to their platform, but it's not impossible. Usually it's a percentage of people. Yeah. And again, another point he made in the video, Critical, which Critical, was it? Can't believe he still uses Penguin Z0 as his tag. It's so funny. Was people have their preferred platform, right? Me, I tend to watch on YouTube. I don't like the ads on Twitch. And ad block. Okay. But yeah, people have their preferred platform. Like, I still primarily watch YouTube. There's a few friends, like I'll watch Chase because he's on Twitch, because he streams on Twitch and stuff like that, right? But I still sort of consider YouTube the main platform I spend my time on as a viewer. And well, I suppose as a streamer too. I haven't really filled out my Twitch channel all that much compared to like my YouTube channel, the description and all. Yet you're supposed to have art and stuff in there, right? I mean, not like I have to put anything too fancier, right? I could just F it Weeball graphic design as my passion, do it myself, do some Comic Sans with a stroke outline, maybe a drop shadow on a funny shaped background. I love it how sometimes I'll say your name and you'll pop up in mine. Is this the one must imagine Sisyphus happy text? Yes. Yeah, the one where the one we're gonna read. The one that the stream is titled about, that we're gonna read once I stop yapping about YouTube, about Twitch, about content creator meta. I guess that's another worry I have, right? Is talking about content creation meta stuff like that interesting to a non-content creator audience, or am I gonna court myself an audience made entirely of other content creators? Are there enough content creators to make this work, or is there some interest from like a general audience? And it could just be the more like, if you're watching small indies, you're probably more interested in content creation than like if you're watching, the big mainstream streamers. Never read it, but I love the concept behind the sentence of one must imagine Sisyphus happy. Honestly, where I am right now, majority of the people who follow me are just other streamers. Guess that is, something to concern. Something of a concern. On Twitch, there's a lot of indie VTubers watching each other. Huh. I guess it makes sense. It's like inevitable, right? This is how I went from watching like large streamers to watching smaller streamers, Bayatani, and then watching FlaVR against smaller streamers to eventually saying, fuck it, I can be a streamer myself, right? Or I had the idea ever since I was watching Bayatani, I suppose. But yeah, I don't know, I feel like if you're watching indies, then you're more likely to be interested in that sort of thing, right? But it also makes me wonder, like, is that limiting to focus your content too much on this kind of stuff, right? On the meta, the content creator meta. Emotionally invested now? Hello, Gracie Pena. I'd say my audience is about 50-50, half streamers, half viewers. Mostly small streamers watching others and hoping that one of us make it. Oh, the networking thing. Yeah. Yeah, that's the other thing I always hear about is the whole backstabbing people and using people as stepping stones. And once they get big, they forget about all their friends, stuff like that. And the whole crab bucket mentality I always hear about, right? I was kind of, I wrote down the whole my version of the Northern Lion Sisyphus bit script, and I read it. I was planning on like making it short too, but like part of that was the whole confronting like jealousy of other content creators and a rising tide lifts all ships, stuff like that. Too common crab bucket. Yeah, it's real. It's something I hope I don't have to deal with negatively. And I think in the event I do become big and then, I don't know, spend a lot of time with other content creators who are around that size, I hope I can still at least be honest to people that, and if I do ever find time to still collab with people I knew when I was small, then I'd hope for that too. I don't know, this is all very vague and hypothetical in my mind. I'm not even sure what my goals would be if I was big at that point, right? I think I would want to give back, but at the same time I don't want to like make a promise that could potentially be used against me in the future, right? If I start saying like, if I get big, I'm going to do X, I'm going to do Y, I'm going to do X and all this stuff, then that becomes evidence that can be used against you in the court of public opinion, right? So I think that's my concern with, I don't know, making any sort of definite promises about things like that. But again, I'm just a small person still. I'm just small. I've had that happen exactly once so far, so I hope I trust my other peers better. So far, all the streamers in my circle have been lovely people who are driven to entertain their chats and to support their streamer friends, so I've luckily not experienced the negative side of streaming. Yeah, and me too. But again, it's something I always hear about. I don't know, maybe it's more common in VTubing. Maybe it's more common among women or not, or flesh streamers or something. I'm hoping that I can, I don't know, avoid some of the more negative stuff that people deal with by just, you know, being male. By not having to cater to a more unstable kind of audience, right? Hi, Heaven Sent, or hi, Raymundo, 96. If you get me 100K, I'll show my feet. The Pipkin Pippa 100K feet promise. Oh. I remember I did the V recovery thing. I put like the funny, well, not fake, but like funny joke donation goals or like $3 million IRL feed or something. How's Camus going? We're going to read it in a bit. We're still in the pre-stream Zatsu that every VTuber does, apparently, and now I have enough of a chat and enough ideas in my head to actually do it. Or something like that. Unstable audience. I grow more men hair every time I tune in, I say jokingly. Plans change as time goes on. I think as long as you keep your intentions consistent, things will work out. Yeah. Yeah, I think that's... Yeah, I want to be clear and I want to be honest with my intentions. And even if I like change my mind, I want to be clear that I'm like changing my mind on something. Right? Because I worry about people sort of taking anything you say as gospel and then holding you to that permanently for the rest of your content creation career, for the rest of your public time in the spotlight. People are gonna, say they said this thing once, and now they change their mind, so they're a hypocrite and stuff like that. So I think I just want to be honest, and I want to, I don't know, avoid, I don't know, can you avoid it? Can you avoid stuff like that? Because again, like as a streamer, if you're spending enough time in front of your chat, talking to your chat, telling them about things, I think you're going to reveal sort of who you are as a person either way. And so that's why I'd rather be myself and be honest. And because if I had to like be fake, be a character for the entire time I was streaming, then I don't think I could do that. Plus, it would make things harder for me. Right? Schizos. Maybe they won't. Yeah. Or like, what was it? What's the word I'm thinking of? Or how do I describe it? I don't know. Maybe there's just like unrealistic expectations when you're big enough, when you're enough in the public spotlight, and then you get, people who will hate you just for your size. Or things like that, right? I worry about how people view me to some degree, but I found that I don't move forward or make things if I spend all my time worrying instead. So I just make silly videos and do silly streams instead. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Yep. Yeah, I've been thinking about this, the whole Sisyphus thing a lot with like and the Northern Line clip a lot. I've been tweeting about it. I tweeted like twice about it. I tweeted like 2 memes about it. But it's also been on my mind for a lot because of this whole, I don't know, it feels monumental growing my subscriber count. I feel like I'm fighting for every ounce, every shred of attention from the internet. And I don't know. I think you could become bitter from that, and I'm trying my best not to, because I know it's not going to help me in the long run. I just want to, I'm trying to focus on myself. I'm trying to focus where I can improve on maybe the whole streaming thing, the whole being entertaining thing, the whole yapping thing, the whole content creation strategy, marketing yourself thing. So I spent some time editing some clips that I've had in the back of my mind that, oh, hey, I should maybe clip these moments. And yeah, one came out today, the Beaver Bother one. It's like 40 minutes. I didn't edit it very much. And the other one is a lot shorter. It's like one fight in Slay the Spire, which I don't know, maybe audiences expect like full runs, but I did link the full run in the description. So that one's coming out tomorrow. Hello, Sindley. Which Northern Line clip is this? Oh. The one that says, where is it? Hold on. Northern Lion, Sisyphus. The one that's titled The Most Confusing Motivational Speech of All Time by Library of Laterno. At the end of the day, you gotta make the content you want to make. If it's not something you enjoy, it'll eventually come through the content itself. Neo, yeah. Yeah. Is this content I want to make? I think so. I had the idea in my head. I feel like it's relevant to the things I've been thinking about. I feel like I wanted to, get another perspective on, or like what's the word? Relearn, remind myself. Get some perspective on life, on this whole thing that I'm doing, on everything. On the absurd. Imagine, we have to imagine Neo Paulino happy. Yeah, that's the Neo in the corner rolling the subscriber count up the hill. That subscriber count's a bit out of date, I think. I don't know why it doesn't update, but it's from Stream Elements. I probably need to find a different one. Anyway. Anyway. I think my brain has been emptied to the point where it's time to read. It's time to read. It is time to read. All right, The Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus with a foreword. Also Northern Light in the corner. Forward. This is from, I think, the University of Hawaii. And this is educational, so it's totally fine that we're reading this, right? So I think this is the forward by someone. He's your new collab partner. Yeah, it's like the Shindigs. The Shindigs clip where he's talking to, or the stream he did, where he's like doing a fake collab with Northern Light. And he's like, oh yeah, what do you think of that? And he plays the clip. I got some lemon garlic honey tea to help my throat. Should be readable with no issue with public domain. Read The Stranger next, please. Hello, Aroni. I remember reading that in high school, and yeah, I could probably read it again. How long is it? It's a short story, I think. I might not be able to make it to the end of the story. I hope so, though. Oh, yeah. No worries. All good. Lemon garlic? Yeah, it's more for my throat than for the taste. But the taste is okay with honey. It's a short essay. Okay. Time for me to read. All right, are we reading the forward? I guess I'll read the forward. From University of Hawaii, I think. Redeems hydrate. Oh, right. That's something I won't have until I am affiliate on Twitch, is his channel points, so you can't even redeem anything. So is being low-key kind of problematic when he shot that guy, TBH. I don't know, though. Yeah, a little. Yeah, I'd say shooting people is a little bit problematic. I don't think you should be doing that. You know, arson's bad too. You know, don't do that. Don't set any more wildfires in the Los Angeles area. Please. Anyway. So I guess in theory, like, if I pause between every time I like stop reading and interject, then this could be an audiobook. Or I just read all the way through with no input from me, and this becomes an audiobook as well. Please, no more fires. I'm no doctor. I'm sure if you shoot a dude, he dies. Yeah, people die when they are killed. It's a real tragedy. F's in the chat for death, for people dying. F's in the chat for Sisyphus forced to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity. Albert Camus, 1913 to 1960, gives a quite different account of philosophy and the politics of existentialism from that of Sartre. Perhaps the most striking difference from Sartre is his conception of the absurd. For Sartre, absurdity belongs to the world prior to activity of consciousness, while Camus' idea of the absurd is closer to Kierkegaard and Nietzsche. The absurd is a direct consequence of the absence of God. Without God, the discrepancy between human aspirations and the world is acute. The human condition is characterized by the probability of suffering and the certainty of death, a fate which human reason cannot accept as reasonable. In the face of this absurdity, the universal reason of the Enlightenment has nothing to say. In the myth of Sisyphus, Camus elucidates this concept of the absurd. The absurd comes with the realization that the world is not rational. At this point of his effort, man stands face to face with the irrational. He feels within him his longing for happiness and for reason. The absurd is born of this confrontation between the human need and the unreasonable silence of the world. Imagine rolling a boulder. Already imagined it happy. It's time. Yeah, we're not even there yet. This is a foreword by someone at the University of Hawaii. Or rather, it's multiple universities. There's multiple universities in Hawaii. This is probably from the whole University of Hawaii website. Or rather, there are multiple University of Hawaii universities in Hawaii. Okay, that was a little convoluted way to say that. Okay, this confrontation is epitomized in The Plague, 1947, in the painful death of a child. Oh, spoilers! Spoilers! The arbitrariness of the plague parallels the absurdity of existence. The absurdity of existence raises the question of suicide and the meaning of life, thus becomes the only truly serious philosophical problem. The myth of Sisyphus is a potent image of futility. Camus' response is that only the lucid recognition of the absurdity of existence liberates us from belief in another life and permits us to live for the instant, for the beauty, pleasure, and the implacable grandeur of existence. Lucidity is the clarity and courage of mind, which refuses all comforting illusions and self-deception. Lucidity is Camus' notion comparable to Kierkegaard and Sartre's anguish. But in the end, Camus is more positive than either Kierkegaard and Sartre. Camus concludes that one must imagine Sisyphus happy. He said the thing! He said the line! It's time! The uni did this, I'm sure. Yep. Camus draws the political moral from his confrontation with the absurd in The Rebel, 1951, which is an ethic of uncompromising honesty and lucid revolt against absurdity. Its most obvious enemies are found in the stifling atmosphere of conventional bourgeois morality, and more horrifyingly, in totalitarianism of either fascist or communist varieties. Though a member of the Communist Party as a youth, Camus became openly hostile to communism, rejecting the idea that the ends can justify the means and the arrogance of philosophies of history, which claim to know the end in advance. He said the thing. They'd say the line, Bart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Yeah. All right, we'll get there for real. That was just a forward. It's time for the actual essay. Here we go. 24 pages of this. The myth of Sisyphus. An absurd reasoning, absurdity, and suicide. There is but one truly serious philosophical problem, and that is suicide. Judging whether life is or is not worth living amounts to answering the fundamental question of philosophy. All the rest, whether or not the world has 3 dimensions, whether the mind has 9 or 12 categories, comes afterwards. These are games. One must first answer. And if it is true, as Nietzsche claims, that a philosopher, to deserve our respect, must preach by example, you can appreciate the importance of that reply, for it will precede the definitive act. These are facts the heart can feel, yet they call for careful study before they become clear to the intellect. If I ask myself how to judge that this question is more urgent than that, I reply that one judges by the actions it entails. I have never seen anyone die for the ontological argument. Galileo, who held a scientific truth of great importance, abjured it with the greatest ease as soon as it endangered his life. In a certain sense, he did right. That truth was not worth the stake. Whether the earth or the sun revolves around the other is a matter of profound indifference. To tell the truth, it is a futile question. On the other hand, I see many people die because they judge that life is not worth living. I see others paradoxically getting killed for the ideas or illusions that give them a reason for living. What is called a reason for living is also an excellent reason for dying. I therefore conclude that the meaning of life is the most urgent of questions. How to answer it? On all essential problems, I mean thereby those that run the risk of leading to death, or those that intensify the passion of living. There are probably but 2 methods of thought. The methods of La Palisse and the method of Don Quixote. Solely the balance between evidence and lyricism can allow us to achieve simultaneously emotion and lucidity. In a subject at once so humble and so heavy with emotion, the learned and classical dialectic must yield, one can see, to a more modest attitude of mind, deriving at one and the same from common sense and understanding. Hi, Danica. There's only one important philosophical question, according to whom? According to me! Shut up! Madness is happy. Just trust me, bro. Just trust me, bro. He said it so poetically and long-windedly, so it has to be true. Probably should be, like, stopping and analyzing, because, to be honest, just reading, it's going a little over my head. Been a while since I've, like, read anything like this. I'm used to engineering, where your goal is to communicate the complicated thing in as simple a form as possible. And in English, it's like the opposite, where your goal is to communicate the idea in the complicated way. which sometimes can be beautiful. No proof nor doubts. Hey Dio, what's up? Sisyphus would be happy. Totally. Yeah. Hashtag loving that Sisyphus life. Hello, Carvalone. Hope you had a good stream. I saw you were playing for a while. Answering the fundamental question of philosophy. What is... That truth was not worth the stake. So, yeah, why is life worth living then? The meaning of life is the most urgent of questions. Those that run the risk of leading to death are those that intensify the passion of living. The methods of La Police and the methods of Don Quixote. I know Don Quixote, I don't know La Police. The balance between evidence and lyricism can allow us to achieve simultaneously emotion and lucidity. And a subject at once so humble and heavy with emotion that learned in classical dialect must yield, one can see. A more modest attitude of mind deriving at one and at the same time from common sense and understanding. We're still talking about the meaning of life, right? Got my ass kicked by a trash can. Nice, nice. You know what's funny is I'm so brain rotted from watching YouTube and shit. All the philosophical videos. It's been a while since I've watched like philosophy or like Western philosophy especially. I really like Eastern philosophy and like Dr. K and sort of Buddhist ideas and the whole it is what it is kind of things, right? And so I feel like I've been kind of neglecting Western philosophy. Or at least it's been a while since I've thought about things in this way. English makes things easier to understand, but it's dependent solely on the ability of the writer. Some people make things complex on purpose to gain an advantage, though. Kant is German, but he's lofty on purpose to trick people. I love philosophy. It's something I can actually wrap my head around in like puzzles. Yeah, sometimes language can be a puzzle too. But yeah, loving philosophy, that goes to the literal Latin roots of the word philosophy, right? The love of learning, was it? Don't talk shit about my homie Kant. He can't, I can't. I haven't read Western philosophy in so long, so I'm a little lost. Wasn't Kant a bit of loony? Aristotle and Aquinas are the strongest, like Vegeta and Goku. Oh man. But yeah, I'm so brain rotted from like YouTube videos that I'm like, oh wait, I'm reading the word suicide. I'm reading the word I'm reading the kill words, right? That they always censor because it's not advertiser friendly. But it's okay. We're in an educational context. I would never break TOS regarding concepts like these, right? Unalive Minecraft. Unaliving has never been dealt with. We're learning. But yeah, I'm not even monetized, so what do I care? You're not monetized, go nuts! Suicide, the philosophical problem of suicide. Delete save file. The problem of delete save file. When life is not worth living. Anyway, where am I? Here I am. Okay, we're back to it. Suicide has never been dealt with except as a social phenomenon. On the contrary, we're concerned here at the outset with the relationship between individual thought and suicide. An act like this is prepared with the silence of the heart, as is a great work of art. The man himself is ignorant of it. One evening, he pulls the trigger or jumps of an apartment building manager who had killed himself. I was told that he had lost his daughter 5 years before, that he had changed greatly since, and that that experience had undermined him. A more exact word cannot be imagined. Beginning to think is beginning to be undermined. Society has but little connection with such beginnings. The worm is in man's heart. That is where it must be sought. One must follow and understand this fatal game that leads from lucidity in the face of existence to flight from light. The worm. We're talking about brainworms. We're talking about brainworms. Camus is talking about heartworms. But the brain is the heart. But literally in Japanese, the word for heart is also the word for mind. Well, a word for heart. Kokoro. The problem of getting banned from the world. My little brother always hitting and stitching me. Heartworms mentioned. Heartworms mentioned. Yeah. Yeah. Undermined him. Right? That's got me thinking about, like, Joker. Joker 1. I still haven't seen Joker 2, but, you know, a society. What do you get when you cross a mentally ill loner with a society that abandons him and treats him like trash? Right? Society is undermined. The experience had undermined him. I'm a little skeptical on the whole, like, thinking is pain, like being capable of thought is definitely leads to pain or to being undermined, right? I don't think that's necessarily true. Now, practically it might be true, but I don't know. I think that's just your mindset, right? You can think and be aware of these things. Maybe in a way you're being undermined, but that's also your interpretation of it, right? I don't think it necessarily has to be seen as being undermined, like the experiences of life. You don't want to see Joker 2. Shedding a tear. Also, I like this wording, flight from light. Anyway. Camus and all other French dudes from the 60s. Source, I made it up. That's dumb. Using logic was what gives us power over our own bodies and makes us superior to animals. The fact that we can overcome the weakness of the flesh is good. We can overcome our own genetic weaknesses. I suppose so. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I suppose eugenicists would say that that modern technology allowing people who would have died otherwise to live could be like weakening the genetic pool, is what a eugenicist would say, which I'm totally not. Totally. But yeah. Yeah, you can overcome genetic weakness, but like the human weakness, like being human, right? Evolving from apes, being an animal that doesn't have any powerful muscles or claws or whatever to fight directly against other animals, but the brain to create tools, to form a spear, to form knives, rocks. Totally not what Polito means. Not just technology, but using the mind allows us to go against what we're more prone to do, like being violent or alcoholic. Is a human naturally prone to be alcoholic, or is that more of a learned behavior? Have you considered ape together strong? That too, pack animals, right? Like wolves. Wolves are pack animals. But yeah, teamwork. The ability to work as a team. I feel like we're getting a little sidetracked from the the actual conversation in the essay. Genes that make you more prone to do certain things, but with the mind, you can overcome that. Ah, yeah. Before I joined, I had a feeling there'd be hello, Molten. You know me. I'm definitely an NL fan. But wolves alpha beta. Cites flawed study. Well, actually, I'm a sigma. Actually, I'm a omega. Actually, I'm a Gamma, Delta, Alpha Whiskey Foxtrot. Uh, oh yeah, Gen Beta. with the new year, the new babies being born, they're part of Generation Beta. They're not part of Gen Alpha anymore. They're Gen Beta. We've got beta males. Actually, he's a bottom. Top, bottom. How about sideways? How about how about this? How about you? Something. I don't have the bit in my head yet. Reading the Bible. Hello, Arrows. Yeah, all books, all text. If you see a wall of text, it's always the Bible. You know. You know. Or is it the Bible in the sense that, I don't know, philosophy can be analogous to religion for people? Maybe. I'm actually alpha, beta, gamma, delta. I don't know the rest. There's a lambda in there. There's a mu in there. There's an omicron in there. There's a pi in there. Is it good though? It's all right so far. His writing style is a little long-winded. It's all right. Betas be mewing. Can't believe the 2000s are considered a classic era. Either alcohol or opium, or sometimes absinthe. Ah, yeah, the coping mechanisms of life. Me, I'm not really in that into alcohol. And also I mean, like, I'd have to buy it, and then I don't really care that much to drink it, so I just never buy it. I'll drink socially on occasion, but besides that, not really. Gotta go. Too bad I can't be here to debunk this thing fully. Yeah, we'll miss your criticism of Camus' writing. Mario and GLA and Mario Kart 8 Deluxe. Oh yeah, they added the freaking Mercedes. Debunk. I drunk right now? Okay, hope you're enjoying the philosophy, because we're definitely talking about philosophy right now. We're definitely reading a paper on philosophy. You're reading the comments more than the book? Yeah, so true. So true. Essay or a novel? It's 24 pages. It's an essay. Probably, yeah, it's an essay. And it's not like, it's a paper on Sisyphus, or like more like a philosophical paper that uses Sisyphus as like a way to analyze things. Okay. Let's get back to reading. Philosophy's way better with a drink in hand. Oh, sorry, I said I was going to get back to reading. We ended at Flight from Light, right? All right. There are many causes for a suicide. Again, the demonetization word, haha, funny, I'm not even monetized. And generally, the most obvious ones, or not the most powerful. Rarely is suicide committed, yet the hypothesis is not excluded through reflection. What sets off the crisis is almost always unverifiable. Newspapers often speak of personal sorrows or of incurable illness. These explanations are plausible, but one would have to know whether a friend of the desperate man had not that very day addressed him differently. Addressed him indifferently. He is the guilty one, for that is enough to precipitate all the rancors and all the boredom still in suspension. Yeah, it's the friend's fault. It's all the friend's fault. It's all the friend's fault. Oh man, that's a little fucked up. That's a little fucked up, man. That's a little fucked up, Camus. Can't believe you'd say that. You'd blame the the friend who didn't respond. Oh man, or maybe before the era of like cell phones and shit, then then it would be more direct, right? It'd be like your friend telling you to low tier God yourself, and then you do it. I only knew Camus as a fiction writer. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I read The Stranger in high school, but I think that's it. Didn't notice he said hi instead of hey. I'm guilty of his passing. It's the friend's fault. But if it is hard to fix the precise instant, the subtle step when the mind opted for death, it is easier to deduce from the act itself the consequences it implies. In a sense, and as in melodrama, killing yourself amounts to confessing. It is confessing that life is too much for you or that you do not understand it. Let's not go too far in such analogies, however, but rather return to everyday words. It is merely confessing that that is not worth the trouble. Confessing that that is not worth the trouble. Living naturally is never easy. You continue making the gestures commanded by existence for many reasons, the first of which is habit. Dying voluntarily implies that you have recognized, even instinctively, the ridiculous character of that habit, the absence of any profound reason for living, the insane character of that daily agitation, and the uselessness of suffering. This guy's basically take the black pill, right, French tuber? It's been a while. Maybe? Kind of? I don't think that was the message I got from the end of this essay, though. We'll see. He was absurdist, right? So his point was that life is messy and absurd, and, you know, good things happen to bad people and bad things happen to good people, and you can just... you control what you control. Which is, I suppose, not a lot in the grand scheme of things. But enough for you, for your life, right? Hopefully. Hopefully. The uselessness of suffering. So you die because you are suffering, or you choose to die because you are suffering. And you want to not suffer. Implying that your life is too much suffering. Which is a reasonable explanation, but like that suffering is in the mind, right? It's your interpretation of events, not that your life can't be horrible from external circumstances, right? But it's still, you know, interpreted by your mind. Life sucks and then you die. Some say that. Camus in full call. Me, Barthas. Take the black pill French humor, Charles Baudelaire. What then is that incalculable feeling that deprives the mind of the sleep necessary to life? A world that can be explained even with bad reasons is a familiar world. But on the other hand, in a universe suddenly divested of illusions and light, man feels an alien, a stranger. He said the thing. He said the thing. I don't know Baudelaire. Again, I'm not that well read, I suppose. Kind of stopped once I kind of stopped having to take English classes. A stranger. Among his exile is without remedy, since he is deprived of the memory of a lost home or the hope of a promised land. This divorce between man and his life, the actor and his setting, is properly the feeling of absurdity. All healthy men having thought of their own suicide, it can be seen without further explanation that there is a direct connection between this feeling and the longing for death. All healthy men. Oh, I think this guy might be projecting his own trauma onto the entire world. I don't think all healthy people... Well, I suppose I have thought. In the past, I have thought of this, but yeah, that's a pretty bold statement. All healthy men having thought of their own suicide. If you like Doomer Media, you should read his stuff. I'm not sure. Nice argument, Camus. However, Linkin Park Rock Lee versus Gara AMV. How'd the game jam one on? Oh, I haven't even looked at the results. I know another game got first. I have no idea where what my game did. I'm sorry I couldn't play all the game jam games before the ratings, the voting deadline. Wishing for the end because I gotta do the dishes. We all think about this, right? My sources made me the fuck up. Or, you know, he's projecting probably. I guess I'm not healthy. Well, I guess I am healthy then. Well, not healthy in the sense that I've thought that in the past. Not too seriously, but you know. But like I can easily imagine happy person who has never suffered and has never even thought of that. Right. Dude on the book said so. Yeah, it means I suppose I'm healthy then. And if you haven't, then you're unhealthy, clearly, right? Or rather, logically, right? Logically, this statement, all healthy men having thought of their own suicide, that doesn't necessarily mean all unhealthy men have not thought of their own suicide. You know, this could be a subset of all people who have thought of their own suicide, right? So logically, there's probably some unhealthy men who also have thought of their own suicide, and some unhealthy men who have not thought of their own suicide, potentially. I mean, you were okay. At least 4 times a day. Well, you know, he says all healthy men. I guess it means you're healthy. totally healthy, right, guys? The subject of this essay is precisely this relationship between the absurd and suicide. We're on page 224. This is going to be a long stream if I keep reading chat. The exact degree to which suicide is a solution to the absurd. The principle can be established that for a man who does not cheat, what he believes to be true must determine his action. Belief in the absurdity of existence must then dictate his conduct. It is legitimate to wonder, clearly and without false pathos, whether a conclusion of this importance requires forsaking as rapidly as possible an incomprehensible condition. I am speaking, of course, of men inclined to be in harmony with themselves. Oh, hey, he does bring up men in harmony with themselves. So people who, I guess, aren't included in this all healthy men. Be absurd. Eat healthy. Exercise. Sleep enough. Think of death. I think there's a healthy way you can think of death, right? It happens to all of us. We're all gonna die someday, barring future scientific advancement that enables immortality and creates immense wealth disparity. Oh no. I think the usual thing is to have the thought strike you at least once and to meet it with a good enough internal argument or a strong commitment that it no longer becomes an option. I think, I don't know, I'm like assuming that you need some kind of inciting incident to begin to even think that way, right? In my case, I don't know, I suppose my upbringing. But I don't think it's like necessarily that every person is gonna have those thoughts. Despite me being one of the persons who has had those thoughts. If you're not scared of death, you're weird in my book. In my book. I think there's an acceptance that you have to have. Or I guess you don't have to have. I guess you can fight it all the way to your last dying day. Right? Mentally. But I don't know, for the sake of your mental health regarding thinking about death, I think you have to accept it. Because, well, we are mortal. we die at the end of our days, right? Create a son so you can take his blood to become immortal. Brian Johnson intensified. Oh yeah, I've been following that guy for a while. You can accept and still fear it. I suppose, yeah. Yeah, I guess like accepting death and being totally unafraid of death are two different, I suppose, levels of it. Maybe like being totally unafraid is more irrational, right? If death isn't scary, what is scary? The things worse than dying, I suppose. People you love dying, maybe. There's a difference between death and dying, though. One can be accepted and the other feared. Yeah, like the general concept of death versus the final act of you dying. Yeah, like what do they say? I hope your Oshi graduates and joins a VTuber. I hope your Oshi graduates and joins Niji Sanji. That's real scary, right? uh, Swimming in something brushing past your feet. Yeah, wet socks. That's scary. What was the original tweet? It was like, um, I don't know, some insult. I hate you is lame. I hope your Oshi graduates and joins Niji Sanji. That's real. That could happen. Or was it joins VShojo? That's a bit nicer than joins Niji Sanji, I think. Yo, Paulito joins Niji. Fellow thalassophobia sufferer in chat. Dude, I had a friend who was like always telling me about how he's like, you guys have a thalassophobia? Have you seen the thalassophobia subreddit? Have you seen like giant things in the ocean? Does that scare you? I'm like, maybe a little. I don't know. I suppose like being stranded in the ocean in general is kind of scary, right? There is no death, only VShojo. Yeah, I mean they've accepted men before despite being named VShojo, so it's possible. It's possible. VShojo's the home for abused Nijis. It's kind of scary. It's kind of scary. Still think they dropped the ball on Kuro. Niji Sanji or VShojo? I have talking to women phobia. I had that too growing up. And have I gotten over it? I hope I've gotten over it. I've gotten over it somewhat. But yeah, maybe I'll tell that story another day. Should have gone all in, started V Shonen, and done him and a few others as a whole branch. Oh, yeah. Like, if you're going to do the male thing, then, you know, take it seriously and have a real male branch. Or something. I don't know. I haven't checked on Kuro that closely, so I don't know. I don't know if he's doing well or how well he's doing, or if he feels like he's doing well. I mean, if you're in a corpo, you're already doing well in some respects, right? Hi, Lurk. Have a great stream. Thank you. We'll see you. And thank you again for the art, the edit you posted in the Discord. Thank you. I might use that for some stuff, like thumbnails. He was just sort of dropped in the group as a favor, and he says it as well. I have trypophobia. I remember seeing a lot of posts about trypophobia and stuff like that, and then clips of VTubers looking up, hey, what's trypophobia? And looking up for the first time and be like, ew, oh, that's so gross. Yeah, I find it a little unsettling. I wonder if it's just like, it seems more like a natural human aversion to things that are like rotten or diseased. That's what I interpreted as. I don't know if I quote unquote have trypophobia, but I find it, you know, somewhat disgusting. No worries. I don't even watch VShojo, so I'm fine. I watch for Zen and Henya. Yeah. Who do I watch? I've been watching a lot of Giga clips. I think Giga's pretty cool. But again, I don't spend a lot of time on Twitch outside of watching some of my friends. Phobia of your own shadow. Yeah, imagine having a phobia of like water or like drinking water or like tile floors or something, or having a fetish for tile floors like that one 4chan post. Ugh. Me when I see me with the rolling a boulder fetish when I see Sisyphus. They say you attract what you fear in the end. They say you what's the word? They say you find a partner who's a lot like your mother or your parents or something. I don't know how true that is. I don't know how true any of it is. Phobia would be an irrational fear response. Like, no such thing as a phobia of bears, probably. Well, if it's irrational, if you're like, see a bear and like immediately freak out, even if it's not like a real danger to you, like an image of a bear or like a bear behind a cage or whatever. God, I'd hate that. Yeah, me too. Oh no. Oh man. Tile floor fetish is crazy. You step into a place with that and you nut. Nut. Me, being Sisyphus rolling a boulder up a hill for eternity, but like there's a bunch of different theme stages, and one of the stages is tile themed, has a tile floor theme. Ugh. Oh no, I dropped the ball. I dropped the boulder. Oh no. Oh, I shouldn't have cut him. Oh god. Where were we? Harmony with themselves? Okay, I'm gonna read. Stated clearly, this problem may seem both simple and insoluble, but it is wrongly assumed that simple questions involve answers that are no less simple and that evidence implies evidence, a priori, and reversing the terms of the problem just as one does or does not kill oneself. It seems that there are but two philosophical solutions, either yes or no. This would be too easy, but allowance must be made for those who, without concluding, continue questioning. Here I am, only slightly indulging in irony. This is the majority. I notice also that those who answer no act as if they thought yes. As a matter of fact, if I accept the Nietzschean criterion, they think yes in one way or another. On the other hand, it often happens that those who commit suicide were assured of the meaning of life. These contradictions are constant. It may even be said that they have never been so keen as on this point where, on the contrary, logic seems so desirable. It is a commonplace to compare philosophical theories and the behavior of those who profess them, but it must be said that of the thinkers who refused a meaning to life, none except Kirillov, who belongs to literature, Peregrinos, who is torn of legend, and Jules Lequire, who belongs to hypothesis, admitted his logic to the point of refusing that life. Schopenhauer is often cited as a fit subject for laughter because he praised suicide while seated at a well-set table. This is no subject for joking. That way of not taking the tragic seriously is not so grievous, but it helps to judge a man. Need a wage in the morning, take care now. All right, have a good night, Pump. Yeah, take care of yourself, and yeah, good luck at work tomorrow. I need you all healthy and financially secure and employed. Or at least financially secure. Because that I care about the long term, right? I'm trying to groom you guys into making enough money so that you have extra in order to potentially drop on a streamer. Again, thinking long term. It's the distaste of sickness. I forget what it's called. So trypophobia leans into something's wrong. Let's stay away from them, and it can lead to fear of the unknown, as it could be contagious. Yeah, like a signal of disease is how I see it. Don't talk shit about Schopenhauer. I remember when I started reading The Stranger in English, didn't understand shit. Then I remembered I speak Portuguese and went with that translation. Confade, I think this might be a tough read. That is true. This is a translation of the original French, right? And I never learned French. I don't know how much harder this is to read compared to the original or any other translation. I don't know. I've read some, like, something I noticed, like, so the Bible in Japanese is a much more, direct, readable translation than, like, the King James version, because, that's from the 1500s and stuff like that. Right? But there are newer, more direct translations of the Bible. Oi, oi, oi. Oi, oi, oi. Mr. Two-View, we do the grooming around here. It's okay. It's like it's a two-way parasocial relationship, right? I groom you, you groom me. We are grooming each other's backs, right? We're like the monkeys picking bugs out of each other's skin. Something like that. Camus was a novelist who liked to play at being a philosopher. Was he? I guess we'll find out. by reading this. Also, am I really a 2view? Please, because if so, that would make me really happy actually. Because I still look at the average CCV, and I think one stream ago or something, the average CCV was like 9. I'm like, not 2view yet. I can't call myself a 2view yet. But I think I want to be there. I want to be at like a consistent, average 2 digits. JP one? I wonder if it was translated from the Vulgata, or maybe from a Portuguese version since they made First Contact. I see 12 there. Yeah. Again, it's I'm thinking about the average, not the peak. If the peak's been pretty consistently 2view actually, but the average viewership. Yeah, I need to chill out. I'm in this for the long run. I'm playing the long game. I'm playing the long game. I want my chat to be as healthy and financially stable as possible so that they have extra to give to a streamer or to spend on my games if I ever release commercial indie games. I think in Japan most translations are Protestant. I see. All right, where were we? This is no subject for joking. That way of not taking the tragic seriously is not so grievous, but it helps to judge a man. In the face of such contradictions and obscurities, must we conclude that there is no relationship between the opinion one has about life and the act one commits to leave it? Let us not exaggerate in this direction. In a man's attachment to life, there is something stronger than all the ills in the world. The body's judgment is as good as the mind's, and the body shrinks from annihilation. We get into the habit of living before acquiring the habit of thinking. In that race which daily hastens us toward death, the body maintains its irreparable lead. In short, the essence of that contradiction lies in what I shall call the act of eluding, because it is both less and more than diversion in the Pascalian sense. Eluding is the invariable game. The typical act of eluding, the fatal evasion that constitutes the third theme of this essay, is hope. Hope of another life one must deserve, or trickery of those who live not for life itself, but for some great idea that will transcend it, refine it, give it a meaning, and betray it. Oh god, this in the Pascalian, I just thought of the freaking the Jet Sonic Adventure 2 meme. Or Shadows quoting the thing about the left, how the left loves speed running, and one of the things he says is like in a Petersonian sense. I'm sorry, I'm too brain rotted to read actual essays in the Pascalian sense. I don't even know which Pascal he's referring to. Eluding. Less and more than diversion in the Pascalian sense. The invariable game. Fatal evasion is hope. So eluding, he means hope. One must deserve trickery of those who live not for life itself, but for some great idea that will transcend it. Trickery, right? That's a pretty loaded way to judge it. Pascal was a dude. Pascal. I think I've definitely heard that name before. Oh man, my back hurts. I think I slept on it weirdly. I had my I have like a pajama top, but I had it unbuttoned, so I think I was like sleeping on it weirdly. I need to stretch more. I need to move more. I need to exercise more. I wanted to exercise today, and I didn't. I didn't really. I still have those gymnastics rings that Thronanon got me, and I've been meaning to send a thank you thing on Throne once I actually start using them, but it's been so long. I say that, but I actually have been using it occasionally, like just support holds at this point. But he made Pascal's pyramid in mathematics. That same Pascal? Oh my god. Pascal's triangle? That Pascal? Oh my god. That's crazy. That's like, what is this, a crossover episode? Wonder if he'll address the difference between having a meaning of life figured out intellectually and having one etched into your heart, because opinions and ideas are ultimately fleeting. Yeah, the emotional mind and the rational mind, they're linked. I think they're like one and the same. Well, in a way they're one and the same, but they're definitely linked to a point where you can't ignore the link between them. And I don't know, ideally you like have them working together in harmony, right? Pascal's cool. Pascal's cool. Thus, everything contributes to spreading confusion. Hitherto, and it has not been wasted effort, people have played on words and pretended to believe that refusing to grant a meaning to life necessarily leads to declaring that it is not worth living. In truth, there is no necessary common measure between these two judgments. One merely has to refuse to be misled by the confusions, divorces, and inconsistencies previously pointed out. One must brush everything aside and go straight to the real problem. One kills oneself because life is not worth living. That is certainly a truth, yet an unfruitful one because it is a truism. But does that insult to existence, that flat denial in which it is plunged, come from the fact that it has no meaning? Does its absurdity require one to escape it through hope or suicide? This is what must be clarified, hunted down, and elucidated, while brushing aside all the rest. Does the absurd dictate death? This problem must be given priority over others, outside all methods of thought and all exercises of the disinterested mind. Shades of meaning, contradictions, the psychology that an objective mind can always introduce into all problems, have no place in this pursuit and this passion. It calls simply for an unjust, in other words, logical, thought. That is not easy. It is always easy to be logical. It is almost impossible to be logical to the bitter end. Men who die by their own hand consequently follow to its conclusion their emotional inclination. Reflection on suicide gives me an opportunity to raise the only problem to interest me. Is there a logic to the point of death? I cannot know unless I pursue, without reckless passion, in the sole light of evidence, the reasoning of which I am here suggesting the source. This is what I call an absurd reasoning. Many have begun it. I do not yet know whether or not they kept to it. Life is not worth living. Right? That is their interpretation. That is their mind. Or, you know, maybe it's just an impulsive thing. Maybe like this fluctuates. Is my life worth living? This fluctuates with the mind. Right? One day you could be feeling great and on top of the world, and then another day you feel like shit. And it could be you got enough sleep one day and then you didn't get enough sleep the other day. Or, you know, you have a clinical mental illness or something. Pascal stealing everything from Descartes, who stole everything from Gomez Pereira. I don't know if anyone has kept it. Bro Socrates? Or is it kept to it? Ah, logic. Or is it logic? Oh, impossible, almost impossible to be logical to the bitter end. Or where are we? Cannot know unless I pursue without reckless passion in the sole light of evidence. The reasoning of which I am here suggesting the source. God. It's very long-winded. This is what I call an absurd reasoning. Horse president joined VTuber. Oh yeah, I saw on Twitter. Nice. Good for her. Congrats. When Carl Jaspers, revealing the impossibility of constituting the world as a unity, exclaims, "This limitation leads me to myself, where I can no longer withdraw behind an objective point of view that I am merely representing, where neither I, myself, nor the existence of others can any longer become an object for me." He is evoking, after many others, those waterless deserts, where thought reaches its confines. After many others, yes indeed, but how eager they were to get out of them. At that last crossroad where thought hesitates, many men have arrived, and even some of the humblest. They then abdicated what was most precious to them, their life. Others, princes of the mind, abdicated likewise, but they initiated the suicide of their thought in its purest revolt. The real effort is to stay there, rather, insofar as that is possible, and to examine closely the odd vegetation of those distant regions. Tenacity and acumen are privileged spectators of this inhuman show in which absurdity, hope, and death carry on in their dialogue. The mind can then analyze the figures of that elementary yet subtle dance before illustrating them and reliving them itself. Okay, this is going a little over my head. Princes of the mind abdicated likewise, but they initiated the suicide of their thought in its purest revolt. Odd vegetation. Yes, the odd vegetation. Sussy vegetation. Waterless deserts were thought. Okay, the impossibility of constituting the where I can no longer withdraw behind an objective point of view that I am merely representing, where neither I, myself, nor the existence of others can any longer become an object for me. Waterless deserts where thought reaches its confines. It's trapped. It's trapped and wants to get out of there. How eager they were to get out of them. They want to be free. Through death. Through the big unalive word. Others, princes of the mind. What does he mean by this? They initiated the suicide of their thought in its purest revolt. The real effort is to stay there, rather, insofar as that is possible, and examine. Yeah, staying in that region of suicidality, I suppose. Those with tenacity and acumen. Hope. Hope, that was the other escape you mentioned, right? There's an unodd vegetation. Yeah, the normal vegetation when you're not suicidal, I suppose. the normal region of thought. The suicide of suicide. We're gonna kill suicide. We're gonna make suicide kill itself. For illustrating them and reliving them itself. Absurd walls. We're still on page 4 out of 24. You had it too good for too long. Like great works, deep feelings always mean more than they are conscious of saying. The regularity of an impulse or a repulsion in a soul is encountered again in habits of doing or thinking, is reproduced in consequences of which the soul itself knows nothing. Great feelings take with them their own universe, splendid or abject. They light up with their passion an exclusive world in which they recognize their climate. There is a universe of jealousy, of ambition, of selfishness, or of generosity. A universe, in other words, a metaphysic and an attitude of mind. What is true of already specialized feelings will be even more so of emotions, basically as indeterminate, simultaneously as vague and as definite, as remote and as present as those furnished us by beauty or aroused by absurdity. Feels like I'm Feels like each paragraph is a puzzle now. I suppose that's just me being out of practice with this form of literature. Spent too long in the engineering, the STEM minds of clear and direct communication. Of just trying to get an idea across, get a complex thing and describe it as simply as possible, rather than get a, I suppose this might also be a complex thing, but describe it as complex and grandiose as possible. They light up with their passion, exclusive world in which they recognize their climate. There's a universe of jealousy, of ambition, selfishness, or of generosity. Right, we're talking about great feelings, right? We're talking about great feelings. Deep feelings. Deep feelings, great feelings. Universe, in other words. These are just examples, right? It could be any great feelings that he's talking about here. Jealousy, ambition, selfishness, generosity. My jealousy, my ambition. Yes, great feelings. Great feelings. Me when I see tile patterns, and I'm the guy from the 4chan post. It's a universe. Any reason your Oshi's Oshi is in the corner? Don't get it twisted, man. That's just my Oshi. Anyway, the bald man, the Eggman. Eggman from Sonic? Oh my god, I never made that connection. I never knew. Who's the bald man inside? Is that Sisyphus? He's a great man. His name is Northern Lion. Or rather, Ryan Letourneau. But he's a streamer. And he's partially the reason I'm doing this stream is because of a clip of him playing the Sisyphus game here. The one where you play as Sisyphus rolling the boulder up the hill. And that's what the background of the stream is. Yeah, John Sisyphus. Yeah, it's John Sisyphus. Just like John VTuber or John Streamer. I don't know, FleshTuber, John FleshTuber. A metaphysic and an attitude. And where'd you get the attitude from? Is there no metaphysics of attitude? Oh my god. And an attitude of mind. Metaphysic. Something, metaphysical. And an attitude of mind. So I guess the attitude of mind is the physical part, and then there's a metaphysical part. That's something that isn't of this universe or something, right? Or rather, the metaphysics comes with the attitude. I mean, there's probably a metaphysic for the attitude as well if you want to think of it that way, but like the metaphysic already is like, it's bundled with the the attitude. That makes up the universe he talks about. John Half-Life. Freeman. Roman. Oh, I still need to finish that Mario 64 with Half-Life movement. I still want to do that. But I still want to work on my game. And I still have a bunch of people who to collab with. Metaphysics is hard. Can't you just like make shit up and call it metaphysics? I don't know. At any street corner, the feeling of absurdity can strike any man in the face. As it is, in its distressing nudity, in its light without effulgence, it is elusive. But that very difficulty deserves reflection. It is probably true that a man remains forever unknown to us and that there is in him something irreducible that escapes us. But practically I know men and recognize them by their behavior, by the totality of their deeds, by the consequences caused in life by their presence. Likewise, all those irrational feelings which offer no purchase to analysis. I can define them practically, appreciate them practically, by gathering together the sum of their consequences in the domain of the intelligence, by seizing and noting all their aspects, by outlining their universe. It is certain that apparently, though I have seen the same actor 100 times, I shall not, for that reason, know him any better personally. Yet if I add up the heroes he has personified, and if I say that I know him a little better at the 100th character counted off, this will be felt to contain an element of truth. For this apparent paradox is also an apologue. There is a moral to it. It teaches that a man defines himself by his make-believe as well as by his sincere impulses. There is thus a lower key of feelings inaccessible in the heart, but partially disclosed by the acts they imply and the attitudes of mind they assume. It is clear that in this way I am defining a method, but it is also evident that that method is one of analysis and not of knowledge. For methods imply metaphysics. Unconsciously, they disclose conclusions that they often claim not to know yet. Similarly, the last pages of a book are already contained in the first pages. Such a link is inevitable. The method defined here acknowledges the feeling that all true knowledge is impossible. Solely appearances can be enumerated, and the climate make itself felt. Perhaps we shall be able to overtake that elusive feeling of absurdity in the different but closely related worlds of intelligence, of the art of the living, or of art itself. The climate of absurdity is in the beginning. The end is the absurd universe and that attitude of mind which lights the world with its true colors to bring out the privileged and implacable visage which that attitude has discerned in it. Do a reading of Aristotle's Metaphysics next. Oh boy, do I want to know? Do I want to know? I'll read the Spark Notes and decide, maybe. Maybe the stream would be improved with me having someone else's notes up in on the side. Man, my USB device. Okay. I wanted to just check my understanding of the last two paragraphs. Actually, no, I wanted to look up this word as well. Here. Brief fable or allegorical story. All right. Reacting to old Greek mythology is a new one. Hello is left. Well, technically Camus is Camus' writing, and he was like 1900s, right? I don't know when this exactly was. But yeah, reacting to Camus, reacting to Greek mythology. I guess we could consider it that way. Anyway, I was gonna say something about the actor thing, right? The heroes he's personified. Paradox, also an apologue. There's a moral to it. A man defines himself by his make-believe as well as by his sincere impulses. I guess that just reminds me of I don't know, there's like the dichotomy between the streamer, the entertainer, right? The character they portray, or maybe that character is like very close to their actual everyday self. And then the actual everyday self, right? There's that dichotomy between streamer and the person behind the streamer, right? There is Neo Paulino and there is the person behind Neo Paulino. And it's, I don't know, something I've been thinking about a lot. Something I find really interesting. Something that I remember Beatani's whole lore was pretty connected to, and I like that too. Something I've thought about doing bits related to that as well. The funniest thing about philosophy is that a Greek bodybuilder and his kohai had most of this shit figured out 2.25 millennia ago. So true. Yeah, why are we even... What's up with these modern philosophers who are... Well, so confused about everything, just, you know, think about shit for a while and realize the truths of the world or something. And yeah, and Eastern philosophy is similarly like pretty ancient, right? I think there's wisdom in, you know, ancient historic teachings, learnings, philosophies. Where are we? We finished, yeah, this paragraph. All right. All great deeds and all great thoughts have a ridiculous beginning. Great works are often born on a street corner or in a restaurant's revolving door. So it is with absurdity. The absurd world, more than others, derives its nobility from that abject birth. In certain situations, replying nothing when asked what one is thinking about may be pretense in a man. Those who are loved are well aware of this. But those who are loved. But if that reply is sincere, if it symbolizes that odd state of soul in which the void becomes eloquent, in which the chain of daily gestures is broken, in which the heart vainly seeks the link that will connect it again, then it is as it were the first sign of absurdity. If they really do mean nothing, right? Nothing. What's the meaning of life? Nothing. Absurdity. Bunch of nerds in desperate need of touching grass have been schizophrenic for the last 500 years and making it everyone else's problem. So true. So true. Oh my god. Yeah. Yeah, you should be teaching philosophy, not Camus. I don't know. Maybe there's some useful things in modern philosophy. I haven't looked too hard though. But yeah, I think if you, what's the word? If you're too disconnected from life, from things that can lead to this kind of mindset, to these kinds of thoughts, these are the thoughts when you have no purpose, when you have no, I don't know, what's the word? What's the word? When you're wanting for more and there isn't. Right? What more meaning can you find in life? And if you're looking for a grander answer, then I don't know, maybe you don't find that. Maybe you end up writing an essay like this in an effort to, I don't know, come to grips with your feelings that they're of that meaninglessness, which I think he does eventually come to the conclusion, right? The whole one must imagine Sisyphus happy part, but we'll get there. Camus would be a kapipi. Oh my god. Oh my god. Camus, literally the Doomer Pippa. The Doomer Pippa icon. It happens that the stage sets collapse. Rising, streetcar. 4 hours in the office or the factory. Meal, streetcar. 4 hours of work. Meal, sleep. And Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Saturday according to the same rhythm. This path is easily followed most of the time. Monday through Saturday? Damn. 6-day work week. This path is easily followed most of the time. But one day the why arises, and everything begins in that weariness tinged with amazement. Begins. This is important. Weariness comes at the end of the acts of a mechanical life, but at the same time it inaugurates the impulse of consciousness. It awakens consciousness and provokes what follows. What follows is the gradual return into the chain, or it is the definitive awakening. At the end of the awakening comes, in time, the consequence, suicide or recovery. In itself, weariness has something sickening about it. Here I must conclude that it is good, for everything begins with consciousness, and nothing is worth anything except through it. There is nothing original about these remarks, but they are obvious, that is, enough for a while, during a sketchy reconnaissance in the origins of the absurd. Mere anxiety, as Heidegger says, is at the source of everything. She said it, not me. I am a sad and broken person, and chat reflects the streamer or something to that degree. I think I think I saw the clip. So true. So true. Live reading of the Epic of Gilgamesh. How long is that? Oh man. Oh man. Or 1 hour 40. Yeah, 1 hour 40 in the stream. 1 hour 45 in the stream. And we're on page 5. All right. All right. Likewise, and during every day of an unillustrious life, time carries us. But a moment always comes when we have to carry it. We live on the future, tomorrow, later on, when you have made your way. You will understand when you are old enough. Such irrelevancies are wonderful, for, after all, it's a matter of dying. Yet a day comes when a man notices or says he is 30. Thus he asserts his youth, but simultaneously he situates himself in relation to time. He takes his place in it. He admits that he stands at a certain point on a curve that he acknowledges having to travel to its end. He belongs to time, and by the horror that seizes him, he recognizes his worst enemy. Tomorrow, he was longing for tomorrow, whereas everything in him ought to reject it. That revolt of the flesh is the absurd. Time. Yeah, this is just me at my 1 year anniversary of a VTuber. When you consider the average VTuber life is probably what, like 3 years? Maybe shorter? Oh god, that's my like VTuber midlife crisis. Hi, Neophile. Putting on an archaeologist outfit with the hat and everything. Oh yeah. I've got a funny PNG or something. Tomorrow. I love you tomorrow. You're always a day away. Just thinking about Sisyphus. Yeah, me too. I was thinking about him for a lot, actually. If you notice the Sisyphus Neo in the corner of the subscriber count boulder, which is slightly out of date, I think, but that's, I don't know, that's where my mind has been for the past few days. Epic of Gilgamesh is cool. Beginning is like a Hag-tuber's Atsudan. In the old days, in those ancient times, when bread was first tasted, when the ovens were first lit. Tomorrow! Hold on. Tomorrow! That brings me back. Tomorrow? What? Tomorrow. Was that you? No. Yes. Not the femboy voice. Okay, I'm simping. No. You don't have to simp. Wait, calm down. It's just my voice. Teehee. I did spend, like, how long did I really spend? I don't know. We'll just say, 4 years on and off, right? I started practicing, like, I don't know, summer of 2020 probably. Living proof that VTubers can work through the brainworms. Shilly voice? Shrilly? Why can you sound like Ina? Do I sound like Ina? I mean, I guess that was my intention with the tomorrow. Yeah. Well, can work through. I am in the process of working through. We were talking about heartworms earlier because Camus mentioned heartworms. I was like, oh, he means that's the same as the brainworms talk about. When $20 is $20. True. Yeah. Yeah, it's for content. Yeah, that was my intention. Learning the girl voice was for content. It was to make content, and now I am making content with the funny voice. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. I find it hard to imagine myself happy, let alone a man pushing a boulder for ad infinitum. Yeah, you never know. I don't know. There's people who... I think a lot about this one cleaning channel on YouTube. This one like professional cleaner who talks about how much he loves it, how he just loves cleaning, and so that's his business, and he also makes YouTube videos on it, and it seems to be doing well. Right? Simple things make me happy. Yeah, he has his thing to do, right? He has his purpose or something. But yeah, it was. I found what was it? It started with Mafu actually, with the okay, that was kind of bad, but the Mafu I Want to Be a Girl song and his voice, and then me finding surprisingly not the Western voice, like girl voice tutorials, but like Japanese girl voice tutorials first, and then I moved on to like the English, the Western girl voice tutorials, and also like voice trolling YouTubers and stuff, and so that's how I got into it. I was not familiar with Mafu's game. Yeah, he's. I like his singing. Shedding a tear, such a beautiful voice. What? What? This voice? It's a voice. I don't know. I think at some point I crossed the hill of like, I think this voice sounds like shit and I hate it, to I think this voice sounds okay. I still don't think it's perfect, but it's good enough to get the point across, I suppose. That sounded like drunk Sekigema. Did it? Do I? Anyway, where am I? That revolt of the flesh is absurd. Time. Yeah, time. The silly one? The boulder feels conflicted. It's boulder. We're rolling that boulder up the hill. Get it twisted. Lock in.
A stapler and strangeness creeps in.
It's femboys and French philosophers. FFF, if you will. Can you say, do you have ibuprofen? I have a headache.
Do you have ibuprofen? I have a headache.
I keep trying to think of things to ask Neo to say in his life, but nothing comes to mind except maybe a couple old wrestling promos. It's okay. I don't need I don't know, maybe maybe I can't have the whole stream devolve into a lowly voice reading. Because if I do it again, I should just, do a proper lowly voice reading stream and then ask for like meme submissions again. This time hopefully with more than, I don't know, a handful of submissions. Now you gotta make a short reading this part of the essay in the lowly voice.
Stapler and strangeness creeps in, perceiving that the world is dense, sensing to what a degree a stone is foreign and irreducible to us, with what intensity nature or a landscape can negate us.
At the heart of all beauty lies something inhuman, and these hills, the softness of the sky, the outline of these trees at this very minute lose the illusory meaning with which we had clothed them, henceforth more remote than a lost paradise. The primitive hostility of the world rises up to face us across millennia. For a second we cease to understand it, because for centuries we have understood in it solely the images and designs that we had attributed to it beforehand, because henceforth we lack the power to make use of that artifice. The world evades us because it becomes itself again. That stage scenery masked by habit becomes again what it is. It withdraws at a distance from us, just as there are days when under the familiar face of a woman we see as a stranger her. we had loved months or years ago. Perhaps we shall come even to desire what suddenly leaves us so alone. But the time has not yet come. Just one thing, that denseness and that strangeness of the world is the absurd. Do the opposite of movie announcer voice. Dropping in a new chord. Oh yeah. If you want me to read shit, you can post it on Discord. You reading the Darkest Dungeon intro in that voice blew my mind. Was it? What's that about loving a strange woman?
A stranger? A stranger? My mommy told me not to talk to strangers.
Oh god. Okay, where am I? The primitive. The primitive hostility of the world. Yeah, dense. That's an interesting word to describe it, right? Sensing to what degree a stone is foreign and irreducible. What intensity nature or a landscape can negate us. What is this that he describes? The world becomes itself again. We see as a stranger her we had loved months or years ago. Damn. I'm sorry for your relationship, man. You know? Anyway, where are we? Crap. Okay. Men too secrete the inhuman. Secrete. Men too secrete the inhuman. At certain moments of lucidity, the mechanical aspect of their gestures, their meaningless pantomime, makes silly everything that surrounds them. A man is talking on the telephone behind a glass partition. You cannot hear him, but you see his incomprehensible dumb show. You wonder why he is alive. This discomfort in the face of man's own inhumanity, this incalculable tumble before the image of what we are, this nausea, as a writer of today calls it, is also the absurd. Likewise, the stranger who at certain seconds comes to meet us in the mirror, the familiar and yet alarming brother we encounter in our own photographs, is also the absurd. I come at Sorry, your reaction was funny. Dio, no! Dio, yes! I come at last. I come at last to death, and to the attitude we have toward it. On this point, everything has been said, and it is only proper to avoid pathos. Yet one will never be sufficiently surprised that everyone lives as if no one knew. This is because, in reality, there is no experience of death. Properly speaking, nothing has been experienced but what has been lived and made conscious. Here, it is barely possible to speak of the experience of others' deaths. It is a substitute, an illusion, and it never quite convinces us. That melancholy convention cannot be persuasive. The horror comes in reality from the mathematical aspect of the event. If time frightens us, If time frightens us, this is because it works out the problem, and the solution comes afterward. All the pretty speeches about the soul will have their contrary convincingly proved, at least for a time. From this inert body on which a slap makes no mark, the soul has disappeared. This elementary and definitive aspect of the adventure constitutes the absurd feeling. Under the fatal lighting of that destiny, its uselessness becomes evident. No code of ethics and no effort are justifiable a priori, in the face of the cruel mathematics that command our condition. Let me repeat, all this has been said over and over. I'm limiting myself here to making a rapid classification and to pointing out these obvious themes. They run through all literatures and all philosophies. Everyday conversation feeds on them. There is no question of reinventing them, but it is essential to be sure of these facts in order to be able to question oneself subsequently on the primordial question. I am interested, let me repeat again, not so much in absurd discoveries as in their consequences. If one is assured of these facts, what is one to conclude? How far is one to go to elude nothing? Is one to die voluntarily or to hope in spite of everything? Beforehand, it is necessary to take the same rapid inventory on the plane of the intelligence. He's been mentioning hope a few times, right? That's the alternative to, having nothing as if you have hope. And yet, he describes it as if it's something false, right? Or fake or impossible or something, right? There's a reading program by a Brazilian professor that near the beginning puts the stranger right before Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning. It makes for a great 1-2 punch. Noted. All right. Yeah, like I said, I read The Stranger in high school. It's been long enough that I can probably read it again and have it. Well, besides the whole he shot a dude part, right? But the details, the prose, the way it's described. And then Man's Search for Meaning. I've heard of it. I haven't read it yet. Life is meaningless and we're all going to die, followed up by the indomitable human spirit. Rah! Time frightens us, we must frighten it back. Yeah, watch me, time. I'm gonna frighten. I'm gonna be doing
a lily voice at 30 plus years old. How's that for frightening?
The mind's first step is to distinguish what is true from what is false. However, as soon as thought reflects on itself, what it first discovers is a contradiction. Useless to strive to be convincing in this case. Over the centuries, no one has furnished a clearer and more elegant demonstration of the business than Aristotle. The often ridiculed consequence of these opinions is that they destroy themselves. For by asserting that all is true, we assert the truth of the contrary assertion, and consequently the falsity of our own thesis, for the contrary assertion does not admit that it can be true. And if one says that all is false, that assertion is itself false. If we declare that solely the assertion opposed to ours is false, or else that solely ours is not false, we are nevertheless forced to admit an infinite number of true or false judgments. For the one who expresses a true assertion proclaims simultaneously that it is true, and so on ad infinitum. Oh. Truth. All is true. Yeah, so not all can be true, and not all can be false. Solely assertion opposed to ours is false, or else that solely ours is not false. Yeah. This vicious cycle is but the first of a series in which the mind that studies itself gets lost in a giddy whirling. The very simplicity of these paradoxes makes them irreducible. Whatever may be the plays on words and the acrobatics of logic, to understand is, above all, to unify. The mind's deepest desire, even in its most elaborate operations, parallels man's unconscious feeling in the face of his universe. It is an insistence upon a familiarity, an appetite for clarity. Imagine hitting your son in 2040, but ooh. I didn't know ad infinitum was a word. I just made a guess and got, or a phrase, yeah. Ustroda. Yeah. I've heard it a decent amount, I think. So-and-so ad infinitum. Forever. Forever and ever and ever. Where were we? An appetite for clarity. Understanding the world for a man is reducing it to the human, stamping it with his seal. The cat's universe is not the universe of the anthill. The truism, all thought is anthropomorphic, has no other meaning. Likewise, the mind that aims to understand reality can consider itself satisfied only by reducing it to terms of thought. If man realized that the universe like him can love and suffer, he would be reconciled. If thought discovered in the shimmering mirrors of phenomena, eternal relations capable of summing them up and summing themselves up in a single principle, then would be seen an intellectual joy of which the myth of the blessed would be but a ridiculous imitation. That nostalgia for unity, that appetite for the absolute illustrates the essential impulse of the human drama. But the fact of that nostalgia's existence does not imply that it is to be immediately satisfied. For if, bridging the gulf that separates desire from conquest, we assert with Parmenides the reality of the one, whatever it may be, we fall into the ridiculous contradiction of a mind that asserts total unity and proves by its very assertion its own difference and the diversity it claimed to resolve. This other vicious circle is enough to stifle our hopes. Unity. No, apparently not. Unity? Apparently not. Contradiction. So what? Unity's false because contradiction. I don't know. I think you can believe in unity, right? And I don't know, maybe if you think too hard about it, you find a contradiction. You're like, oh no, it can't actually be true. But it still could be true. You just have to believe it, right? 0.99 repeating equal to 1. Diversity, a fox screams in the distance. The funny word in the 1900s, mid 1900s. But yeah, 0.9 repeating, I've always thought of it with the whole, what was it? 9/9 description with 1/9 is 0.1 repeating, then 2/9 is 0.2 repeating. And also in the way that base 10 is arbitrary, right? That it's just a way to represent numbers. You know, you have binary, you have hexadecimal, you have octal, I suppose. Or really any base of counting. Base 60. I suppose tally marks could be considered base 5, but not really. No, it's a unary system. These are again truisms. I shall again repeat that they are not interesting in themselves, but in the consequences that can be deduced from them. Sorry, tangent again. Since we're talking about bases, right, and representation of numbers, the other thing I think about in that is floating point numbers, right? Because they're based on base 2, right? Because they're in binary. And so you get weird fractional stuff, weird fractional rounding errors when converting back to decimal, like 0.3 in like a 30 standard double precision float or something. It's like 0.300 something, a bunch of zeros and then 4. Something like that. Anyway, computer science rant. Computer science tangent. These are again truisms. I shall again repeat that they are not interesting in themselves, but in the consequences that can be deduced from them. I know another truism. It tells me man is mortal. One can nevertheless count the minds that have deduced the extreme conclusions from it. It is essential to consider as a constant point of reference in this essay the regular hiatus. Oh no, VTuber hiatus! Between what we fancy we know and what we really know, practical assent and simulated ignorance, which allows us to live with ideas which, if we truly put them to the test, ought to upset our whole life. Faced with this inextricable contradiction of the mind, we shall fully grasp the divorce separating us from our own creations. So long as the mind keeps silent in the motionless world of its hopes, everything is reflected and arranged in the unity of its nostalgia. But with its first move, this world cracks and tumbles. An infinite number of shimmering fragments is offered to the understanding. We must despair of ever reconstructing the familiar, calm surface, which would give us peace of heart. After so many centuries of inquiries, so many abdications among thinkers, we are well aware that this is true for all our knowledge. With the exception of professional rationalists, today people despair of true knowledge. If the only significant history of human thought were to be written, it would have to be the history of its successive regrets and its impotences. He is quite doomer-filled here, right? That the more you learn about reality, it makes you more in despair. Right? But that's your emotional interpretation of the thing, right? Reality is, yes, it's messy. Yes, it's messy. That doesn't mean you have to lose hope. You can still fight to make things better, right? Not into computer science yet. I'm sure I will be soon. TVH. Yeah, just be aware of the job market right now and the looming threat of AI, I suppose. That is, if you're considering it as a career thing. I mean, maybe it will still be useful. Big rock hill hard hello Itooni. I don't remember much from school, but I did learn to count in binary to 2 to the 9th using your hands. Yeah, that's another useful use of binary. Actually, there's like another system, I think, that uses like 2 joints, 2 knuckles. Hard. Yeah, the rock is so hard. It's so hard pushing this rock up this hill. My life is... Fuck my stupid Chungus. Fuck my stupid Sisyphus life. Of whom and of what indeed can I say? I know that. This heart within me I can feel, and I judge that it exists. This world I can touch, and I likewise judge that it exists. There ends all my knowledge, and the rest is construction. For if I try to seize this self of which I feel sure, if I try to define and to summarize it, it is nothing but water slipping through my fingers. I can sketch one by one all the aspects it is able to assume, all those likewise that have been attributed to it. This upbringing, this origin, this ardor, or these silences, this nobility or this vileness. But aspects cannot be added up. This very heart which is mine will forever... Where was I? I looked away. This very heart which is mine will forever remain indefinable to me, indefinable to me. Between the certainty I have of my existence and the content I try to give to that assurance... Content? I'm so content-pilled. I'm so internet streamer brain content-pilled. Because between the certainty I have of my existence and the content I try to give to that assurance, or is it content? The gap will never be filled. Forever, I shall be a stranger to myself, he says the thing again. Oh my god, he said the thing again. In psychology as in logic, there are truths, but no truth. Socrates' know thyself has as much value as the be virtuous of our confessionals. They reveal a nostalgia at the same time as an ignorance. They are sterile exercises on great subjects. They are legitimate only and precisely so far as they are approximate. So this is his, I suppose, counter to the ancient philosophers, right? Legitimate only and precisely so far as they're approximate. It's not enough. He doesn't find it sufficient. Which, I suppose... Fuck my Chungus life. Hoshiumi J. Fuck my stupid Sisyphus life. Me when the ball rolls down the hill for the 9 billionth time. And here are trees, and I know their gnarled surface, water, and I feel its taste, the scents of grass and stars at night, certain evenings when the heart relaxes. How shall I negate this world whose power and strength I feel? Yet all the knowledge on earth will give me nothing to assure me that this world is mine. Oh, he said the thing. Sekai! I'm disintegrating from how peak this is. I'm disintegrating from my USB device continuing to crash. I still don't know which freaking USB device it had. You guys can't hear it because I don't have desktop audio, but Windows keeps telling me that a USB device is crashing. One day I'll figure it out. What if it's the USB hub? That would be a mess. Actually, no, isn't my... No, I moved the audio device, and I think it was crashing before. Yeah, no, okay, never mind. It's not the audio interface. I don't think. Really want to get into literature and philosophy proper, if nothing else, to see what will be of my heart in my 40s, having crawled the depths of internet brain rot and the heights of human wisdom. Of my head. That would be funny, yeah. But yeah, the whole like Sisyphus being a meme thing based on this essay, right? There already is kind of a connection between, you know, meme culture and more academic philosophical things, I suppose. Right? Nothing stopping, I don't know, other philosophers from becoming memes, Socrates or Sartre or whoever else you mentioned in this essay. Here are trees. World is mine. Hatsune Miku, the DNA of the soul. Yeah, this essay is a meme, right? It contains an idea, and that idea spreads. It is a mind virus. It's a meme. It is what was like the original definition of a meme, right? It's like an idea that spreads. Here, or is it meme definition? Right? The original definition, right? An idea, behavior, or style spreads by means of imitation from person to person. An element of a culture or system of behavior passed from one individual to another by imitation or other non-genetic memes, right? The ideas contained in this essay is a meme. It's a meme, right? Sisyphus, one must imagine Sisyphus happy. That is a meme. Just as Northern Lions get it twisted speech while playing the Sisyphus game is also a meme. It's all coming together. It all makes sense now. Where were we? Sekai de Ichiban Ohime-sama. This world is mine. You describe it to me, and you teach me to classify it. You enumerate its laws, and in my thirst for knowledge, I admit that they are true. You take apart its mechanism, and my hope increases. At the final stage, you teach me that this wondrous and multicolored universe can be reduced to the atom, and that the atom itself can be reduced to the electron. All this is good, and I wait for you to continue, but you tell me of an invisible planetary system in which electrons gravitate around a nucleus. You explain this world to me with an image. I realize then that you have been reduced to poetry. I shall never know. Have I the time to become indignant? You have already changed theories, so that science that was to teach me everything ends up in a hypothesis. That lucidity founders in metaphor. That uncertainty is resolved in a work of art. What need had I of so many efforts? The soft lines of these hills and the hand of evening on this troubled heart teach me much more. I have returned to my beginning. I realize that if through science I can seize phenomena and enumerate them, I cannot, for all that, apprehend the world. Were I to trace its entire relief with my finger, I should not know any more. And you give me the choice between a description that is sure but that teaches me nothing, and hypotheses that claim to teach me but that are not sure. A stranger to myself and to the world, armed solely with thought that negates itself as soon as it asserts. What is this condition in which I can have peace only by refusing to know and to live, in which the appetite for conquest bumps into walls that defy its assaults? To will is to stir up paradoxes. Everything is ordered in such a way as to bring into being that poisoned peace produced by thoughtlessness, lack of heart, or fatal renunciations. Socrates is a massive meme. It's not 100% sure if he was real or an OC by, again, history's smartest gym bro. Oh my god. Oh my god, you're changing my mind on Socrates. That's crazy. Worth noting, Plato was a gym bro, Aristotle a happily married man with kids. Most philosophers were neither, being quintessential nerds. And that's why they're all mentally ill. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, we need, the philosophers who've lived full, healthy lives. I think that's something powerful about the Buddha story, right? Is that he had a long, fulfilling life and completed, his worldly duties and then gave it up, right? And it's something I think about when Dr. K talks about how he was training to become a monk and how he was like, okay, I'm ready to become a monk. And they're like, come back in 10 years, go out, live your life, achieve success in life, and then come back when you have something to give up. And I feel like I'm on that that journey, that I know that I can't really feel free or spiritually ready to, I don't know, give things up or try to achieve enlightenment if I'm not like physically secure, if I'm not like financially secure, if I haven't like accomplished the things I want to do in life. Those worldly desires, the worldly goals, which it's a part of the journey, right? Right? Or at least having tried. At the very least, having tried. He says the stranger thing again. A stranger to myself. Among. Why do I keep saying that? Why do I keep thinking that? That's a meme. The idea of being a stranger is a meme. And he's spreading that meme to you. And to me. Hence, the intelligence too tells me in its way that this world is absurd. Its contrary blind reason may well claim that all is clear. I was waiting for proof and longing for it to be right. But despite so many pretentious centuries and over the heads of so many eloquent and persuasive men, I know that is false. On this plane, at least, there is no happiness if I cannot know. That universal reason, practical or ethical, that determinism, those categories that explain everything, are enough to make a decent man laugh. They have nothing to do with the mind. They negate its profound truth, which is to be enchained. In this unintelligible and limited universe, man's fate henceforth assumes its meaning. A horde of irrationals has sprung up and surrounds him until his ultimate end. In his recovered and now studied lucidity, the feeling of the absurd becomes clear and definite. I said that the world is absurd, but I was too hasty. This world in itself is not reasonable. That is all that can be said. But what is absurd is the confrontation of this irrational and the wild longing for clarity, whose call echoes in the human heart. The absurd depends as much on man as on the world. For the moment, it is all that links them together. It binds them one to the other, as only hatred can weld two heat creatures together. Need mortal enemy GF to have hate sex with. This is all I can discern clearly in this measureless universe where my adventure takes place. Let us pause here. If I hold to be true that absurdity that determines my relationship with life, if I become thoroughly imbued with that sentiment that seizes me in the face of the world's scenes, with that lucidity imposed on me by the pursuit of a science, I must sacrifice everything to these certainties, and I must see them squarely to be able to maintain them. Above all, I must adapt my behavior to them and pursue them in all their consequences. I am speaking here of decency, but I want to know beforehand if thought can live in those deserts. Huh? Let's run the group therapy mode of the stream. I don't want to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy. I want to be horny and happy. Well, I guess I don't need to be horny, but I want to be happy. Nah. Huh?
What?
All I'm saying is, isn't there something appealing to this? To that idea? I don't know. Of being like so captured by your anger and then and then letting out those emotions in a sexual way. Let it be on record, the stream froze on my end as you're about to say let us pause here. Let us pause here. How much more? All right, we'll keep going. Angry? A little. I think tend to be not angry. If I'm angry, I tend to, it's like they say, depression is anger turned inwards on the self. I think I'm more prone to that than being angry at like being angry at the outside world. Got distracted for a bit, and that was the first thing I heard. Anyway, enough about me trauma dumping. Like I said, you gotta have at least like a 75-25 ratio of funny to like the sad serious parts. Right? At least. It can't be too much trauma dumping. I don't know, it's not good for the entertainment, it's not fun. I don't know, unless you guys find this fun, unless you guys like me being the sad one. Never heard that saying, but a lot makes sense all of a sudden. Oh god. Man. If Face Connect is the sad girl company, are we gonna make Flavor the sad boy company? Oh no. Oh no. 75% serious, 25% silly. No, that's wrong. No, that's too much. That's too much serious, man. Why are you so serious? You're gonna drive away all the viewers, and then our viewer retention is gonna go down, and then the numbers are gonna go down, and then I'm gonna die. Ah. And then I'm gonna realize that the absurdity of life. And then I'm gonna think the big think. The think. All right. 20% blood, 20% skill, 40% concentrated power of will. Yeah. Yeah. Am I sad? I don't know. It's less sad, more anxiety, I suppose. And I feel a lot more clear-headed this stream than I was, like, I don't know, on Saturday's stream, and then also recording the video. I think I actually did work through a lot of those emotions, and now I feel clearer and more able to be funny here instead of just anxious, right? And I'm gonna fan post. Hey, there's been too much philosophy. Too much philosophy. I think it's being overly intellectual about it, right? That's the problem. Because, well, I don't know if that's the case. It's not properly processing the emotions. It's looping on the emotions and not properly processing them, not properly confronting them. I had to cry a lot the past few days. Well, I don't know how much is a lot, but certainly more than like the average for a man. The average for a man is like to never cry, right? So any amount of crying is pretty out of the ordinary, I suppose. But I just had to process those emotions. I had to go through them. I had to feel them, right? And you feel them, and you recontextualize what happened in your mind, and you move on. You organize it, right? There's it was Dr. K's interview with Pirate Software where he summarized emotional processing in like a very good way. It was like you notice the emotion, you feel the emotion, you repackage it, you reorganize it, and you put it away. And it's nicer. And you've dealt with it. Right? But you can't just repress it forever. You have to deal with it at some point. You have to grieve. You have to feel that emotion. Gotta break the numbness and the tear ducts working again. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, you have to feel it. Right? You can't repress it forever, or else it's just gonna linger. You have to work through it. You have to feel it. Okay, I'm just repeating myself at this point, but I hope you get the picture of what I'm trying to describe, right? Emotional processing, of going through those feelings, of noticing them, letting them out, and really working through them. So you can move on. And be truly free. Anyway. If thought can live in those deserts. Because otherwise you got a desert. Like Camus describes. I already know that thought has at least entered those deserts. There it found its bread. There it realized that it had previously been feeding on phantoms. It justified some of the most urgent themes of human reflection. From the moment absurdity is recognized, it becomes a passion, the most harrowing of all. But whether or not one can live with one's passions whether or not one can accept their law, which is to burn the heart they simultaneously exalt? That is the whole question. It is not, however, the one we shall ask just yet. It stands at the center of this experience. There will be time to come back to it. Let us recognize rather those themes and those impulses born of the desert. It will suffice to enumerate them. They, too, are known to all today. There have always been men to defend the rights of the irrational. The tradition of what may be called humiliated thought has never ceased to exist. The criticism of rationalism has been made so often that it seems unnecessary to begin again. Yet our epoch is marked by the rebirth of those paradoxical systems that strive to trip up reason as if truly it had always forged ahead. But that is not so much a proof of the efficacy of the reason as of the intensity of its hopes. On the plane of history, such a constancy of two attitudes illustrates the essential passion of man, torn between his urge toward unity, and the clear vision he may have of the walls enclosing him. But never perhaps at any time has the attack on reason been more violent than in ours. Since Zarathustra's great outburst, by chance it is the oldest nobility in the world. I conferred it upon all things when I proclaimed that above them no eternal will was exercised, since Kierkegaard's fatal illness, that malady that leads to death with nothing else following it. The significant and tormenting themes of absurd thought have followed one another, or at least, and this proviso is of capital importance, the themes of irrational and religious thought. From Jaspers to Heidegger, from Kierkegaard to Chestov, from the phenomenologist to Skeeler, on the logical plane and on the moral plane, a whole family of minds related by their nostalgia, but opposed by their methods or their aims, have persisted in blocking the royal road of reason and in recovering the direct paths of truth. Here I assume these thoughts to be known and lived. Whatever may be or have been their ambitions all started out from that indescribable universe, where contradiction, antimony, anguish, or impotence reigns, and what they have in common is precisely the themes so far disclosed. For them, too, it must be said that what matters above all is the conclusions they have managed to draw from those discoveries. That matters so much that they must be examined separately, but for the moment we are concerned solely with their discoveries and their initial experiments. We are concerned solely with noting their agreement. If it would be presumptuous to try to deal with their philosophies, it is possible and sufficient, in any case, to bring out the climate that is common to them. Heidegger considers the human condition coldly and announces that that existence is humiliated. Can I talk about the construction of that in English, in the English language? Like in conversation, I feel like I notice. Announces that. Announces that. Right? It just feels so awkward to read. Right? To see it like that. English language. Why do you do this? I should read more Japanese. Japanese is fun. Also very difficult for me. I'm very slow. I feel like I always noticed how quickly Beatani would read Japanese text, obviously because she's native Japanese, and then how relatively slowly she would read English text, and I'm like, oh, I read Japanese even slower than that. Yeah, I guess kanji makes it harder to have to look up things and also not know their readings. Anyway, that existence is humiliated. Humiliation. The only reality is anxiety in the whole chain of beings. To the man lost in the world and its diversions, this anxiety is a brief, fleeting fear. But if that fear becomes conscious of itself, it becomes anguish, the perceptual climate of the lucid man in whom existence is concentrated. This professor of philosophy writes without trembling and in the most abstract language in the world that the finite and limited character of human existence is more primordial than man himself. His interest in Kant extends only to recognizing the restricted character of his pure reason. This is to conclude, at the end of his analyses, that the world can no longer offer anything to the man filled with anguish. In Portuguese, it would be que isso, so I assume the French has more words for articulating things that became weird in English. Yeah, but you know, if in a translation, I guess ideally you should be trying to make it readable. I mean, it's not like this is unreadable. It's just a little awkward to read. right? But also like totally understandable in conversation. Announces that existence. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. English, weird. But yeah, these would be two different that's in other languages, right? Mm-hmm. Okay. Announces que hizo that. Announces that. That existence. That describing the existence. Mm-hmm. Wonder how this affects the FNAF lore. The Sisyphus lore. The Sisyphus FNAF. Yeah, William Afton's eternal punishment to roll a boulder up a hill while being chased by animatronics. Where were we? The world can no longer offer anything to the man filled with anguish. This anxiety seems to him so much more important than all the categories in the world that he thinks and talks only of it. He enumerates its aspects. Boredom when the ordinary man strives to quash it in him and benumb it. Terror when the mind contemplates death. He too does not separate consciousness from the absurd. The consciousness of death is the call of anxiety, and existence then delivers itself its own summons through the intermediary of consciousness. It is the very voice of anguish, and it adjures existence to return from its loss in the anonymous they. For him, too, one must not sleep, but must keep alert until the consummation. He stands in this absurd world and points out its ephemeral character. He seeks his way amid these ruins. There's also like masks and things hidden inside of suits in FNAF. There's irrationality, absurdity, death, fear, and anxiety. True, true. Right? The world of FNAF is absurd. Why did those kids have to die? It's an absurd world. I've only experienced FNAF lore through various YouTube summary videos. By the way, I've never played the games. Anyway, Jaspers despairs of any ontology because he claims that we have lost naivete. He knows that we can achieve nothing that will transcend the fatal game of appearances. Smarter Shit Poster could probably make a video essay about this idea. How does the myth of Sisyphus tie into the FNAF lore? FNAF analysis video essay. Why is the manager from Alvin and Chipmunks chilling off to the side? Hello, Cream. What? How can you say that about my Oshi? That's my Oshi there. That's my favorite VTuber. Flesh tuber. Bald Canadian man. Yeah, he's just chilling. You know, he's reminding us to get it twisted, as opposed to don't get it twisted. He reminds us to get it twisted, right? Don't always trust everything you read. And also, if you lock in, you can do anything. And if you wait 90 minutes after waking up to have your first cup of coffee, nothing can stop you. Also never played, just watch multiple playthroughs 1 through 4 in the corresponding MatPat videos. Yeah. I've watched, I forget which ones, but like at least 2 of the lore summary videos. Nothing that will transcend the fatal game of appearances. He knows that the end of the mind is failure. He tarries over the spiritual adventures revealed by history and pitilessly discloses the flaw in each system, the illusion that saved everything, the preaching that hid nothing, in this ravaged world in which the impossibility of knowledge is established, in which everlasting nothingness seems the only reality, and irremediable despair seems the only attitude. He tries to recover the Ariadne's thread that leads to divine secrets. Chestub, for his part, throughout a wonderfully monotonous work, constantly straining toward the same truths, tirelessly demonstrates that the tightest system, the most universal rationalism, always stumbles eventually on the irrational of human thought. None of the ironic facts or ridiculous contradictions that depreciate the reason escapes him. One thing only interests him, and that is the exception, whether in the domain of the heart or of the mind. Though the Dostoevskian experiences of the condemned man, the exacerbated adventures of the Nietzschean mind, Hamlet's imprecations, or the bitter aristocracy of an Ibsen, he tracks down, illuminates, and magnifies the human revolt against the irremediable. irremediable. He refuses the reason its reasons and begins to advance with some decision only in the middle of that colorless desert where all certainties have become stones. Of all, perhaps the most engaging, Kierkegaard, for a part of his existence at least, does more than discover the absurd. He lives in it, or he lives it. The man who writes, "The surest of stubborn silences is not to hold one's tongue, but to talk." Make sure in the beginning that no truth is absolute, or can render satisfactory an existence that is impossible in itself. Don Juan of the Understanding, he multiplies pseudonyms and contradictions, writes his discourses of edification at the same time as that manual of cynical spiritualism, the Diary of the Seducer. He refuses consolations, ethics, reliable principles. As for that thorn he feels in his heart, he is careful not to quiet its pain. On the contrary, he awakens it, and, in the desperate joy of a man crucified and happy to be so, he builds up piece by piece, lucidity, refusal, make-believe. A category of the man possessed. That face, both tender and sneering, those pirouettes followed by a cry from the heart, are the absurd spirit itself grappling with a reality beyond its comprehension. And the spiritual adventure that leads Kierkegaard to his beloved scandals begins likewise in the chaos of an experience divested of its setting and relegated to its original incoherence. On quite a different plane, that of method, Husserl and the phenomenologists, by their very extravagances, reinstate the world in its diversity and deny the transcendent power of the reason. The spiritual universe becomes incalculably enriched through them. The rose petal, the milestone, or the human hand are as important as love, desire, or the laws of gravity. Thinking ceases to be unifying or making a semblance familiar in the guise of a major principle. Thinking is learning all over again to see, to be attentive, to force consciousness. It is turning every idea and every image in the matter of Proust into a privileged moment. What justifies thought is its extreme consciousness. Though more positive than Kierkegaard's or Chestov's, Husserl's manner of proceeding in the beginning nevertheless negates the classic method of the reason, disappoints hope, opens to intuition and to the heart, a whole proliferation of phenomena, the wealth of which has about it something inhuman. These paths lead to all sciences or to none. This amounts to saying that, in this case, the means are more important than the end. All that is involved is an attitude for understanding and not a consolation. Let me repeat, in the beginning, at very least. How can one fail to feel the basic relationship of these minds? How can one fail to see that they take their stand around a privileged and bitter moment in which hope has no further place? I want everything to be explained to me or nothing, and the reason is impotent when it hears this cry from the heart. The mind aroused by this insistence seeks and finds nothing but contradictions and nonsense. What I fail to understand is nonsense. The world is peopled with such irrationals. The world itself, whose single meaning I do not understand, is but a vast irrational. If one could only say just once, "This is clear," all would be saved. But these men vie with one another in proclaiming that nothing is clear, all is chaos, that all man has is his lucidity and his definite knowledge of the walls surrounding him. All these experiences agree and confirm one another. The mind, when it reaches its limits, must make a judgment and choose its conclusions. This is where suicide and the reply stand. But I wish to reverse the order of the inquiry and start out from the intelligent adventure and come back to daily acts. The experiences called to mind here were born in the desert that we must not leave behind. At least it is essential to know how far they went. At this point of his effort, man stands face to face with the irrational. He feels within him his longing for happiness and for reason. The absurd is born of this confrontation between the human need and the unreasonable silence of the world. This must not be forgotten. This must be clung to, because the whole consequence of a life can depend on it. The irrational, the human nostalgia, and the absurd that is born of their encounter. These are the three characters in the drama that must necessarily end with all the logic of which an existence is capable. Popping off, I'm reading. And understanding, at least reasonably. Again, I don't know these other writers that well. But I got the point of, I want everything to be explained to me or nothing. Right? We don't have all the answers. We don't have perfect knowledge. And that it is what it is. That's life. That's the world. Anyway, I gotta use the bathroom. When I get back, we will continue at philosophical suicide. Sorry, sewer slide. Kermit sewer slide. Advertiser-friendly language. Currently in a state of awe and thought. All right. I haven't been using BGM this entire time. I don't know. Do you guys want funny dancing video or something? Here. Well, you can. What if I actually? You know, I have a great idea. I have a great idea. Subway Surfers. I have a better Subway Surfers video. All right, here's your Subway Surfers. BRP. Good crash out. Good night. All right. Have a good night. Thanks for watching. I'm gonna get some water in BRB. I'm back. I do realize it's getting late, but also I want to keep reading. All right, let's get back to it. Here we go. Here we go. Who's still awake? Who's still here? Brain heart. All right. That's fine. Here. I'll just keep reading until I have something to, I don't know, comment on. This is a react stream. Are you rolling that boulder, son? I don't think we've even gotten to the Sisyphus part of the essay. Sisyphus hasn't even been mentioned except like I think briefly at the beginning. Also, hello, Foxy Roxy. Yeah, I'm rolling that boulder. Yeah, there in the corner. You see that slightly out of date subscriber count? That's me. That's me on this streaming journey. One must imagine Neo happy. Or like the tweet I posted earlier. One must imagine male VTubers happy. That's on me. I gotta insert the entertainment into the stream. I gotta stick it in there, right? It's my job now as streamer. Right. Right. Or even as indie game dev too, right? Gotta make the fun, gotta insert the fun, gotta stick the fun in there. Maybe the true Sisyphean task was reading through a Camus essay. So true. Yeah, we're just gonna get to the 24th page and reach the end and like, all right, time to read it all over again. Oh man. Yeah, maybe I should have put the page number in on that folder instead of my subscriber count. Anyway, 422. I think that is still out of date, right? Yeah. I don't know when it updates. This is from Stream Elements, so I don't know if there's another service with I don't know, more up to date subscriber count, or like I could literally just do the YouTube view or something. Whatever. All right, let's keep reading this Sisyphean task of an essay. Philosophical suicide. The feeling of the absurd is not, for all that, the notion of the absurd. It lays the foundations for it, and that is all. It is not limited to that notion, except in the brief moment when it passes judgment on the universe. Subsequently, it has a chance of going further. It is alive. In other words, it must die or else reverberate. So it is with the themes we have gathered together. But there again, what interests me is not works or minds, criticism of which would call for another form and another place, but the discovery of what their conclusions have in common. Never perhaps have minds been so different, and yet we recognize as identical the spiritual landscapes in which they get underway. Likewise, despite such dissimilar zones of knowledge, the cry that terminates their itinerary rings out in the same way. It is evident that the thinkers we have just recalled have a common climate. To say that climate is deadly scarcely amounts to playing on words. There we go for that again. Oh god, I lost my place. To say that climate is deadly scarcely amounts to playing on words. Living under that stifling sky forces one to get away or to stay. The important thing is to find out how people get away in the first case, and why people stay in the second case. This is how I define the problem of suicide, and the possible interest in the conclusions of existential philosophy. This would go hard if a voiceover by an AI Beetle voice applied to British Depresso to complement the French. What does Beetle sound like? But first, I want a detour from the direct path. Up to now, we have managed to circumscribe the absurd from the outside. One can, however, wonder how much is clear in that notion, and by direct analysis try to discover its meaning on the one hand, and on the other, the consequences it involves. If I accuse an innocent man of a monstrous crime... Was that a stranger ever? Or no, he wasn't innocent, was he? If I tell a virtuous man that he has coveted his own sister, he will reply that this is absurd. His indignation has its comical aspect, but it also has its fundamental reason. Your normal voice, but tired and a weak British accent. Ew. Oh, the sister part. Ayo. 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 His indignation has its comical aspect, but it also has its fundamental reason. The virtuous man illustrates by that reply the definitive antinomy existing between the deed. I am attributing to him and his lifelong principles. It's absurd means it's impossible, but also it's contradictory. He truly is a temporally displaced Kapipi. Oh my god, you're so right. Pour one out for Camus, born in the wrong generation. And Sisyphus forced to roll a boulder up a hill for eternity. If I see a man armed only with a sword attack a group of machine guns, I shall consider his act to be absurd. but it is solely by virtue of the disproportion between his intention and the reality he will encounter, of the contradiction I notice between his true strength and the aim he has in the view. Likewise, we shall deem a verdict absurd when we contrast it with the verdict the facts apparently dictated. And similarly, demonstration by the absurd is achieved by comparing the consequences of such a reasoning with the logical reality one wants to set up. In all these cases, from the simplest to the most complex, the magnitude of the absurdity will be in direct ratio to the distance between the two terms of my comparison. Didn't that actually happen to madmen in World War II fighting with a sword? Did it? Were there people fighting with a sword in World War II? Oh, was this a reference to to something that did happen? It's not absurd if it works. Yeah, that's what the bayonet's for. Or, well, maybe it's your last resort, but just don't get hit. Just simply deflect all the bullets. Simply use your Genji E and deflect all the bullets. So that's that simple. Plus, you get the better mobility from using a melee weapon, because that's usually how games balance that, right? But yeah, sword would be lighter than machine guns, I suppose. The distance between the two terms of my comparison. There are absurd marriages, challenges, rancors, silences, wars, and even peace treaties. For each of them, the absurdity springs from a comparison. I am thus justified in saying that the feeling of absurdity does not spring from the mere scrutiny of a fact or an impression, but that it bursts from the comparison between a bare fact and certain reality, between an action and the world that transcends it. The absurd is essentially a divorce. It lies in neither of the elements compared. It is born of their confrontation. In this particular case, and on the plane of intelligence, I can therefore say that the absurd is not in man, if such a metaphor could have a meaning, nor in the world, but in their presence together. For the moment, it is the only bond uniting them. If I wish to limit myself to facts, I know what man wants, I know what the world offers him, and now I can say that I also know what links them. I have no need to dig deeper. A single certainty is enough for the seeker. He simply has to derive all the consequences from it. The immediate consequence is also a rule of method. The odd trinity brought to light in this way is certainly not a startling discovery, but it resembles the data of experience in that it is both infinitely simple and infinitely complicated. Its first distinguishing feature in this regard is that it cannot be divided. To destroy one of its terms is to destroy the whole. There can be no absurd outside the human mind. Thus, like everything else, the absurd ends with death. But there can be no absurd outside this world either, and it is by this elementary criterion that I judge the notion of the absurd to be essential, and consider that it can stand as the first of my truths. The rule of method alluded to above appears here. If I judge that a thing is true, I must preserve it. If I attempt to solve a problem, at least, I must not, by that very solution, conjure away one of the terms of the problem. For me, the sole datum is the absurd. The first and, after all, the only condition of my inquiry is to preserve the very thing that crushes me, consequently, to respect what I consider essential in it. I have just defined it as a confrontation and an unceasing struggle. And carrying this absurd logic to its conclusion, I must admit that that struggle implies a total absence of hope, which has nothing to do with despair, a continual rejection, which must not be confused with renunciation, and a conscious dissatisfaction, which must not be compared to immature unrest. Everything that destroys, conjures away, or exercises these requirements, and to begin with, consent which overthrows divorce, ruins the absurd and devaluates the attitude that may then be proposed. The absurd has meaning only insofar as it is not agreed to. So by absurd, he means beyond explanation, right? I think so. Yeah. In describing, it's the bringing of man and the world together, right? Or is it single certainty? I know what man wants. I know what the world offers him. And now I can say that I also know what links them. Yeah, in their presence together. So it's the uncertainty. It's the The fact that you can't know everything. Right. Where were we? Can you read part of this in a nerd emoji? What?
Actually, there exists an obvious fact that seems utterly moral.
That just kind of sounds like Squidward.
There exists an obvious fact that seems utterly moral, namely, that a man is always a prey to his tropes. Once he has admitted them, he cannot free himself from them. One has to pay something. A man who has become conscious of the absurd is forever bound to it.
That almost sounds like SpongeBob. Squidward's fits.
A man devoid of hope and conscious of being so has ceased to belong to the future. That is natural, but it is just as natural that he should strive to escape the universe of which he is the creator. All of the foregoing has significance only on account of this little paradox. Certain men, starting from a critique of rationalism, have admitted the absurd climate. Nothing is more instructive in this regard than to scrutinize the way in which they have elaborated their consequences. Future! Future!
Now, to limit myself to existential philosophies, I see that all of them, without exception, suggest escape.
Through an odd reasoning, starting out from the absurd over the ruins of reason, in a closed universe limited to the human,
they deify what crushes them and find reason to hope in what impoverishes them. That forced hope is religious in all of them. It deserves attention. I shall merely analyze here as examples a few themes dear to Chestov and Kierkegaard, but Jaspers will provide us in caricatural form a typical example of this attitude.
as a result, the rest will be clearer. He is left powerless to realize the transcendent, incapable of plumbing the depth of experience, and conscious of that universe upset by failure. Will he advance, or at least draw the conclusions from that failure? He contributes nothing new. He has found nothing in experience but the confession of his own impotence, and no occasion to infer any satisfactory principle. Yet without justification, as he says to himself, he suddenly asserts all at once the transcendent, the essence of experience, and the superhuman significance of life, when he writes, "Does not the failure reveal beyond any possible explanation and interpretation not the absence but the existence of transcendence? That existence which, suddenly and through a blind act of human confidence, explains everything he defines as the unthinkable unity of the general and the particular. Thus the absurd becomes God in the broadest meaning of this word, and that inability to understand becomes the existence that illuminates everything. Nothing logically prepares this reasoning. I can call it a leap, and paradoxically can be understood Jaspers' insistence, his infinite patience devoted to making the experience of the transcendent impossible to realize. For the more fleeting that approximation is, the more empty that definition proves to be, and the more real that transcendent is to him, for the passion he devotes to asserting it is in direct proportion to the gap between his powers of explanation and the irrationality of the world and of experience. It thus appears that the more bitterly Jaspers destroys the reason's preconceptions, the more radically he will explain the world. That apostle of humiliated thought will find, at the very end of humiliation, the means of regenerating being to its very depth. Hatsune Miku in Fortnite. I still have not played Fortnite. I still probably won't play Fortnite. I'm already Miku. That's not how Fortnite works. My nose is still a little stuffy. I don't know. Sip some more tea. Mystical thought has familiarized us with such devices. They are just as legitimate as any attitude of mind, but for the moment I am acting as if I took a certain problem seriously. Without judging beforehand the general value of this attitude or its educative power, I mean simply to consider whether it answers the conditions I set myself, whether it is worthy of the conflict that concerns me. Thus I return to Chestov. A commentator relates a remark of his that deserves interest. The only true solution, he said, is precisely where human judgment sees no solution. Otherwise, what need would we have of God? We turn toward God only to obtain the impossible. As for the possible, men suffice. If there is a Chestovian philosophy, I can say that it is altogether summed up in this way. For when, at the conclusion of his passionate analyses, Chestov discovers the fundamental absurdity of all existence, he does not say, "This is the absurd," but rather, "This is God." We must rely on him even if he does not correspond to any of our rational categories. So that confusion may not be possible. The Russian philosopher even hints that this God is perhaps full of hatred, and hateful, incomprehensible, and contradictory. But the more hideous is his face, the more he asserts his power. His greatness is his incoherence. His proof is his inhumanity. One must spring into him, and by this leap free oneself from rational illusions. Thus, for Chestov, acceptance of the absurd is contemporaneous with the absurd itself. Being aware of it amounts to accepting it. And the whole logical effort of his thought is to bring it out so that at the same time the tremendous hope it involves may burst forth. Let me repeat that this attitude is legitimate. But I am persisting here in considering a single problem and all its consequences. I do not have to examine the emotion of a thought or an act of faith. I have a whole lifetime to do that. I know that the rationalist finds Chestov's attitude annoying, but I also feel that Chestov is right rather than the rationalist, and I merely want to know if he remains faithful to the commandments of the absurd. Bro lost me what the fuck he's talking about. Okay. So there are things humans can control, where human judgment sees no solution. Yeah. There are things humans can control, there are things humans can't control. Human judgment sees no solutions. And then that which the human cannot control becomes what you turn to God for, right? And Camus' take is that God is the absurd. That the part humans can't control is the absurd. He does not say this is the absurd, but rather this is God. You must rely on him even if he does not correspond to any of our rational categories. The Russian philosopher even hints that God is perhaps full of hatred. Meh. Sure. I don't know. Because I think Camus' point of view is a view without God. And then Chestov's point of view is a view with God. And then Camus' take is that the God Chestov describes is the absurd, is that which humans can't control. Hello, Itanchi. Hello. I can't even read that. Even my chat thing is so small. All right. Where are we? What am I doing? We're talking about God. We're talking about God and the absurd. God versus the absurd. God and the absurd. Acceptance of the absurd is contemporaneous with the absurd itself. Being aware of it amounts to accepting it. All right. Well, yeah, that's one way to look at it. It says parkour. Fun topic. Nice. Parkour. Parkour's cool. I did a Minecraft parkour civilization stream. And then a couple days later, Jelly Hoshumi of Face connected a Minecraft parkour civilization stream. So I feel a bit like a trendsetter on that. Anyway, it's been a while since I've played Minecraft or done Minecraft parkour or done, I don't know, any other kinds of parkour. Would you consider Sisyphus rolling the rock up the hill? Would you consider that parkour? Maybe. I poked Sky Factory 4. Nice. I don't know what that is, but cool. Cool. Oh, I need a stretch. Oh, this is sitting for a long period of time is not good for my back. Poor me. I need to stretch and be more physically active. This is what I get for spending all day on the computer and spending my entire life learning how to use computers and how to use computers professionally. Heavily modded quest pack, Starfish Tree, and Dirt Block. Neat. Surprised you're still alive. Oh geez, you'll remember the parkour maps by Bolden 40. Yeah, I guess I did wake up a bit early, so like I probably would go to sleep around this time if I wasn't streaming. But we're halfway through. We're committed to this. And it's not like Sisyphus can just, quit and rest. He's got to roll that boulder up the hill, and we're I think in honor of that, let's keep reading. Where were we? Where was I? Where's I? We're Half-Life. Half-Life full consequences. Half-Life full rock. Full rock. Oh, right. We're talking about... Oh, no. Where were we? Jaspers. Transcendent. Chestov. Oh, Chestov wants to know if he remains faithful to the commandments of the absurd. Here, the whole absurd god comparison. There's a Sisyphus game. Oh yeah. I mean, I haven't played it, but I suppose I should know. This whole stream's themed after a clip of Northernline playing the Sisyphus game, which is also what got me into... Well, actually, there's multiple Sisyphus games, aren't there? Now there's at least 2 that I know of that I've seen people play. But yeah. I don't know if I'm gonna play. I feel like it's a little or a bit past the hype cycle on it. Anyway. Where were we? Now, if it is admitted that the absurd is the contrary of hope, it is seen that existential thought for Chestov presupposes the absurd, but proves it only to dispel it. Such subtlety of thought is a conjurer's emotional trick. When Chestov elsewhere sets his absurd in opposition to the current morality and reason, he calls it truth and redemption. Hence, there is basically in that definition of the absurd an approbation that Chestov grants it. If it is admitted that all the power of that notion lies in the way it runs counter to our elementary hopes, if it is felt that to remain the absurd requires not to be consented to, then it can be clearly seen that it has lost its true aspect, its human and relative character in order to enter an eternity that is both incomprehensible and satisfying. If there is an absurd, it is in man's universe. The moment the notion transforms itself into eternity's springboard, it ceases to be linked to human lucidity. The absurd is no longer that evidence that man ascertains without consenting to it. The struggle is eluded. Man integrates the absurd, and in that communion causes to disappear its essential character, which is opposition, laceration, and divorce. This leap is an escape. Chestov, who is so fond of quoting Hamlet's remark, "The time is out of joint," writes it down with a sort of savage hope that seems to belong to him in particular. For it is not in this sense that Hamlet says it, or Shakespeare writes it. The intoxication of the irrational and the vocation of rapture turn a lucid mind away from the absurd. To Chestov, reason is useless, but there is something beyond reason. To an absurd mind, reason is useless, and there is nothing beyond reason. Stuffy nose. A little bit. This is completely unrelated, but I got a hand-me-down iPhone. I'm not using it right now, but once I get my I suppose the phone stand and charging situation figured out, and also my software situation figured out, then I can start having iPhone tracking, which should help out a little. I'm not sure if this has any of the ARKit parameters that aren't covered by NVIDIA webcam tracking. I think webcam tracking is already pretty decent depending on like your lighting setup, but maybe iPhone tracking will be a little better. Anyway, mocap app. Yeah, it's iOfficial mocap, isn't it, right? The one you send the tracking data to, I guess it would be VBridger and then to VTube Studio. Yeah, once I get that figured out, I can try that. Yippee. Anyway, what even was this paragraph? Okay, we were talking about Chestov and God. Now we're talking about the absurd is contrary of hope. Presupposes the absurd, but proves it only to dispel it. Sets as absurd in opposition to current morality and reason. He calls it truth and redemption. I just felt that to remain the absurd requires not to be consented to, can be clearly seen as lost its true aspect. It's human and relative character, right? The association between human and the absurd, or the human and the world, man and the world, creates the absurd. If there is an absurd, it is in man's universe. Ah, right. Eternity and the whole afterlife, the metaphysical part of God, right? That's what distinguishes the absurd and God here. Ceases being linked to human lucidity. The struggle is eluded. Man integrates the absurd in that communion causes to disappear its essential character, which is opposition, laceration, and divorce. The sleep is an escape. Reason is useless, but there is something beyond reason. To an absurd mind, reason is useless, and there is nothing beyond reason. Right, so he's basically sort of trying to debunk, disprove Chestov's notion of, well, God, I suppose. Or God as the absurd, right? To point out how the absurd is different from God, and also how, right, he's saying it's a leap, he's saying it's an escape. The sleep can at least enlighten us a little more as to the true nature of the absurd. We know that it is worthless except in an equilibrium, that it is above all in the comparison and not in the terms of that comparison. But it so happens that Chestov puts all the emphasis on one of the terms and destroys the equilibrium. Our appetite for understanding, our nostalgia for the absolute, are explicable only insofar, precisely, as we can understand and explain many things. It is useless to negate the reason absolutely. It has its order in which it is efficacious. It is properly that of human experience. Once we wanted to make everything clear. If we cannot do so, if the absurd is born on that occasion, it is born precisely at the very meeting point of that efficacious but limited reason with the ever-resurgent irrational. Now when Chestov rises up against a Hegelian proposition such as the motion of the solar system takes place in conformity with immutable laws and those laws are its reason, when he devotes all his passion to upsetting Spinoza's rationalism, he concludes in effect in favor of the vanity of all reason, once by a natural and illegitimate reversal to the preeminence of the irrational. But the transition is not evident, for here may intervene the notion of limit and the notion of level. The laws of nature may be operative up to a certain limit, beyond which they turn against themselves to give birth to the absurd, or else they may justify themselves on the level of description, without that for that reason being true on the level of explanation. Everything is sacrificed here to the irrational, and the demand for clarity being conjured away, the absurd disappears with one of the terms of its comparison. The absurd man, on the other hand, does not undertake such a leveling process. He recognizes the struggle, does not absolutely scorn reason, and admits the irrational. Thus, he again embraces in a single glance all the data of experience, and he is little inclined to leap before knowing. He knows simply that in that alert awareness, there is no further place for hope. This is starting to sound familiar. This might be around the part where I started, or the excerpt I remember reading and analyzing in my high school English class. Might have been. Anyway. The leap. It is above all in the comparison, not in the terms of that comparison. Right? In man to the world. Man, between man and the world. I was the only one. We did Paust. I was the only one who could explain it. Nice. Nice. I barely remember my English classes. Why would you read this in high school English class? That's a good question. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, I think it was like one day we read like an excerpt, not the whole thing, but part of it. Man, wave emoji, horse emoji. Oof. Wow. Yeah, I like that. I like that meme. Man. Yeah, it's them trying to bring us down, trying to get us to reject the existence of God. I feel like I haven't talked much about religion. I mean, obvious reasons why an entertainer, a content creator would want to avoid talking about stuff like religion and politics, right? And I guess I wouldn't consider myself really a religious person, but I understand and respect like the value of religion in someone's life. I think you need hope, right? The hope mentioned earlier in this essay. I didn't really know you before. I just wanted to know. I think this is an unbelievably cool idea for a stream. Thank you, Ice Cream Cakes. That is exactly what I wanted to hear. That makes me feel like I'm doing something something right? Something creative and interesting. And also, I guess, quote unquote good content. Religion's what I write about, not what I practice. Yeah. I don't really practice religion, but I feel like it's important. I feel like we've lost something, right? It's talked about multiple times in this essay, right? Things like hope. And yet, without God, then you, I don't know, I guess not necessarily, but if you take Camus' point of view, then it's like the logic inevitably leads to dismissing hope, which I don't think it's entirely logical, right? Return. Jesus is cool. He found a bug to respond. Nice. Yeah, he sure did. He exploited the glitch, or, got some help from the devs. He is the dev. Yep, the Trinity. The Trinity. The Holy Trinity. Where were we? Oh yeah, religion tangent. I see the value of religion. I think it's important. I think that maybe society would be better with more religion, or at the very least taking more ideas from religion. Not that, it's all sunshine and roses. Not that there hasn't been terrible things done in the name of religion, but in the values, the ideals of that, there's something good. I have a deep thought about religion. Yeah, no, I'm not saying that there hasn't been horrible things done in the name of religion, but that there are also good things that we should probably pay more attention to. I think faith is the antipathy of critical thinking, which leads to more people being scammed. You put it that way, it's definitely true, right? Like, So, this question then, like, does believing in God mean you have reduced critical thinking skills? I'd hope those aren't, like, mutually exclusive. I'd hope that you could be religious but still, like, be smart enough to not get scammed. But I also get the feeling that there's probably a lot of people who would be more likely to get scammed if they aren't, like, critically thinking about certain things. You can have both, but you gotta exercise it. I think one makes you lazy. Seems like a pretty balanced, reasonable take. Yeah, I don't see anything wrong with that take. Yeah, don't get scammed. Especially not when they can AI clone your family members, your relatives' voices, and tell you, oh, hey, I need you to send me some money to a bank account, to this specific bank account, by the way, and send me some Google Play cards, by the way. Right? And even then, there's like really elaborate scams, like they call it spear phishing, where it's made specifically for one person exactly, and there's like, hey, it's your boss. I need the thing delivered to the account right now. Right now. Okay, Neo, I'm gonna get scammed now. All right, have fun, Cyclokin. Heard from someone that it's a great idea to have your bank sign away a contract for you. No voice accepted. Be in person. Yeah. Yeah. Oh man, it's kind of a mess right now. The whole, I know, AI and the internet in general. I say as a member of FlaVR, whose original character design was made with AI, right? I think my biggest complaint is just search results now are all AI generated garbage, SEO optimized articles that just regurgitate information in the most waste your time way possible. No NFTs. No NFTs. Except for unless you're buying my NFT. Buy my NFT now. I'm gonna take advantage of my place as an influencer and milk my community for money. Guys, you can get in on the ground floor. You can invest in Neocoin right now. Use ampersand UDM equals 14. I always slap before 2020 in the Google search bar. Yeah, that's a good idea. Hi Corpo, hi Locust. Hello Felix Valenti. Hello. Welcome to the Sisyphus me rolling my reading comprehension up the hill stream. Can I get Cielo? Can I get insider info on the rug pull? Oh yeah. Don't worry. You're definitely in the real insider Discord info Telegram channel and not in the secretly the second insiders Telegram, and you're totally not gonna get rug pulled, yeah, by the other insiders. Just trust, bro. Felix. Corpo. The corpos. We were talking about VTuber corpos. We were talking about the whole I hope your Oshi graduates and joins V Shoujo thing. Bro, I made. Hello, Randman. Oh, thank you. I was supposed to join this 2 hours ago and couldn't jump from Rolime. Thanks, man. Choose to have a cup of coffee, fellas. It is late, isn't it? I don't know how many of you are East Coast versus what's the other time zones? Mountain time, Central time. Oh, Central time, Mountain time, Pacific, right? Well, U.S. I guess. I don't know how many of you are in Europe. How many of you are in Asia? How many of you are in other countries? South Africa. Oh, gotta share the song I wrote in Discord. Oh yeah, cool. About your Oshi graduate me joining me, Shoujo. Anyway, thank you for the raid. I saw your tweet about my video. If you're here, bro, I want to say thank you for and thank you everyone who's responded to that video. It's good to hear that it's resonating with people. I think that's what I wanted. Smile. Anyway, where were we? My mind is clear. I literally don't have the number on my screen at all. I have no idea what the number is. Thank God. Thank God. But I've been feeling I think I've gotten through a lot of the emotions I let out in that video from shit, I put it out yesterday. Oh my God, time is I thought I put it out 2 days ago, but it feels like, oh my God. Exactly three. Okay, good to know. I have no viewers. We're roasting a French nerd's elaborate Doom post. So true. Yeah, this is just an extended 24-page Doom post. I think at the end it gets a little hopeful. A little bit. What was I gonna say? I've been crying a lot off stream. I guess part of that's me watching BoJack Horseman, but another part is, I don't know, like processing those emotions, processing the emotions I talked about in my video, in the video about the processing trauma speedrun. And I feel better. I feel good. I feel good right now. yeah, it's nice. It's nice. I feel a lot more, I guess, calm and rational about it. You know, it's gonna take time to grow, to reach monetization and all that. And there's a lot of uncertainty. The absurd, as Camus describes it, right? And that's okay. That's okay. It is what it is. I'm not in any immediate danger. I might think that I am, but looking at the situation objectively, I'm not. So that's good. Of course, that doesn't mean I stop trying. I want to try more. I want to, you know, make better, more interesting content. I want to come up with interesting stream ideas. I want to be more entertaining on stream. I want to be the haha funny, right? Because like I was saying earlier, stream can't be all sad and serious, right? There needs to be a, you know, a good ratio of haha funny to the serious, genuine moments. By which I mean like at least 75% haha funny. Ideally more like 90% haha funny. At least in my mind. Hooray for emotional processing. Watching BoJack Horseman again, not gonna make it. Dude, I'm making I'm like halfway through season 5 now out of 6. Are emotions processed in the CPU or the GPU? The EPU. The EPU. The emotional processing unit. In the brain. In the balls. They're stored in the balls. Emotions are stored in the balls. No, they're stored in... I mean, I know the whole left brain and the right brain thing is kind of fake, but it's stored in the... Which one was the logical brain? Was the left brain the logical brain and the right brain the emotional brain? I mean, I know it's like kind of fake, but I just hear a lot of bad reviews of it. Are they? I don't know. I feel like I've enjoyed it. I feel like if you think it's bad based on the parts I've seen so far, then I don't think you understood it. I don't know. Maybe you don't vibe with the humor, which I kind of do. I mean, that's fair. I think it balances it, though. I think it balances it in a way that benefits the show. I don't vibe with neurology. Fair, understandable. But yeah, yeah. I just remember that there's like this whole myth of the left brain is the logical brain and the right brain is the creative brain, but it's not actually your left brain and your right brain. It's you can think of the mind as having like a logical side and an emotional side, which I find useful to think of it that way. Not fake as far as I know. Anyway, what did I last read? To an absurd mind, reason is useless, and there's nothing beyond reason. Reason. If your neurology vibrates you, you might have some issues. Vibing. It's vibing. My brain is literally vibrating in my skull. It's swelling. There's too much pressure on the brain. We need to relieve the pressure on the brain. Oh man, I'm thinking of like chubby emu videos now. Man, every now and then there's a chubby emu video where the patient just straight up dies. There's like straight up nothing they can do. Or the ones where it's changed to be a case where the patient could survive, but then like they tell like the original case the patient actually died. Stuff like that. More absurdity. More absurdity. Reason is useless and there's nothing beyond reason. More reason that I think humans need God in order to have hope, or just, if not God, then something that isn't entirely based on reason. Something emotional. You have to consider the emotional component, right? Otherwise you end up like this. Otherwise you end up like this. Where were we? Eternity. Right. This leap can at least enlighten us a little more as to the true nature of the absurd. We know that it is worthless except in an equilibrium that is, above all, in the comparison and not in the terms of that comparison. But it so happens that Chestov puts all the emphasis on one of the terms and destroys the equilibrium. Our appetite for understanding, our nostalgia for the absolute, are explicable only insofar precisely as we can understand and explain many things. I was in the middle of reading this paragraph, wasn't I? It is useless to negate the reason absolutely. It has its order in which it is efficacious. It is properly that of human experience. Once we wanted to make everything clear. If we cannot do so, if the absurd is born on that occasion, it is born precisely at the very meeting point of that efficacious but limited reason with the ever-resurgent irrational. Now when Chestov rises up against a Hegelian proposition such as the motion of the solar system takes place in conformity with immutable laws and those laws are its reasons, when he devotes all his passion to upsetting Spinoza's rationalism, he concludes, in effect, in favor of the vanity of all reason. Whence, by a natural and illegitimate reversal to the preeminence of the irrational, Are these sentences like is this a full sentence? Once by a natural and illegitimate reversal to the preeminence of the irrational. Like from an English language standpoint. I do believe in God personally and credit my religious beliefs to preventing my total mental destruction several times. Yeah, it's powerful. It's beneficial. It's useful in a lot of ways. Not that it can't be detrimental in some ways, but I think it's important, and I think it's something that society as a whole has kind of lost. Or at the very least, you could take ideas from religion. But the transition is not evident. Ideas like how to scam and manipulate people. No. Ideas on like having hope, right? If you don't have hope, then why would you keep trying? Then why would you continue to push on if you don't have some, if not expectation, then some idea of, what could be better in the future, of a better future, right? Unless you're running away from fears. I don't know. It's Camus sort of rags on hope a couple times in this essay, talking about it's irrational, so it's bad. I say sometimes you need the irrational, and that's the emotional side of the brain. That's your emotions, right? And that's important. It's something you can't ignore. You are human. You have emotions. And you cannot ignore the emotional side of your brain. And even if you think you're being completely rational, then that emotional side of your brain is going to be influencing in ways that you just aren't aware of. Come to church. We have Jesus cookies. He is the cookie. I know it's weird. Just roll with it. This is the body of Christ. Have there been like extensive theological debates on like what the whole body of Christ in the bread, the wafers represents? Like, is it literally a body of Christ, or is it like something? Anyway, exposing my tourist level knowledge of religious sacraments. Anyway, where were we? Once by a natural and illegitimate reversal to the preeminence of the irrational. Catholicism versus Protestantism. Oh, so that's the disagreement. The one disagreement between Catholics and Protestants. More like Cath and Ortho versus Protestant. Okay. But the transition is not evident. For here may intervene the notion of limit and the notion of level. The laws of nature may be operative up to a certain limit, beyond which they turn against themselves to give birth to the absurd. Or else they may justify themselves on the level of description, without for that reason being true on the level of explanation. Everything is sacrificed here to the irrational, and the demand for clarity being conjured away, the absurd disappears with one of the terms of its comparison. The absurd man, on the other hand, does not undertake such a leveling process. He recognizes the struggle, does not absolutely scorn reason, and admits the irrational. Thus he again embraces in a single glance all the data of experience, and he is little inclined to leap before knowing. He knows simply that in that alert awareness there is no further place for hope. It's a collection of many cultural, political, and theological differences, but yes, let's go with that. Exactly. Yeah, the one disagreement they had was on the interpretation of the body of Christ. Okay. Where were we? And also like 95 Theses. And also 95 Theses nailed to a church door. But the 96th thesis was the body of Christ in the wafers. Okay. Where are we? Where were we? What is perceptible in Leo Chestov will be perhaps even more so in Kierkegaard. To be sure, it is hard to outline clear propositions in so elusive a writer. But despite apparently opposed writings, beyond the pseudonyms, the tricks, and the smiles, can be felt throughout that work, as it were, the presentiment, at the same time as the apprehension, of a truth which eventually bursts forth in the last works. Kierkegaard likewise takes the leap. The 97th was about Pippa and written by. She nailed her own thesis. 97 reasons why. His childhood having been so frightened by Christianity, he ultimately returns to its harshest aspect.
For him, too, antimony and paradox become criteria for the of the religious. Thus, the very thing that led to despair of the meaning and depth of this life now gives it its truth and its clarity.
Christianity is a scandal, and what Kierkegaard calls for, quite plainly, is the third sacrifice required by Ignatius Loyola, the one in which God most rejoices, the sacrifice of the intellect.
This effect of the leap is odd, but must not surprise us any longer. He makes of the absurd the criterion of the other world, whereas it is simply a residue of the experience of this world. In his failure, says Kierkegaard, the believer finds his triumph. Accurate Sisyphus voice. Yeah, Sisyphus just got real bored of while climbing and decided to learn how to do the girl voice. Would you like a Google Drive folder with a small collection of Luce memes and fan art, the Vatican mascot waifu? You can post it in Discord if you want, or DM me on Twitter, I guess. Sure? Sure. I do think it's really funny that they made an anime girl mascot and also based of them. Anyway. Actually, hold on. Speaking of Luce.
Hi, everyone!
This is a free model made by someone.
In his failure, says Kierkegaard, the believer finds his triumph. It is not for me to wonder what stirring preaching this attitude is linked. I merely have to wonder if the spectacle of the absurd in its own character justifies it. On this point, I know that it is not so. Upon considering again the content of the absurd, one understands better the method that inspired Kierkegaard. Between the irrational of the world and the insurgent nostalgia of the absurd, he does not maintain the equilibrium. He does not respect the relationship that constitutes, properly speaking, the feeling of absurdity. Sure of being unable to escape the irrational, he wants at least to save himself from that desperate nostalgia that seems to him sterile and devoid of implication. But if he may be right on this point in his judgment, he could not be in his negation. If he substitutes for his cry of revolt a frantic adherence, at once he is led to blind himself to the absurd which hitherto enlightened him, and to deify the only certainty he henceforth possesses, the irrational.
Oh God.
The important thing, as Abby Galliani said to Medipene is not to be cured, but to live with one's ailments. Kierkegaard wants to be cured. To be cured is his frenzied wish, and it runs throughout his whole journal. The entire effort of his intelligence is to escape the antinomy of the human condition. Antinomy of the human condition. And all the more desperate effort since he intermittently perceives its vanity when he speaks of himself, as if neither fear of God nor piety were capable of bringing him to peace. Thus it is that, through a strange subterfuge, he gives the irrational the appearance and God the attributes of the absurd, unjust, incoherent, and incomprehensible. Intelligence alone in him strives to stifle the underlying demands of the human heart. Since nothing is proved, everything can be proved.
Are we okay? Okay, we're back. Okay. That's enough of that. Okay. So based. Thank you, Dr. Pope. Is this cultural appropriation? Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Or, you know, do worry about it. Cancel me on Twitter. It'll be good for our numbers. We can milk this. Forced drama. Do it. Let's do it. Neo, you missed it. Do not the Luce. Oh, God. Oh, God. Where am I? Since nothing is proved, everything can be proved. I'd have to use Twitter to do that. Oh, okay. All right, fine. All right, fine. You can just write the Google Doc, and then you send it to someone else, and then have them post it. Okay, there. Then you can still have out. Yeah, totally. And then I'll make my own counter Google Doc, and it'll just be a funny shit post or something. It will be a meme. Indeed, Kierkegaard himself shows us the path taken. I do not want to suggest anything here, but how can one fail to read in his works the signs of an almost intentional mutilation of the soul to balance the mutilation accepted in regard to the absurd? Oh yeah, I mean, by the cancellation stuff, I mean, what? Luce was here? Oh wow, what a funny surprise! I had no idea. Speaking of not using Twitter, song and folder shared in Discord. Okay, thank you. Noted. Stuck at home when news came around. All right, noted. Thank you. So wait, did you write this or was this from somewhere? just wondering. Where were we? Indeed, Kierkegaard himself shows us the path taken. I do not want to suggest anything here, but how can one fail to read in his works the signs of an almost intentional mutilation of the soul to balance the mutilation accepted in regard to the absurd? It is the leitmotif of the journal. What I lacked was the animal, which also belongs to human destiny. But give me a body then. And further on, especially in my early youth, what should I not have given to be a man, even for 6 months? What I lack, basically, is a body and the physical conditions of existence. Elsewhere, the same man nevertheless adopts the great cry of hope that has come down through so many centuries and quickened so many hearts, except that of the absurd man. Translation, he didn't have that dog in him. The animal. He lacked the animal. He lacked the dog. The dog in him. Dog in me. I wrote it at 2 a.m. while the lads roleplayed Red Dead Redemption Valiant PC. Oh wait. Is this do you have this, like, was it? Are these lyrics like set to an existing song, or do we need to like make our own song for this? Let the dog out. Let the dog out. I got the dog in me. I got the dog in me. It's okay. We've built into a codependent, what's the word? A mutually beneficial relationship. It's commensalism. That's the word. We as opposed to parasitism, it is a commensal relationship. We are mutually benefiting from the relationship, from the having the dog in me. It's okay. It's okay. He's happy to be there. Where were we? But give me a body then, and further on. Oh, especially in my early youth. What should I not have given to be a man even for 6 months? What I lack, basically, is a body and the physical conditions of existence. The soul? Wait. Is this about the soul? Hold on, who is the speaker in this quote? What I lack, basically, is a body and the physical conditions of existence. Elsewhere, the same man nevertheless adopts the great cry of hope that has come down through so many centuries and quickened so many hearts, except that of the absurd man. But for the Christian, death is certainly not the end of everything, and it implies infinitely more hope than life implies for us, even when that life is overflowing with health and vigor. Reconciliation through scandal is still reconciliation. It allows one, perhaps, as can be seen, to derive hope of its contrary, which is death. But even if fellow feeling inclines one towards that attitude, still it must be said that excess justifies nothing. That transcends, as the saying goes, the human scale. Therefore, it must be superhuman. But this therefore is superfluous. There is no logical certainty here. There is no experimental probability either. All I can say is that, in fact, that transcends my scale. If I do not draw a negation from it, at least I do not want to found anything on the incomprehensible. I want to know whether I can live with what I know and with that alone. I am told again that here the intelligence must sacrifice its pride and the reason bow down. But if I recognize the limits of the reason, I do not therefore negate it, recognizing its relative powers. I merely want to remain in this middle path where the intelligence can remain clear. If that is its pride, I see no sufficient reason for giving it up. Nothing more profound, for example, than Kierkegaard's view according to which despair is not a fact but a state, the very state of sin. For sin is what alienates from God. The absurd, which is the metaphysical state of the conscious man, does not lead to God. Perhaps this notion will become clearer if I risk this shocking statement: the absurd is sin without God. It is a matter of living in that state of the absurd. I know on what it is founded. This mind and this world straining against each other without being able to embrace each other. I ask for the rule of life of that state, and what I am offered neglects its basis, negates one of the terms of the painful opposition, demands of me a resignation. I ask what is involved in the condition I recognize as mine. I know it implies obscurity and ignorance, and I am assured that this ignorance explains everything and that this darkness is my light. But there is no reply here to my intent, and this stirring lyricism cannot hide the paradox from me. One must therefore turn away. Turn away. Kierkegaard may shout in warning. If man had no eternal consciousness, if, at the bottom of everything, there were merely a wild seething force, protruding everything, both large and trifling in the storm of dark passions, if the bottomless void that nothing can fill underlay all things, what would life be but despair? This cry is not likely to stop the absurd man. Seeking what is true is not seeking what is desirable. If, in order to elude the anxious question, what would life be, one must, like the donkey, feed on the roses of illusion, then the absurd mind, rather than resigning itself to falsehood, prefers to adopt fearlessly Kierkegaard's reply: despair. Everything considered, a determined soul will always manage. Got a few AI-made songs out of them. Would be funny if an actual artist cooked with it. How's the reading going? It's going. Page 14 now. Page 14 out of 24. So it's the solution to this anxiety caused by absurdity he's talking about. To faced with the uncertainty, complexity, and incomprehensibility of life, just fuck it, we ball. Probably. A determined soul will always manage. Right? And then the absurd mind, rather than resigning itself to falsehood, prefers to adopt fearlessly. Kierkegaard's reply, despair. So in absence of hope, despair, and yet you adopt it fearlessly. Determined soul will always manage. Right? Exactly what all the memes are talking about. This is that sort of mentality that the memes are bringing out, evoking. You know, fighting against the absurdity, the incomprehensible, the parts of the universe you can't control. Too mucho textos. 429. I'm taking the liberty at this point of calling the existential attitude philosophical suicide. But this does not imply a judgment. It is a convenient way of indicating the movement by which a thought negates itself and tends to transcend itself in its very negation. For the existential's negation is their God. To be precise, that God is maintained only through the negation of human reason. But like suicides, gods change with men. There are many ways of leaping, the essential being to leap. Those redeeming negations, those ultimate contradictions which negate the obstacle that has not yet been leaped over, may spring just as well. This is the paradox at which this reasoning aims, from a certain religious inspiration, as from the rational order. They always lay claim to the eternal, and it is solely in this that they take the leap. Wait, ball? The rock is a ball. Sisyphus rolls the ball. That's why he's happy. He's balling. He's balling. Fuck it, we ball. Rolls the. Oh, hey, the subscriber count updated. I just realized. Wait, the subscriber count updated. It was at 422, and I think YouTube was telling me 424, and hey, it updated. Number go up. I'm getting closer to my goal. It's a stone. It's a stone, Luigi. You didn't make it. Yeah. No, I know I still have a long ways to go. Even after hitting monetization, right? Right? Even if we're getting closer and closer. I've still got a long way to go in terms of being able to really consider content creation being like a career thing is more than just a hobby. I mean, I am working towards it. I feel that is my goal. I do have a goal, right? Oh, is a 429 not an HTTP error joke? Oh yeah, no, that's actually my subscriber count. Yeah, that's me pushing the ball up the hill, and the ball is my subscriber count. I'm Sisyphus and you're the damn rock. To quote Northern Lion. I'm Sisyphus and you're the damn rock. When Neopa YouTube poop, I do love YouTube poop as a genre. I don't know if I'm making one. Missed the 420 milestone? Yeah, you missed it. I think someone screenshotted it. Someone on the funny basket weaving forum screenshotted it. What do you mean one? This whole stream is one long YouTube poop? Boulder has gotten pushed a little higher. Yeah, and soon we're going to reach the top of the hill. And then metaphorically, the ball is going to roll back down to the bottom of the hill, because once I reach monetization, that is just the beginning. That is just the beginning of a long, hopefully long and successful YouTube career, but we'll see. We'll see how it actually goes. Why do VTubers like Northern Lion? He's just good. He's just a good streamer, man. Like, who else would come up with the whole get it twisted? The get it twisted bit that this whole stream is based off of. The clip that this entire stream is based off of. Right? Oh, and all the other funny. He's just a witty guy. And he's been doing this for a long time. I remember him from his Binding of Isaac Let's Plays back in like early 2010s. That's how I found him. But yeah, he's been doing this for a long time. And he's been doing well for a pretty long time in terms of like being on YouTube. It's like when a long game hits you with prologue complete. Yeah. Yep. You know it. Yeah, when I get my first dollar from YouTube as opposed to from Stream Elements or from Throne. Throne was the first, right? Yeah. Yeah. Throne and On Thronanon, you were the first donator to me. You were the first one to financially compensate me for streaming. So thank you. Thank you, even if you are anonymous. I am the stone. I am the stone that is approaching, provoking pebbles in isolation. Thank you, Anon. Yeah, thank you, Anon. And then thank you, there's another Anon donation on Throne. There was, or a gifter on Throne, and there were 2 donations from Chica Champon. So, thank you again. Thank you. DMC51. Oh, right. I did 1 stream on it. I haven't played it since. Oh, God. Yeah, there's so many games I still need to play and finish. But yeah. This is excellent late night salami and pepper with mustard, mayo, and Munster sandwich making content. Sounds like a good sandwich. I'd eat that sandwich. Munster's good. I think my favorite sandwich is Reuben, though. Been a while since I had one. But yeah, I don't know. I guess I haven't had rye bread in a while either. But yeah, sandwiches. Sandwiches are good. When was the last time I had a sandwich? And I've been eating like rice and meat for, well, a very long time. But also pretty recently, like most of my meals. Man. Spam, egg, and rice, or even like hot dog, egg, and rice. I grew up on that shit. Delicious. Where were we? The Leap. The Leap. What else have I been talking about? And it's not just Throne, actually. Oh, was that before or after Throne? I've had 2 content creators gift me. Actually, no. Actually, if we're going all the way to the first time someone like gave me something to stream, one of a friend actually gave me Persona 3 Reload to stream. Or, well, just to play, really, but I wanted to stream it, and then I did 1 stream on it. I haven't played it since. I feel a little bad on that. But yeah, that was probably the first one in terms of someone giving me something. Another Filipino? Shh. No, not actually Filipino. How many pages of PDF have you covered? We are on page 15 out of 24. All right, here we go. It is solely in this that they take the leap. It must be repeated that the reasoning developed in this essay leaves out altogether the most widespread spiritual attitude of our enlightened age, the one based on the principle that all is reason, which aims to explain the world. It is natural to give a clear view of the world after accepting the idea that it must be clear. That is even legitimate, but does not concern the reasoning we are following out here. In fact, our aim is to shed light upon the step taken by the mind when, starting from a philosophy of the world's lack of meaning, it ends up by finding a meaning and depth in it. The most touching of those steps is religious in essence. It becomes obvious in the theme of the irrational. But the most paradoxical and most significant is certainly the one that attributes rational reasons to a world it originally imagined as devoid of any guiding principle. It is impossible in any case to reach the consequences that concern us without having given an idea of this new attainment of the spirit of nostalgia. Filipinos wear Philippines fashions, Filipinos swagapinos. Raise your dongers. That's not Filipino. I'm sorry for being Filipino. I'm sorry. I like that. I know it's a Filipino meme. I'm not Filipino, but I like that meme. Man. Okay, where were we? The spirit of nostalgia. What does he really mean by nostalgia here, though? Spirit of nostalgia. Natural to get a clear view of the world after accepting the idea it must be clear. That is even legitimate. Filipinos when male VTuber. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Alright, you can cancel me for cultural appropriation twice now. twice now for trying to do Filipino memes. Nothing wrong with being an island Colombian. Should I have read that? Or is that bad? Oh. Oh no. I don't know what that means. It's totally fine because I don't know what it means. Please believe me. Please. Ah. Not to be confused. Okay.
You mean to tell me the dog is a white boy?
How much information am I trying to give out here? I will let you infer from the fact that I eat a lot of rice. But I'm not Filipino. Canceled, buddy. Oh, it's so over. It's so over. It's so over. Man. Okay, where were we? Where were we? Could be 90% of the world. Yeah, who knows? Who knows? Pretty sure he's Mexican. Yeah, that covers it too. It's a pretty solid guess there too. Whatever. Eventually I'll do a hand cam probably, and then you can guess all you want at my ethnic makeup, my ethnic background, my race. That's where you draw the line? Is that the first thing you think after hearing rice? Is it? Well, it is a pretty significant portion of the world eats rice. Yeah, now that I think about it. Yeah. Yeah, I could have been talking about Spanish rice. Which actually no, I did have Spanish rice today. What color is the rice? Usually white rice. Oh no, we're playing 20 questions of Neo's race. Uh-oh. Uh-oh, I'm a dog. I'm a Neapolitan dog. I'm a Neapolitan dog boy. That's my race. Tee-hee, smile. Smile. Now stop asking questions. Rice in Spanish is arroz. 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 One day I'll do the freaking. Is he a Shiba or a German Shepherd? I think for the design that I want to, or the was it the I've been looking a lot of Border Collie ears for references for the reference sheet that Raimi's making for me. You want to pronounce imagine an engine starting. New Mexico. Like New Mexico, like the state of New Mexico in the United States of America. You gave them the color of the rice. The color of the rice. Now they're going to guess the color of my skin and they're going to judge me for the content of my character and not the color of my skin, hopefully. Anyway. New Mexicans. New Mexico. Black Mesa. It's a Half-Life reference. Oh my god. Half-Life 2. Black Mesa. Maybe Black Mesa. Do. That was a joke. Haha. Bad chance. Oh right, we got to Spirit of Nostalgia. I was like, what do you mean by Spirit of Nostalgia? Oh man, are we ever gonna finish? I'm just gonna yap with chat for the rest of stream, and then we'll say it's a Zatsu stream, and then this will be me actually practicing me being able to talk to chat, the Zatsu stream, the Zatsu skills. You know some Spanish? Hola, ¿cómo estás? Muy bien, ¿y tú? I took 3 years of Spanish in high school, and I barely remember it. And then I studied Japanese on my own, and I can understand most of it, but I have barely practiced speaking, so I can't really speak it, but I can understand it. I'm like the second generation immigrant kid who only hears it from their parents, but they speak English, except I'm not even my family doesn't even speak Japanese. Me gustan tus streams. Muy entretenidos. Oh, gracias. Thank you. Thank you. I don't actually know the word entretenidos, but I can guess from context. Rule 2, Chapter 2 of the Internet. If it exists, it's a Half-Life reference. We're all thinking Latino, while bro is probably Canadian, Chinese, or something, aka the Sakana special. Well, I've mentioned my country, right? You can guess, at least, right? Anyway. Anyway, where were we? I think it's pretty straightforward since Entretenido. It's very similar to entertaining. The Y-R-E dog. The what? They're dog. I'm dog. Yeah, I'm dog. That's my race. I'm dog. I'm dog. Yeah, totally. Yeah, it does. It's a cognate. Yep. Entretenido. Where were we? Spirit of nostalgia. I shall examine merely the theme of the intention made fashionable by Husserl and the phenomenologists. Where does he a doggy? What's up, dog? Not much. How about you? What's up, dog? No one asked what the dog doing. No one asked how the dog doing. I gave enough about how I'm doing in that video I made in the processing trauma video. I think actually, yeah, I'm doing good. I feel good today. I feel like my mind is clearer after working through that stuff. Which is good. It's good. It's good to work through things. You can be whatever you want as long as it's not French. You're missing an X chromosome to get away with that. Sure, it's not French. Don't worry. It is not French. Breed. The theme of the intention made fashionable by Husserl and the phenomenologists. Wait. No, wait. I have already alluded to it. Originally, Husserl's method negates the classic procedure for the reason. Let me repeat. Thinking is not unifying or making the appearance familiar under the guise of a great principle. Thinking is learning all over again how to see, directing one's consciousness, making of every image a privileged place. In other words, phenomenology declines to explain the world. It wants to be merely a description of actual experience. It confirms absurd thought in its initial assertion that there is no truth but merely truths. From the evening breeze to this hand on my shoulder. Whose hand on your shoulder? Everything has its truth. Consciousness illuminates it by paying attention to it. Consciousness does not form the object of its understanding, it merely focuses. It is the act of attention, and to borrow a Bergsonian image, it resembles the projector that suddenly focuses on an image. The difference is that there is no scenario, but a successive and incoherent illustration. In that magic lantern, all the pictures are privileged. Consciousness suspends in experience the objects of its attention. Through its miracle, it isolates them. Henceforth, they are beyond all judgments. This is the intention that characterizes consciousness. But the word does not imply any idea of finality. It is taken in its sense of direction. Its only value is topographical.
Me when Neo uses femboy voice.
French are fun, just not the specific French woman. Okay. This comment brought to you by Turtle Chad. 1. Jump scaring you in the comment section since 2022. And now he's talking consciousness and attention. Now it's an AI paper. I can't believe, Camus just gave up and relied on AI to finish his essay. Write me an essay about absurdist philosophy and how it relates to the myth of Sisyphus, and title it The Myth of Sisyphus, and also my name is Albert Camus, and make sure people study this for decades. All flavor goes back to AI. Yep. I haven't used or done like a stream on AI in a while. Actually, did I ever do like making AI art on a stream? I don't think so. I don't think I've done like that much AI on stream. It's always just been the thumbnails and making some art. But I don't know. Now I'm getting actual art. Now there are actually people who can give me art, which I'm very appreciative of. Thank you. Thank you. Where are we going? What am I doing? Where are we going? State of nostalgia, intention, Husserl's method, phenomenology. Declines to explain the world. It wants to be merely a description of actual experience. It confirms its thought in its initial assertion that there is no truth but merely truths. Oh wait, I finished this paragraph, didn't I? Finality is taken in its sense of direction. Its only value is topographical. Topographical. Ah. I'm so used to like femboy VTubers like just straight using a male voice now. Like maybe they make it a little more I don't know, something lighter, feminine, or they just have a gay accent. But I don't know, I feel like it's changed my perception coming from like, I don't know, just anime femboys where they're all voiced by females straight up. Except for the one guy who can actually do a good femboy voice and is also a prolific anime voice actor, Ayumu Murase, voice actor of Venti in the Japanese dub of Genshin Impact. He has a good girl voice. It's good. Would you dub a femboy character, and which one? I haven't watched anime in a while, to be honest. Well, one that comes to mind, Hideri from Blend S is funny. It's funny, and he has the moments where he's like, goes into the masculine voice. Is Venti a femboy? Is he not? Why is it always Genshin? I mean, I don't play it, but what about Astolfo? Too popular, too mainstream, too. Is he still mainstream? I guess he still is. I don't know. It feels like all of media and culture is fractured now, right? Everyone has their hyper niche thing. I don't know. And now there's debates over characters being femboys or being trans, and oh boy, speaking of controversial topics, I mentioned politics, but I don't think we really got into politics. I've talked a bit about religion. Now we can talk about the third controversial topic, gender. Let's go. I can get you to VA my Maho Shoujo fanfics. Fanboy from Steins. Luca. Yeah, I like Luca. I could maybe.
Do a Luca voice.
I don't really know. Don't forget race. Yeah, we talked about race. I love gender. Yeah, we can talk about all the controversial topics in stream. Let's go. I can filter my audience when I'm trying to grow it to reach a point where I can hit monetization on YouTube. Oh my god. I don't know, you guys seem pretty chill, right? You're not the type to see pronouns in a video game and fly into a fit of rage and turn into a meme for the internet, because that was pretty funny. That was a pretty funny clip. You read Steins Gate? I watched the anime. I haven't read the visual novel. But yeah, I watched the anime. I watched Steins Gate 0. And good. It does take a while to get started. I think I gave up on it the first time and then watched it full through the second time. Isn't it weird that how they changed his gender by sending a note to her mother? Hitting him with the pronouns mix up. Oh, the 1-2 punch. Yeah, I guess it's like a bit of a weird, goofy plot point, right? I don't know, but if you think of it in terms of, I guess, the butterfly effect, right? One small change leads to something different. I guess logically it would have to have come before the the baby gets fertilized, right? The egg gets fertilized for it to be based on like the butterfly effect as opposed to eating different foods in the womb. I don't know. Controversial. What's the controversy? There are only dies. Just eat more veggies. Good or bad? Huh, shifty eyes emoji. Really makes you think. Really makes you think. Where were we? Topographical. Oh, there's a dog barking. I heard another dog barking. Wah! At first sight, it certainly seems that, in this way, nothing contradicts the absurd spirit. That apparent modesty of thought that limits itself to describing what it declines to explain. That intentional discipline whence result, paradoxically, a profound enrichment of experience and the rebirth of the world in its prolixity, are absurd procedures, at least at first sight. For methods of thought, in this case as elsewhere, always assume two aspects, one psychological and the other metaphysical. Thereby they harbor two truths. If the theme of the intentional claims to illustrate merely a psychological attitude, by which reality is drained instead of being explained, nothing in fact separates it from the absurd spirit. It aims to enumerate what it cannot transcend. It affirms solely that without any unifying principle, thought can still take delight in describing and understanding every aspect of experience. The truth involved, then, for each of those aspects is psychological in nature. It simply testifies to the interest that reality can offer. It is a way of awaking a sleeping world and of making it vivid to the mind. But if one attempts to extend and give a rational basis to that notion of truth, if one claims to discover in this way the essence of each object of knowledge, one restores its depth to experience. For an absurd mind, that is incomprehensible. Now it is this wavering between modesty and assurance that is noticeable in the intentional attitude. And the shimmering of phenomenological thought will illustrate the absurd reasoning better than anything else. Topographical? How many topica is this guy gonna jump around? Yeah, I don't know what he means here. Tension, characterized consciousness. Honestly, chat's been distracting me for long enough that it kind of lost the train of thought. Oh well. Intention. It's like my neck wants to slouch when I'm trying to focus. Oh, that's probably bad for my back or my posture. Actually, no. What's better is usually mobility, right? So if I just stretch more. All right. We need a topographical map for to map out this train of thought in this essay. Psychological. Metaphysical. Well, maybe we'll read the next paragraph and it'll illustrate it better. Is this even about the rock guy? We haven't even gotten to the rock guy, man. I forget if the intro mentions him, but we haven't even gotten to to one bit about the rock guy. I think he does come in at the end. I know he comes in at the end, but we'll get there. We're on page 15, close to 16. For Husserl speaks likewise of extratemporal essences brought to light by the intention, and he sounds like Plato. All things are not explained by one thing, but by all things. I see no difference. To be sure, those ideas or those essences that consciousness effectuates at the end of every description are not yet to be considered perfect models, but it is asserted that they are directly present in each datum of perception. There is no longer a single idea explaining everything, but an infinite number of essences giving a meaning to an infinite number of objects. The world comes to a stop, but also lights up. Platonic realism becomes intuitive, but it is still realism. Why are my eyes blinking weirdly? But it is still realism. Kierkegaard was swallowed up in his God. Parmenides plunged thought into the one. But here thought hurls itself into an abstract polytheism. No, not even the most rigorous epistemologies imply metaphysics to such a degree that the metaphysics of many contemporary thinkers consist in having nothing but an epistemology. But here thought hurls itself into an abstract polytheism. But this is not all. Hallucinations and fictions likewise belong to extratemporal essences. In the new world of ideas, the species of centaurs collaborates with the more modest species of metropolitan man. Ugh. Not gonna lie, I'm not getting a single shit from this essay. It's okay, we'll get to the rock guy soon-ish. Page 16 of 24. We're 2/3 of the way through. Let's go. All right. For the absurd man, there is a truth as well as a bitterness in that purely psychological opinion that all aspects of the world are privileged. To say that everything is privileged is tantamount to saying that everything is equivalent. But the metaphysical aspect of that truth is so far-reaching that through an elementary reaction he feels closer perhaps to Plato. He is taught, in fact, that every image presupposes an equally privileged essence. In this ideal world without hierarchy, the formal army is composed solely of generals. To be sure, transcendency had been eliminated, but a sudden shift in thought brings back into the world a sort of fragmentary immanence, which restores to the universe its depth. Am I to fear having carried too far a theme handled with greater circumspection by its creators? I read merely these assertions of Husserl. Apparently paradoxical, yet rigorously logical if what precedes is accepted. That which is true absolutely. In itself, truth is one, identical with itself, however different the creatures who perceive it, men, monsters, angels, or gods. Reason triumphs and trumpets forth with that voice, I cannot deny. What can its assertions mean in the absurd world? The perception of an angel or a god has no meaning for me. That geometrical spot where divine reason ratifies mine will always be incomprehensible to me. There, too, I discern a leap, and though performed in the abstract, it nonetheless means for me forgetting just what I do not want to forget. When farther on, Husserl exclaims, if all masses subject to attraction were to disappear, the law of attraction would not be destroyed but would simply remain without any possible application. I know that I am faced with a metaphysic of consolation. And if I want to discover the point where thought leaves the path of evidence, I have only to reread the parallel reasoning that Husserl voices regarding the mind. If we could contemplate clearly the exact laws of psychic processes, they would be seen to be likewise eternal and invariable, like the basic laws of theoretical natural science. Hence, they would be valid even if there were no psychic process. Even if the mind were not, its laws would be. I see then that of a psychological truth Husserl aims to make a rational rule. After having denied the integrating power of human reason, he leaps by this expedient to eternal reason. Reason is beyond the mind. Reason exists beyond the mind. Reason, the exact laws of psychic processes, and thus meaning reason, right? Interesting. It is interesting. But those only sort of exist in the mind. I think there's a lot of variability in the human mind. But like in theory, isn't that just like math? Isn't this saying that theoretically we could like, or math or science, right? Theoretically, we could understand the entire mechanisms, the machinations of the mind, and sort of recreate that external to the mind. A virtual human, perhaps. Maybe like an artificial intelligence, perhaps. Interesting. Husserl's theme of the concrete universe cannot then surprise me. If I am told that all essences are not formal, but that some are material, that the first are the object of logic and the second of science, this is merely a question of definition. The abstract, I am told, indicates but a part, without consistency in itself, of a concrete universal. But the wavering already noted allows me to throw light on the confusion of these terms. For that may mean that the concrete object of my attention, this sky, the reflection of that water on this coat, alone, alone preserve the prestige of the real that my interest isolates in the world, and I shall not deny it. But that may mean also that this code itself is universal, has its particular and sufficient essence, belongs to the world of forms. I then realize that merely the order of the procession has changed. This world has ceased to have its reflection in a higher universe, but the heaven of forms is figured in the host of images of this earth. This changes nothing for me. Rather than encountering here a taste for the concrete, the meaning of the human condition, I find an intellectualism sufficiently unbridled to generalize the concrete itself. So from browsing thumbnails of a bajillion YouTube videos on this topic, I conclude the TLDR is, life is meaningless, rainbow emoji, so give it the meaning you choose. That is the summary that is the summary I generally hear from like video essays and stuff on the topic. On this essay, or on Camus in general, Camus' absurdist philosophy, right? In a nutshell, life is meaningless. Awesome. Find your own meaning. Build your own adventure. Choose your own adventure. Build your own meaning. Bring your own meaning. Something like that. And yeah, I guess I've found meaning in being able to do this and being able to stream and provide something that helps your day a bit, gives you entertainment, or hopefully you find useful or valuable. You find what's the word? What's the word? Not didactic, but like educational. A conclusion which I generally disagree with in terms of how life is, but interesting nonetheless. There are no consequences to our actions. Well, I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say it implies that, right? If you're thinking about like, so this whole essay sort of rejects God, right? And his whole philosophy rejects God. If you think about it in those terms, then in a way you're right in that interpretation of this text. But I don't think it's the point, right? I don't think it's the valuable part. In like an absolute moral sense. I don't know, does Camus talk about absolute morality? I remember studying it a bit in one of my like philosophy classes. Here we go. It is futile to be amazed by the apparent paradox that leads thought to its own negation by the opposite paths of humiliated reason and triumphal reason. From the abstract god of Husserl to the dazzling god of Kierkegaard, the distance is not so great. Reason and the irrational lead to the same preaching. In truth, the way matters but little. The will to arrive suffices. The abstract philosopher and the religious philosopher start out from the same disorder and support each other in the same anxiety. But the essential is to explain. Nostalgia is stronger here than knowledge. It is significant that the thought of the epoch is at once one of the most deeply imbued with a philosophy of the non-significance of the world and one of the most divided in its conclusions. It is constantly oscillating between extreme rationalization of reality, which tends to break up that thought into standard reasons, and its extreme irrationalization, which tends to deify it. But this divorce is only apparent. It is a matter of reconciliation, and in both cases the leap suffices. It is always wrongly thought that the notion of reason is a one-way notion. To tell the truth, however rigorous it may be in its ambition, this concept is nonetheless just as unstable as others. Reason bears a quite human aspect, but it also is able to turn toward the divine. Since Plotinus, who was the first to reconcile it with the eternal climate, it has learned to turn away from the most cherished of its principles, which is contradiction, in order to integrate it into it, the strangest, the quite magic one of participation. It is an instrument of thought and not thought itself. Above all, a man's thought is his nostalgia. There's that word again. Nostalgia. I feel like I'm getting a little mentally tired. Well, just tired. But I still want to finish it, even if brain not worky, brain not understand words. Got a tap for night. Cheers, Neo. Oh, thank you, Will Sleep Snot. Thanks for watching. Thanks for watching this far, this far too. He talks a lot of God of Kierkegaard, which, as far as I know, was guy schizoposing. It's not that he's addressing traditional Western religious thinking, though. Maybe he addresses it somewhere else. Yeah, he is refuting these specific philosophers on the whole God thing. But I think his whole stance, sort of posits that there's no God. That's based on like there being no God. And that it's I reached here by reason thought, so it's totally true. Just trust me, bro. I don't like Camus anymore. Anymore? You mean you were with him up until now? Okay. Brain juice running out a little bit, yeah. Nostalgia is stronger here than knowledge. Could you replace nostalgia with like tradition? If it's talking about like in the context of religion here. Because I feel like the use of that word is quite different from the modern use. Deeply imbued with a philosophy of the non-sequitur. Extreme rationalization of reality, which tends to break up that thought into standard reason. Extreme irrationalization, which tends to deify it. The leap suffices. Keep going, Neo. I'm almost falling asleep. You're almost there. Oh yeah, I'll keep going for you. I feel like I should read Nietzsche more. Many interpret his works as being anti-religious when he's actually mourning the fall of the church and trying to guide society in absence of religion. Yeah, that is something I remember hearing about, right? That everyone sort of interprets nihilism as being, oh, nothing matters, ooh, give up. But it was really more of you have to find your own meaning, kind of, right? You build your own meaning. Tradition or the status quo, for the sake of the psychological comfort it gives. Yeah, comfort, right? But also like very practically useful, right? If you to have a comfortable psychological state. I'll keep going for you. Don't say with that voice.
I'll keep going for you. Teehee.
It's also worth noting that Nietzsche's sister was a Nazi, and I personally blame her for making me hate her brother's work via mistranslation. No way. Oh my god. Had no idea. Well, it was German, so okay, I guess I can understand. Where were we? Where am I? What am I doing? Not looking at the subscriber number. That's what I'm doing. God help me. Reason bears a quite human aspect. Able to turn towards the divine. Learned a way to do, which is contradiction, in order to integrate it in the strangest, the quite magic one of participation, instrument of thought and not thought itself. A man's thought is his nostalgia. For real, what? Elizabeth Nietzsche was the original malicious localizer. Oh my god. Oh my god. Inserting her politics into the translation when it wasn't there in the original. Oh, that's crazy. That's crazy. It's crazy, bro. Just as reason was able to soothe the melancholy of Plotinus, it provides modern anguish the means of calming itself in the familiar setting of the eternal. The absurd mind has less luck. For it, the world is neither so rational nor so irrational. Checking the time. It is unreasonable and only that. With Husserl, the reason eventually has no limits at all. The absurd, on the contrary, establishes its limits since it is powerless to calm its anguish. Kierkegaard independently asserts that a single limit is enough to negate that anguish. But the absurd does not go so far. For it, that limit is directed solely at the reason's ambitions. The theme of the irrational, as it is conceived by the existentials, is reason becoming confused and escaping by negating itself. The absurd is lucid reason, noting its limits. Woman moment. The reason's ambitions. Reason becoming confused and escaping by negating itself. Irrational. Nor so. The world is neither so rational nor so irrational. It is unreasonable and only that. It's not completely rational. It's not completely irrational. It is unreasonable. Damn. Only at the end of this difficult path does the absurd man recognize his true motives. Upon comparing his inner exigence and what is then offered him, he suddenly feels he is going to turn away. In the universe of Husserl, the world becomes clear, and that longing for familiarity that man's heart harbors becomes useless. In Kierkegaard's Apocalypse, that desire for clarity must be given up if it wants to be satisfied. Sin is not so much knowing, if it were everybody would be innocent, as wanting to know. Indeed, it is the only sin of which the absurd man can feel that it constitutes both his guilt and his innocence. He is offered a solution in which all the past contradictions have become merely polemical games. But this is not the way he experienced them. Their truth must be preserved, which consists in not being satisfied. He does not want preaching. Sin. Sin. Not so much knowing as wanting to know. Wanting to know. So if you're believing in God, then that's not wanting to know. And then if you go beyond, then that's wanting to know. Could be misinterpreting. My reasoning wants to be faithful to the evidence that aroused it. That evidence is the absurd. It is that divorce between the mind that desires and the world that disappoints. My nostalgia for unity, this fragmented universe and the contradiction that binds them together. Kierkegaard suppresses my nostalgia, and Husserl gathers together that universe. That is not what I was expecting. It was a matter of living and thinking with those dislocations, of knowing whether one had to accept or refuse. There can be no question of masking the evidence, of suppressing the absurd, by denying one of the terms of its equation. It is essential to know whether one can live with it, or whether, on the other hand, logic commands one to die of it. I am not interested in philosophical suicide, but rather in plain suicide. I merely wish to purge it of its emotional content and know its logic and its integrity. I'm highlighting that for later. Any other position implies for the absurd mind deceit and the mind's retreat for what the mind itself has brought to light. Husserl claims to obey the desire to escape the inveterate habit of living and thinking in certain well-known and convenient conditions of existence. But the final leap restores in him the eternal and its comfort. The leap does not represent an extreme danger as Kierkegaard would like it to do. The danger, on the contrary, lies in the subtle instant that precedes the leap. Being able to remain on that dizzying crest, that is integrity and the rest is subterfuge. I know also that never has helplessness inspired such striking harmonies as those of Kierkegaard. But if helplessness has its place in the indifferent landscapes of history, it has none in a reasoning whose exigence is now known. There, I wanted to touch on this line. I merely wish to purge it of its emotional content and know its logic and its integrity. I think that's assuming that there is pure logic in suicide. Is it even? Late. Late in US time zones or American time zones. To remain in that dizzying crest and the dizzy Dokuro's crest in in the dizzy, okay. But yeah, like when someone commits suicide, it's typically not a rational thing. It is more emotion driven, is it not? The whole life is not worth living, that's a judgment that your mind is making. It's emotional. It's not, it could be rational, but I think more it's emotional. That is a relative thing, right? To bring it to extremes, to give like, you know, the trolley problem thought experiment type of example, right? Let's say there's a person whose entire life consists of being tortured 24/7 and has known nothing but pain and suffering, and yet they are happy, and yet they're happy, right? That's their emotional state. It's not necessarily like a logical thing. Interesting. Interesting. Mm-hmm. But this could be about like suicide in general, maybe, right? But even then, like it's still an emotional thing, right? The emotions are involved. You'll still go in, wowzers. Hello, hero of logic. Hello, hello. Any other position implies. Yeah. If helplessness has its place in the indifferent landscapes of history, it has none in a reasoning whose exigence is now known. Absurd freedom. Now the main thing is done. I hold certain facts from which I cannot separate. What I know, what is certain, what I cannot deny, what I cannot reject, this is what counts. I can negate everything of that part of me that lives on in vague nostalgias except this desire for unity, this longing to solve, this need for clarity and cohesion. I can refute everything in this world surrounding me that offends or enraptures me except this chaos, this sovereign chance and this divine equivalence, which springs from anarchy. I don't know whether this world has a meaning that transcends it, but I know that I do not know that meaning, and that it is impossible for me just now to know it. What can a meaning outside my condition mean to me? I can understand only in human terms. What I touch, what resists me, that is what I understand. And these two certainties, my appetite for the absolute and for unity, and the impossibility of reducing this world to a rational and reasonable principle, I also know that I cannot reconcile them. What other truth can I admit without lying, without bringing in a hope I lack, and which means nothing within the limits of my condition? I wonder how the boulder person will click into this. Yeah, just stay tuned. It's gonna happen. He's gonna mention the boulder guy, and it'll be like, oh, he said the thing. Oh, it's the thing. If I were a tree among trees, a cat among animals, this life would have a meaning. Or rather, this problem would not arise, for I should belong to this world. I should be this world to which I am now opposed by my whole consciousness and my whole insistence upon familiarity. This ridiculous reason is what sets me in opposition to all creation. I cannot cross it out with a stroke of the pen. What I believe to be true I must therefore preserve. What seems to me so obvious even against me I must support. And what constitutes the basis of that conflict, of that break between the world and my mind, but the awareness of it. If therefore I want to preserve it, I can through a constant awareness, ever revived, ever alert. This is what, for the moment, I must remember. At this moment, the absurd, so obvious and yet so hard to win, returns to a man's life and finds its home there. At this moment, too, the mind can leave the arid, dried-up path of lucid effort. That path now emerges in daily life. It encounters the world of the anonymous impersonal pronoun one. But henceforth, man enters in with his revolt and his lucidity. He has forgotten how to hope. This hell of the present is kingdom at last. All problems recover their sharp edge. Abstract evidence retreats before the poetry of forms and colors. Spiritual conflicts become embodied and return to the abject and magnificent shelter of man's heart. None of them is settled, but all are transfigured. Is one going to die, escape by the leap, rebuild a mansion of ideas and forms to one's own scale? Is one, on the contrary, going to take up the heart-rending and marvelous wager of the absurd? Let's make a final effort in this regard and draw all our conclusions. The body, affection, creation, action, human nobility will then resume their places in this mad world. At last man will again find there the wine of the absurd and the bread of indifference on which he feeds his greatness. Sisyphus, more like Sisyphus. Hello, Luna Gladius. Welcome to the Sisyphus stream. It is late in the Americas. It is, I assume, morning, noon-ish in was it Central European Standard Time? Or rather, South African time. Something like that. Where were we? Where were we? The wine bread. Yeah. Is one going to die? Take up the heart-rending, marvelous wager of the absurd. Oh, my water's out. 5 a.m. I actually crash out. All right. Have a good night, Cielo Jose. Morning in South Africa. 9:48. Nice. Good morning. Good Tuesday morning. Just woke up. Yeah, welcome to the good morning Neo Paulino reading the Myth of Sisyphus stream. All right, yeah, I'm just gonna finish reading and probably go to bed. Pain hour. I guess depending on where you are, it's not that bad, not that late. But yeah. The bread and wine. The bread and wine. This the body, affection, creation, action, human nobility will then resume their places in this mad world. At last man will again find there the wine of the absurd and the bread of indifference on which he feeds his greatness. Let us insist again on the method. It is a matter of persisting. At a certain point on his path, the absurd man is tempted. History is not lacking in either religions or prophets, even without gods. He is asked to leap. All he can reply is that he doesn't fully understand, that it is not obvious. Indeed, he does not want to do anything but what he fully understands. He's assured that this is the sin of pride, but he does not understand the notion of sin, that perhaps hell is in store, but he has not enough imagination to visualize that strange future, that he is losing immortal life. But that seems to him an idle consideration. An attempt is made to get him to admit his guilt. He feels innocent. To tell the truth, that is all he feels. His irreparable innocence. This is what allows him everything. Hence, what he demands of himself is to live solely with what he knows, to accommodate himself to what is, and to bring in nothing that is not certain. He is told that nothing is, but this at least is a certainty, and it is with this that he is concerned. He wants to find out if it is possible to live without appeal. Without appeal. What? You just throw that wording out there. Like appeal to life? Asked to leap, the leap being to believe in God. Then sin, right? He feels innocent because he is not taking the leap. He's not a believer yet of said religion. Solely with what he knows, accommodate himself to what is, bring in nothing that is not certain. He is told that nothing is. Neil, the philosopher living without appeal. Appeal. My peel. O'clock. Best stream to wake up to? Thanks. I'm just looking at my hair and how it's a little uneven because I intentionally made it a little uneven. maybe I'll fix that up, make it a bit more symmetrical. I think there's some appeal to asymmetrical designs. I think there's enough asymmetry in like the hair colors and stuff though. And the hair designs. Yeah, I wanted to go for like messy. I was like choosing the presets in the Chibi model, but I wanted to go for like messy hair. And so little asymmetries. I think good there. All right. Hair looks great to me. Aw, thanks. Aw, thanks. Asymmetry clearly has charm. Is it? Is it good? All right. I guess I'll keep it like this, at least for now. Yeah, I gotta try out the iPhone that I have now, the hand-me-down iPhone from family, but still an iPhone. Bro's still talking about killing himself, Skoji. Yeah, now we can breach. Now I can breach the notion of suicide. Still wonder if it'll taste like Neapolitan ice cream. Let's say all of me tastes like Neapolitan ice cream. You can just keep licking until it goes away or something. Something. Wait, no, that sounds weird. Oh no. No, I'm say so. I'm say so. I only make sex jokes occasionally when I think it's funny. Where were we? Now I can broach the notion of suicide. It has already been felt what solution might be given. How many licks does it take to get to the center of the Neo? Let's find out. What? I believe it would taste like hair. Okay, you got me there. Hair, in fact, tastes like hair. It may be Neapolitan colored, but Your Honor, it was funny. It was funny. I said it because it was funny. You just gotta believe me, man. How's the hello, Trav? How's it going in Canada? Wait, no. What? Where were we? Oh no, my USB device. Yeah. Okay, stop. Don't show me the number. I'm not looking at the number. You gotta believe. You gotta believe. I gotta read this. I'm gonna fall asleep if I don't keep reading. Oh god. It's already been felt what solution might be given. At this point, the problem is reversed. It was previously a question of finding out whether or not life had to have a meaning to be lived. It now becomes clear, on the contrary, that it will be lived all the better if it has no meaning. Your Honor, my client is clearly insane. Been lurking? Alright. Thanks. Thank you. Number help. Algorithm push help. Help me reach monetization, please. Thank you. I guess I don't know. I feel like I'm worried that if I'm too pushy about it, that it'll make it seem like I am entitled or expecting to get anything from this, which I think on some level I do want to get something in return for doing this, but more so that like I want to be able to keep doing this, right? And I want to be able to support myself doing this, but I also know that it's on me to make content good enough for the public to want to watch it, right? So I think that's how I'm reconciling, like, am I being entitled or something? I mean, that's up for the public to judge, right? That's not really, it's just a judgment. I'm gonna do my thing and I'm gonna push for monetization. I'm gonna try not to be too pushy in like being like comment and subscribe and please give me money because I'm gonna die, because I'm not gonna die immediately, right? I'm not gonna die immediately if I don't get money right now, right? But it would help me out a little in like mentally in feeling safe doing this. But my real concern is with the growth of a channel long term, right? And I'm going to keep working on my skills. I'm going to keep trying to better understand what makes for an entertaining stream experience, entertaining content, how to better advertise myself, all those aspects of being a creator, right? And all I can do is ask, I suppose. Like, I don't want to be too pushy, but I do feel like I have to be a little selfish, right? I have to do a little bit of the asking, right? Of the whole, well, I guess the interaction reminder, like comment, surprise, subscribe, etc., right? But also in terms of, I don't know, I want to have monetization. I want to be able to do the fun emotes and super chats and donations and actually being able to raid, stuff like that. It really matters to me. And I guess the other concern I have is like, you can be too attached to a goal for your own good, I think. Like, it would probably be better for me, and it's been better. Like, my mind right now, I think, is a lot less attached to the goal of reaching monetization and all that, which is good for my mental state, because if you care too much about something, if you care too much about a goal, if you're too attached to the goal, it's going to work against you, right? It would hurt. It's going to hurt when you don't reach that goal. It's going to hurt when you are reaching that goal slower than you expected. And in the case of streaming, I think your mental state matters quite a lot. It's like with singing, right? Your mental influences your ability to express your emotions and be good at singing, or in this case, be funny and entertaining and all the things a creator, I suppose, should be. I guess there's other ways of being entertaining than being happy and funny and all that, but in general, right, those are important things for a creator. So I'm still trying to reach that goal, but I'm also trying to be less attached to it in my mind, to not be in such a rush that I'm gonna agonize over how long it's taking, or how impossible it seems, or fall into a despair spiral of like of being overly logical or rational when it's really not actually irrational. Something like that, right? Yeah, I think Neo's so chill. That's good to hear. That's good to hear. I was worried that I was losing that with how anxious I was the last stream, actually. Was it? Yeah, the Phase Jam game stream on Saturday. I only took one day off, actually. I only took, yeah, one day off from streaming, and I even uploaded a video yesterday, so I don't know why I feel like I'm so, like I'm being suboptimal with my time or something, but I definitely needed a break, like mentally, after that video. Like, recording that video took a lot out of me emotionally, and I was extremely emotionally vulnerable to the point where I don't think it would have been good for me to stream in that mindset, in that headspace, unless you guys really wanted to dig into super emotionally vulnerable Neopolino or something. I don't know. Source, trust me, bro. Please like and subscribe. Did you only 95% of watchers are subscribed? Shout out to VodKing. Yeah, I haven't looked at my analytics in a while. Historically, it's been like, actually, I think it's been like 60%, 66%. Yeah, it's been like 2/3 unsubscribed watch time, which is kind of surprising. I haven't looked recently, though. I don't know. 24 Celsius, about 75 F. Nice. I was used to, -5 to 5 Celsius, so I'm dying. No, that's a nice, comfortable temperature, though. Mind blank. I don't think I was here last stream, unfortunately. They hate me. They hate me. No. You aren't here for every stream. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's fine. Actually, wait. Time zones. Oh, that's like in the middle of the night for you, isn't it? That's like dead of night, isn't it? Yeah. Oops, sorry. I think it's good to remind people of your goal. I'm sure some people are into that, but I want you to be happy. Yeah. Yeah. I guess the other reason I want to be clear about, like, my goals here is, I think people think about things differently or compare things differently. Well, actually, I mean, maybe this is just obvious, right? But like, career mindset versus hobby mindset in doing something. If you're like trying to make art a career versus as a hobby. If you're trying to make singing or music or whatever a career as opposed to just a hobby. You're trying to make streaming a career as opposed to just a hobby. The expectations are just completely different, right? And yeah, it's still nice to have people encouraging me and telling me, yeah, you're doing good and all that, right? But I don't know. I don't want to be faking, right? I don't want to be lying and saying that, oh, I'm just doing this as a hobby, tee-hee, when I'm actually like trying seriously very hard and giving it my all, right? I wouldn't want to lie like that, or at least I don't want to lie like that. We love breaking sleep schedules to get more content. Time zones, same reason I can't make it ever into one sleep or fall asleep partway through the ones I do catch. Yeah. Oh, I guess I worry about that, right? That inconsistent streaming schedule is going to split up my audience, which, oh well. Oh well, maybe yeah, it should probably be more consistent. Does it just stream around the same time on the same days? And I suppose that's going to be unfortunate for some people, given time zones, right? I've been like pretty varying on my schedules, which, speaking of like growth and all that, is probably something I should be more aware of or try to rectify, right? Everyone really appreciate your hard work. Hey, we tried doing a schedule for a week. That could work, maybe. I probably should. Yeah. I think during the game jam, I was doing like around. Sorry, I still don't want to give out my time zone, even though some people probably know it. Like around 12 to 3 PST or 3 to 6 EST. Doesn't have to be all the time, but just see what happens. See what happens? Yeah. I'm wondering if I should do earlier streams, actually. But again, I'm sorry if it's gonna keep people out because of time zones. I don't know. Maybe I'll put it to a poll or something on YouTube. I don't know. But maybe I just need to do what's right for me. Maybe I just need to focus on myself. So I'm sorry to whoever's time zone I end up screwing over. But oh well. Oh well. But yeah, I probably should do a schedule or something like that, at least. Heck, if it means streaming every day. Well, I guess it doesn't have to mean streaming every day, but you know, it would probably be good for consistency, right? And having enough people in chat. Time zones are docking now. I know it's not. I know that like I could probably give a lot of information regarding my location and still be fine in terms of doxing outside of, you know, straight home address. Right. There's a level in my mind that I know would be probably fine. And then there's a level where I would be comfortable with giving out, and those are at two separate levels. Ooh, hello, Rastal Elon. Oh, hello, Julian. Thank you for the raid. Your name is Walter Hartwell, right? Live at something Negra Arroyo Lane. Thank you for the raid. That's 2 raids tonight. Oh man. Thank you. Please help me. I want to reach monetization. I want to be able to raid. I want to be able to give back to all the people who have been raiding me so far, who have been helping me out. And I can't do that on YouTube because YouTube hates streamers. YouTube hates small streamers. And you can't raid on YouTube. I'm not even sure if you can raid on YouTube at 500 subs, because the help article says you need 1,000 subs. But I would really like to be able to raid. I can only sub once. I get the feeling that a lot of people here probably are already subscribed. So again, Trying to find the balance of like, am I being too pushy? Am I asking for too much? But I think I need to ask for a little in terms of stuff like that. Yeah, you need 1K subs. I'm gonna commit rationality. I'm gonna commit Myth of Sisyphus. You know what? Never mind. I'm just, you know what? No, we're just we're pushing that goal way farther out then. All right. Bye YouTube. I'm gonna but thanks for letting me know. One step at a time. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. That genuinely bothers me and is worsening my mindset regarding this. But thanks for letting me know. Sisyphus isn't happy because he never gets any better at what he's doing. That's what makes us different than him. We actually move the boulder up and eventually get to the top. Or we can move the top downwards. Neo casually losing his mind with the myths of Sisyphus in the background. Yeah. Okay, well, I guess I gotta reframe my goals. It's 1,000 subs now. And okay, if it's gonna take a month and a half to reach 500 subs, by my estimation. Collab with some of the other flavor scraps and subs. I've been collabing. I've been trying for the boulder. I'm Sisyphus and you're the damn rock, to quote Northern Lion. But yeah. Well, like I said, 500 it's just the beginning, right? Yeah, this really reframes things for me. No, the time horizon for being able to raid. God, YouTube, why? What was the calculation based on? I think it was based on like 60. It was like 60 subs in 28 days. Was like the last 28 days or something. Calculator. All right, calculator. So another 500 divided by 60 is 8 months and a third. Assuming nothing changes and my growth stays exactly the same, that's 10 months from now. It'll literally be the end of this year before I can raid. I'm not sure how to feel about that. But I suppose the monetization is probably more important for me directly. But the raid would probably help with, I don't know, networking with other streamers and feeling better about myself about receiving raids from all these people. That's brutal. That's actually brutal. It's brutal. This crushes my soul. This makes me I feel like Sisyphus now. I feel like Camus in this essay now. It's been a reality check. Even though it's like literally just rating, right? I'm on track to reach monetization in, like I said, a month and a half, but this really fucking hurts. I'm gonna be honest. I'm sorry. Like I said earlier, I want the serious real stuff to be less than 25% of the stream, but YouTube censored me saying just punch the boulder. More like a snowball rolling downhill. Yeah. I understand that, right? The growth is exponential. The exponent is very small, but the growth is, in theory, exponential, right? But it still hurts. Growth isn't linear. Yeah, I know. Well then, I guess I'll need to figure out another method for estimating it, but even this is just a tiny thing. This is just being able to raid. And yet it hurts. I'm attached. I need to detach. And I guess I wasn't fully detached from monetization. It's more that I accepted how long it's going to take. But if I want to stay sane, I need to detach from this. I'm not going to be raiding anytime soon. And that's okay. Or maybe I get a bunch of growth and after hitting monetization and I do reach the ability to raid soon. I want to... I'm just feeling this anger well up inside of me. This rage against YouTube, against the world for for doing this to me. Even though it's just being able to raid. Like, this doesn't technically... This only affects me in that other streamers will be able to see my raids or like not be able to see my raids, right? But it hurts. It hurts, and I need to process that and move on. I need to process and move on. And thank you all for the kind words in chat. I feel a little bad at a little selfish, you know, having this reaction to realizing this. But yeah, this is just one of those moments. It's just one of those moments. I'm having a Minhera moment too, just not related to Sisyphus. Patience wins. Well, people smaller than you be jealous of you. I know. In a way, that's even worse. Because while I'm suffering, I'm making other people suffer more through my suffering. This is the absurdity. This is the absurd world we live in. This is the absurdity of YouTube. This is why I wanted to read this essay. This is why I wanted to read that essay. You can still link us to another... I know I can. I know I post the unofficial raids in chat every time. Because I want to be able to raid. It's just not the same. Because I know not every person in chat is going to click that link. Some people are, you know, just not paying that close attention to the stream. They have it on the background, you know, stuff like that. And then the streamer doesn't get a message. It hurts. But I'll get over this. I'll getting over it with Bennett Foddy. Come back in like a week. I'll be fine. Not that on. This is my current mood right now. Patience, right? Yeah. One step at a time. YouTube should make it available to everyone, or at least lower the threshold. I sincerely wish so. Yeah. I would be happy with it at like 3 average CCV you could raid. I think that's reasonable. I don't think 1,000 subs is reasonable for small streamers, for indie streamers, for non-corpo VTubers. Time heals almost all wounds. Yeah. One day, I'm going to look back at this, and I'm still going to resent YouTube for not letting small streamers raid. I'm still going to resent YouTube. Or maybe I'll let it go, but I really hope this changes in the future. For small streamers, for the sake of small streamers, for the sake of community, for the sake of having these things. And like I said, I can do an unofficial raid, but it's not the same. It's not the same. How does one eat an elephant? Get some help from a giant. The algo's a gotcha, you gotta keep at it. It's luck and skill. It's like life. And life is like a roguelike. It's like a roguelike video game. It's luck and skill. And all I can control is the skill part. I don't see a luck stat for me to grind. Outside of, I don't know, connections with people. But that's different. That's different. Anyway, I hope this doesn't sour anyone's view of me. I hope this doesn't make me seem entitled, like I expect the ability to raid. Although I kind of do. I think you should be able to raid like way earlier than even the first monetization threshold. That's something I feel shitty about too, is like I'm seeing this is gonna be evil. This is gonna be bad thoughts. But I see streamers with more subscribers than me with lower CCV. And not being able to raid in that case really fucks me up. And I know that's wrong, it's evil, that's comparison. It's wrong of me. But it really bothers me. Correct answer is One Piece. I know. I said that because I think in some ways it's how I see the social media game. Well, outside of, I don't know, getting lucky with the algorithm or hitting an underserved niche, I see a lot of well-edited, well-polished video essays popping off from new channels. So it seems like that's the one niche that is still underserved to this day. Is just well-edited, well-polished video essays on a niche subject that hasn't really been covered yet. Frustration is warranted, yeah. I hope you can understand, right? Because I'm talking about creator meta stuff again, which I realize isn't going to be relevant to probably the majority of streamers' audience, right? You all have your lives, you all have your things that you're doing, things that aren't related to streaming or content creation. And that's fine. And it makes me worry that if I talk about content creation meta for too long, then it's going to be sort of unrelatable for people. It's going to be less entertaining, less valuable. Yeah, what I should have been doing is, overreacting and getting all excited about, or not excited, but going, fuck YouTube, god fucking damn it, and do a big overblown reaction to hearing that you need 1,000 subs to raid. There I go, talking about the meta again. This isn't fun. This isn't entertaining for people. This isn't what I want to do, is sit here and mope forever. I've got to move on at some point, but I've also got to process these feelings, which I should probably do off stream. YouTube longs are great. Maybe do a long on something you're passionate about. Love how funny this sounds. Yeah, I've been trying to do shorts too. I need clips, guys. I need clips. I need timestamps to clip. If you can't provide that either, I'm going to be more selfish here too. But if anyone cares, I have a timestamp bot on my Discord. And if you would like to help me out, you don't even have to do the clips yourself. If you just provide the timestamps, it'll give me something to start. start off of. So if anyone wants to help out, again, I feel a little bad. I feel a little selfish asking this of people, but if you want to help out, if you think there's interesting moments in my stream worth clipping, then you can do that. Yeah. Clip farming might help now that I want to recommend farming TikTok, etc. Yeah. Yeah, no. I understand. I understand the game. You have to advertise yourself. You have the product, and you have the marketing for that product. The product is the streams. The product is me. The product is my personality, how entertaining I am. The marketing is clips, because not a lot of people actually watch streams compared to finding VTubers and stuff from clips and stuff like that. The marketing is videos I do, funny memes, shorts, other stuff like that, right? And maybe YouTube does a little bit to help with directly pushing streams, which seems to be the majority of my views, my viewership, right? Actually don't see my videos pushed all that much by YouTube. Well, maybe that's not entirely true. I did see a few getting like a lot of impressions, just not a lot of click-through, which maybe means that I need to work on my titles and thumbnails. Maybe. I don't know. But I want to come out of this more motivated to fight. That's how I see this now. This isn't fun anymore. This is war. This is war. This is war. I want to win. Sorry. Sorry about all this. This really derailed stream, huh? And I know it's absolutely not Juwon's fault. He's literally just telling me facts. He's just telling me what YouTube does. And this is just the brutal, absurd reality we live in. Dual casting, I'm more a Twitch viewer personally. You only come to YouTube for a few people. I'm already doing that, by the way. You can click on my Twitch link in the description and view me on Twitch right now. Yeah, if anything, that makes me want to grow my Twitch audience more. We literally have everything for affiliate except the 3 average CCB. That's literally it, and we are well past free average CCB on YouTube. But I still think of YouTube as my main platform because that's where I actually get impressions. That's where YouTube is actually showing my thing to people, and I get to show off my title and thumbnail that I spent some time on, right? I spent some time making look good and thinking of something interesting and unique. I didn't mean to be rude about that or anything. Just, you know, there you go. There you go. There you are on Twitch. This is war. And I'm gonna fight. I'm gonna fight. That's my intention. And we're gonna have fun along the way. I haven't made any flavor saver clips in a while. If anyone has timestamps for streams you want to see clipped, I can make some clips when I have the time and energy. Yeah, again, if you want to help. If you want to help and you're watching my streams and enjoying my streams, then, you know, even the YouTube clips feature will be good enough because it'll give me a timestamp. I know that no one fucking watches the clips because YouTube is garbage at actually showing those clips to anyone. But like making the clips means I can see the clips and I will have a timestamp. Or better, you can use Twitch's clipping feature. I don't know if that gives me the timestamp though, but you know, watching on Twitch good. Insofar that it doesn't hurt my YouTube numbers. Yeah. Yeah. Quote the God Emperor. Fight. You can do it, Neo. Yeah. Yeah, I wouldn't mind having a few viewers hop over the Twitch stream like long enough that we can hit affiliate at least. so that I can get something and have a platform that actually lets me raid. I really need to believe in the whole growth being non-linear thing on YouTube. If I hit 500 subs and it takes me 8 months to reach 1,000, that is going to hurt. That hurts. And not being able to raid the whole time. So, okay. Let's finish this. Let's finish reading. I don't want to pity bait too hard. I don't want to, or really just be in a bad mood for the rest of the stream for too much. I still want to have fun with you guys. I still want to be funny. It's brutal. It's brutal. It ties into everything we've been reading so far here in The Myth of Sisyphus by Albert Camus. Now, I can broach the notion of suicide. It has already been felt what a solution might be given. At this point, the problem is reversed. It was previously a question of finding out whether or not life had to have a meaning to be lived. It now becomes clear, on the contrary, that it will be lived all the better if it has no meaning. Living an experience, a particular fate, is accepting it fully. Now no one will live this fate, knowing it to be absurd, unless he does everything to keep before him that absurd brought to light by consciousness. Negating one of the terms of the opposition on which he lives amounts to escaping it. To abolish conscious revolt is to elude the problem. The theme of permanent revolution is thus carried into individual experience. Living is keeping the absurd alive. Keeping it alive is, above all, contemplating it. Unlike Eurydice, the absurd dies only when we turn away from it. One of the only coherent philosophical positions is thus revolt. It is a constant confrontation between man and his own obscurity. It is an insistence upon an impossible transparency. It challenges the world anew every second. Just as danger provided man the unique opportunity of seizing awareness, so metaphysical revolt extends awareness to the whole of experience. It is that constant presence of man in his own eyes. It is not aspiration, for it is devoid of hope. That revolt is the certainty of a crushing fate, without the resignation that ought to accompany it. This is where it is seen to what a degree absurd experience is remote from suicide. It may be thought that suicide follows revolt, but wrongly. For it does not represent the logical outcome of revolt. It is just the contrary by the consent it presupposes. Suicide, like the leap, is acceptance at its extreme. Everything is over, and man returns to his essential history. His future, his unique and dreadful future, he sees and rushes toward it. In its way, suicide settles the absurd. It engulfs the absurd in the same death. But I know that in order to keep alive, the absurd cannot be settled. It escapes suicide to the extent that it is simultaneously aware and the rejection of death. Awareness and rejection of death. It is, at the extreme limit of the condemned man's last thought, that's shoelaced that despite everything he sees a few yards away, on the very brink of his dizzying fall. The contrary of suicide, in fact, is the man condemned to death. That revolt gives life its value, spread out over the whole length of a life. It restores its majesty to that life, to a man devoid of blinders. There is no finer sight than that of the intelligence at grips with a reality that transcends it. The sight of human pride is unequaled. No disparagement is of any use. That discipline that the mind imposes on itself, that will conjured up out of nothing, that face-to-face struggle, have something exceptional about them. To impoverish that reality whose inhumanity constitutes man's majesty is tantamount to impoverishing him himself. I understand then why the doctrines that explain everything to me also debilitate me at the same time. They relieve me of the weight of my own life, and yet I must carry it alone. At this juncture, I cannot conceive that a skeptical metaphysics can be joined to an ethics of renunciation. Conscience and revolt, these rejections, are the contrary of renunciation. Everything that is indomitable and passionate in a human heart quickens them, on the contrary, with its own life. It is essential to die unreconciled and not of one's own free will. Suicide is repudiation. The absurd man can only drain everything to the bitter end and deplete himself. The absurd is his extreme tension, which he maintains constantly by solitary effort, for where he knows that in that consciousness and in that day-to-day revolt, he gives proof of his only truth, which is defiance. This is a first consequence. Still watching right now. Thank you. Thank you. Just remember, if you are watching Twitch and you need to mute it, mute the tab in your web browser and not the volume on the video player. That is something I've heard from larger Twitch streamers. Thank you. And thank you for putting up with my what do you call this, a tantrum? This crushing disappointment I feel, putting up with my sour mood. If you're still here, then thank you. If I remain in that prearranged position, which consists in drawing all the conclusions and nothing else involved in a newly discovered notion, I am faced with a second paradox. In order to remain faithful to that method, I have nothing to do with the problem of metaphysical liberty. Knowing whether or not man is free doesn't interest me. I can experience only my own freedom. As to it, I can have no general notions but merely a few clear insights. The problem of freedom as such has no meaning, for it is linked in quite a different way with the problem of God. Knowing whether or not man is free involves knowing whether he can have a master. The absurdity peculiar to this problem comes from the fact that the very notion that makes the problem of freedom possible also takes away all its meaning. For in the presence of God, there is less a problem of freedom than a problem of evil. You know the alternative. Either we are not free, and God the all-powerful is responsible for evil, or we are free and responsible, but God is not all-powerful. All the scholastic subtleties have neither added anything to nor subtracted anything from the acuteness of this paradox. I remember this part. This is the part we read in English class. This is why I cannot get lost in the glorification or the mere definition of a notion which eludes me and loses its meaning as soon as it goes beyond the frame of reference of my individual experience. I cannot understand what kind of freedom would be given me by a higher being. I have lost the sense of hierarchy. The only conception of freedom I can have is that of the prisoner or the individual in the midst of the state. The only one I know is freedom of thought and action. Now, if the absurd cancels all my chances of eternal freedom, it restores and magnifies, on the other hand, my freedom of action. That privation of hope and future means an increase in man's availability. Before encountering the absurd, the everyday man lives with aims, a concern for the future or for justification with regard to whom or what is not the question. He weighs his chances. He counts on someday, his retirement or the labor of his sons. He still thinks that something in his life can be directed. In truth, he acts as if he were free, even if all the facts make a point of contradicting that liberty. But after the absurd, everything is upset. That idea that I am my way of acting, as if everything has a meaning, even if on occasion I said that nothing has. All that is given the lie in vertiginous fashion by the absurdity of a possible death. Thinking of the future, establishing aims for oneself, having preferences, all this presupposes a belief in freedom, even if one occasionally ascertains that one doesn't feel it. But at that moment, I am well aware that higher liberty, that freedom to be, which alone can serve as basis for a truth, does not exist. Death is there as the only reality. After death, the chips are down. I am not even free either to perpetuate myself, but a slave, and above all, a slave without hope of an eternal revolution, without recourse to contempt. And who, without revolution, without contempt, can remain a slave? What freedom can exist in the fullest sense without assurance of eternity? He doesn't consider the possibility that God can exist and so can evil because humans are evil, but he gives us the freedom to be evil because he limits his own power as a promise made to us. Yeah, I imagine Camus is not a particularly religious person who hasn't studied the theological explanations for the coexistence of God and evil, right? I don't know, or maybe that is a logical conclusion you could still draw, is that God allows evil to exist, which he does. She does. but it's caused by humans. But at the same time, the absurd man. The whole either God bad or God not is a very poor atheist argument. Yeah, it does seem to... what's the word? Not fully engage with the Christian argument. The entire concept of original sin acknowledges why God allows evil. Original sin. Yeah. Yep. But at the same time, the absurd man realizes that hitherto he was bound to that postulate of freedom on the illusion of which he was living. In a certain sense, that hampered him. To the extent to which he imagined a purpose to his life, he adapted himself to the demands of a purpose to be achieved and became the slave of his liberty. Thus I could not act otherwise than as the father, or the engineer, or the leader of a nation, or the post office subclerk than I am preparing to be. I think I can choose to be that rather than something else. I think so unconsciously, to be sure. But at the same time, I strengthen my postulate with the beliefs of those around me, with the presumptions of my human environment. Others are so sure of being free, and that cheerful mood is so contagious. However far one may remain from any presumption, moral or social, one is partly influenced by them, and even, for the best among them, there are good and bad presumptions. One adapts one's life to them. Thus the absurd man realizes that he was not really free. To speak clearly, to the extent to which I hope, to which I worry about a truth that might be individual to me, about a way of being or creating, to the extent to which I arrange my life and prove thereby that I accept its having a meaning, I create for myself barriers between which I confine my life. I do like so many bureaucrats of the mind and heart, who only fill me with disgust and whose only vice I now see clearly is to take man's freedom seriously. The absurd enlightens me on this point. There is no future. Henceforth, this is the reason for my inner freedom. I shall use two comparisons here. Mystics, to begin with, find freedom in giving themselves, by losing themselves in their God. By accepting his rules, they become secretly free. In spontaneously accepted slavery, they recover a deeper independence. But what does that freedom mean? It may be said, above all, that they feel free with regard to themselves, and not so much free as liberated. Likewise, completely turned toward death. Taken here as the most obvious absurdity, the absurd man feels released from everything outside that passionate attention crystallizing in him. He enjoys a freedom with regard to common rules. It can be seen at this point that the initial themes of existential philosophy keep their entire value. The return to consciousness, the escape from everyday sleep, represent the first steps of absurd freedom, but it is existential preaching that is alluded to, and with it, that spiritual leap which basically escapes consciousness. In the same way, this is my second comparison, the slaves of antiquity did not belong to themselves, but they knew that freedom which consists in not feeling responsible. Death, too, has patrician hands which, while crushing, also liberate. Losing oneself in that bottomless certainty, feeling henceforth sufficiently remote from one's own life to increase it and take a broad view of it, this involves the principle of a liberation. Such new independence has a definite time limit, like any freedom of action. It does not write a check on eternity, but it takes the place of the illusions of freedom, which all stopped with death. The divine availability of the condemned man before whom the prison doors open in a certain early dawn, that unbelievable disinterestedness with regard to everything except for the pure flame of life. It is clear that death and the absurd are here the principles of the only reasonable freedom, that which a human heart can experience and live. This is a second consequence. The absurd man thus catches sight of a burning and frigid, transparent and limited universe in which nothing is possible but everything is given, and beyond which all is collapse and nothingness. He can then decide to accept such a universe, and draw from it his strength, his refusal to hope, and the unyielding evidence of a life without consolation. But what does life mean in such a universe? Nothing else for the moment but indifference to the future, and a desire to use up everything that is given. Belief in the meaning of life always implies a scale of values, a choice, our preferences. Belief in the absurd, according to our definitions, teaches the contrary, but this is worth examining. Knowing whether or not one can live without appeal is all that interests me. I do not want to get out of my depth. This aspect of life being given me, can I adapt myself to it? Now, faced with this particular concern, belief in the absurd is tantamount to substituting the quantity of experiences for the quality. if I convince myself that this life has no other aspect than that of the absurd, if I feel that its whole equilibrium depends on that perpetual opposition between my conscious revolt and the darkness in which it struggles, if I admit that my freedom has no meaning except in relation to its limited fate, then I must say that what counts is not the best living, but the most living. It is not up to me to wonder if this is vulgar or revolting, elegant or deplorable. Once and for all, value judgments are discarded here in favor of factual judgments. I have merely to draw the conclusions from what I can see and to risk nothing that is hypothetical. Supposing that living in this way were not honorable, then true propriety would command me to be dishonorable. The most living, in the broadest sense, that rule means nothing. It calls for definition. It seems to begin with the fact that the notion of quantity has not been sufficiently explored, for it can account for a large share of human experience. A man's rule of conduct and his scale of values have no meaning except through the quantity and variety of experiences he has been in a position to accumulate. Now, the conditions of modern life impose on the majority of men the same quantity of experiences and consequently the same profound experience. To be sure, there must also be taken into consideration the individual spontaneous contribution, the given element in him. But I cannot judge of that, and let me repeat that my rule here is to get along with the immediate evidence. I see, then, that the individual character of a common code of ethics lies not so much in the ideal importance of its basic principles as in the norm of an experience that it is possible to measure. To stretch a point somewhat, the Greeks had the code of their leisure, just as we have the code of our 8-hour day. But already many men among the most tragic cause us to foresee that a longer experience changes this table of values. They make us imagine that adventurer of the everyday who through mere quantity of experiences would break all records, I'm purposely using this sports expression, and would thus win his own code of ethics. Yet, let's avoid romanticism and just ask ourselves what such an attitude may mean to a man with his mind made up, to take up his bet, and to observe strictly what he takes to be the rules of the game. Breaking all the records is first and foremost being faced with the world as often as possible. How can that be done without contradictions and without playing on words? For on the one hand, the absurd teaches that all experiences are unimportant, and on the other, it urges toward the greatest quantity of experiences. How then can one fail to do, as so many of those men I was speaking of earlier, choose the form of life that brings us the most possible of that human matter, thereby introducing a scale of values that, on the other hand, one claims to reject? But again, it is the absurd and its contradictory life that teaches us. For the mistake is thinking that quantity of experiences depends on the circumstances of our life, when it depends solely on us. Here, we have to be oversimple. To two men living the same number of years, the world always provides the same sum of experiences. It is up to us to be conscious of them. Being aware of one's life, one's revolt, one's freedom, and to the maximum is living, and to the maximum. Where lucidity dominates, the scale of values becomes useless. Let's be even more simple. Let us say that the sole obstacle, the sole deficiency to be made good, is constituted by premature death. That it is that no depth, no emotion, no passion, and no sacrifice could render equal in the eyes of the absurd man, even if he wished it so. A conscious life of 40 years and a lucidity spread over 60 years. Madness and death are his irreparables. Man does not choose. The absurd and the extra life it involves therefore do not depend on man's will, but on its contrary, which is death. Weighing words carefully, it is altogether a question of luck. One just has to be able to consent to this. There will never be any substitute for 20 years of life and experience. By what is an odd inconsistency in such an alert race, the Greeks claimed that those who died young were beloved of the gods. And that is true only if you are willing to believe that entering this ridiculous world of the gods is forever losing the purest of joys, which is feeling, and feeling on this earth. The present, and the succession of presents before a constantly conscious soul is the ideal of the absurd man, but the word ideal rings false in this connection. It is not even his vocation, but merely the third consequence of his reasoning. Having started from an anguished awareness of the inhuman, the meditation on the absurd returns at the end of its itinerary to the very heart of the passionate flames of human revolt. And you know what's for breakfast? I think I'm just gonna go to sleep after this. I ate a dinner. If you want me to choose your breakfast, I don't know. I don't know what you got. Pancakes, eggs and bacon, eggs and some meat, some carbs, something like that. Making toast, fly over, I'll make you some. Thanks. Yeah, I'll just hop on a flight. Let me just, get my passport, hop on a flight to South Africa. It'll be great. We can hang out. Yay. Or you could come to America, to location that I'm trying not to divulge. Thus I draw from the absurd three consequences, which are my revolt, my freedom, and my passion. By the mere activity of consciousness, I transform into a rule of life what was an invitation to death, and I refuse suicide. I know, to be sure, the dull resonance that vibrates throughout these days, yet I have but a word to say, that it is necessary. When Nietzsche writes, it clearly seems that the chief thing in heaven and on earth, is to obey at length and in a single direction. In the long run, there results something for which it is worth the trouble of living on this earth, as, for example, virtue, art, music, the dance, reason, the mind. Something that transfigures, something delicate, mad, or divine. He elucidates the rule of a really distinguished code of ethics. But he also points the way of the absurd man. Obeying the flame is both the easiest and the hardest thing to do. However, it is good for man to judge himself occasionally. He is alone in being able to do so. Prayer, says Elaine, is when night descends over thought. But the mind must meet the night, reply the mystics and the existentials. Yes, indeed, but not that night that is born under closed eyelids and through the mere will of man. Dark, impenetrable night that the mind calls up in order to plunge into it. If it must encounter a night, let it be rather that of despair, which remains lucid. Polar night, vigil of the mind. Whence will arise perhaps that white and virginal brightness which outlines every object in the light of the intelligence. At that degree, equivalence encounters passionate understanding. Then it is no longer even a question of judging the existential leap. It resumes its place amid the age-old fresco of human attitudes. For the spectator, if he is conscious, that leap is still absurd. Insofar as it thinks it solves the paradox, it reinstates it intact. On this score, it is stirring. On this score, everything resumes its place, and the absurd world is reborn in all its splendor and diversity. But it is bad to stop, hard to be satisfied with a single way of seeing, to go without contradiction, perhaps the most subtle of all spiritual forces. The preceding merely defines a way of thinking, but the point is to live. Are we getting to Sisyphus yet? Finally, page 23, the myth of Sisyphus. Eternal nothingness was only the agent here. What matters is coherence. Oriental thought teaches that one can indulge in the same effort of logic by choosing against the world. As just as legitimate and gives this essay its perspectives and its limits, but the negation of the world is pursued just as rigorously, when often achieves in certain Vedantic schools. Similar results regarding, for instance, the indifference of works. In a book of great importance, Latroy, Jean Grenier establishes in this way a veritable philosophy of indifference. Guys, we made it to the Sisyphus part. We're here. Finally. Page 23. Just 2 more pages. I would get water, but I think I'm just going to finish reading this and then end stream. But I might chat a little bit after. The myth of Sisyphus. How much does a billboard cost? Oh, you want to advertise me on a billboard? I don't know. I've never actually looked it up. I know that some VTubers have done it before. Depends on the area, right? City versus smaller city versus small town. You know? But don't worry too much. Don't worry too much. And if it's an exorbitant amount of money, I'd rather you save that for your own living expenses or potentially giving some to me directly. Actually, I think I'm gonna get some water. I'm not gonna put up any videos or anything. If you're still here, you're still here. So if you're still here, then thank you. And thank you for putting up with my bullshit and being angry about shit that I can't control. All right, BRB. All right. I got the last of my lemon garlic tea. And also some more water. Water's good, but coffee's better. I've been trying to stay off caffeine, but I guess I've been having tea on occasion. Yeah, sometimes I kind of need to focus, but also sometimes it just makes me jittery. I guess tea seems to affect me better in general, and I haven't had coffee in a while. Anyway, hope you're all doing well. It's late. It's late. It's late in America. The Americas. Decaf? I suppose I could have decaf. I do actually have, yeah, I have some decaf. But I haven't made coffee in a while. Hope you're all chilling, enjoying. Almost 6 a.m. for me. Neat. Neat. Oh, I guess that's another thing to consider is your local currency. If it would be a significant financial burden for you to give me like a noticeable amount of money in USD, then I wouldn't want to put that much of a burden on you. What's my goal? My goal is to groom chat into having high-paying jobs with excess income that they can spend donating to a streamer. Or something like that. Something like that. Anyway. Here we go. The myth of Sisyphus. AKA me pushing the subscriber count up the hill. The gods had condemned Sisyphus to ceaselessly rolling a rock to the top of a mountain, whence the stone would fall back of its own weight. They had thought with some reason that there is no more dreadful punishment than futile and hopeless labor. If one believes Homer, Sisyphus was the wisest and most prudent of mortals. According to another tradition, however, he was disposed to practice the profession of highwayman. I see no contradiction in this. Opinions differ as to the reasons why he became the futile laborer of the underworld. To begin with, he is accused of a certain levity in regards to the gods. He stole their secrets. Aegina, the daughter of Sisyphus, was carried off by Jupiter. The father was shocked by that disappearance and complained to Sisyphus. He, who knew of the abduction, offered to tell about it on condition that Sisyphus would give water to the citadel of Corinth. To the celestial thunderbolts he preferred the benediction of water. He was punished for this in the underworld. Homer tells us also that Sisyphus had put Death in chains. Pluto could not endure the sight of his deserted, silent empire. He dispatched the god of war, who liberated Death from the hands of her conqueror. It is said that Sisyphus, being near to death, rashly wanted to test his life's love. He ordered her to cast his unburied body into the middle of the public square. Sisyphus woke up in the underworld, and there, annoyed by an obedience so contrary to human love, he obtained from Pluto permission to return to the earth in order to chastise his wife. But when he had seen again the face of this world, enjoyed water and sun, warm stones and the sea, he no longer wanted to go back to the infernal darkness. Recalls, signs of anger, warnings were of no avail. Many years more he lived facing the curve of the gulf, the sparkling sea, and the smiles of earth. A decree of the gods was necessary. Mercury came and seized the impudent man by the collar, and snatching him from his joys, led him forcibly back to the underworld, where his rock was ready for him. You have already grasped that Sisyphus is the absurd hero. He is as much through his passions as through his torture. His scorn of the gods, his hatred of death, and his passion for life won him that unspeakable penalty in which the whole being is exerted toward accomplishing nothing. This is the price that must be paid for the passions of this earth. Nothing is told to us about Sisyphus in the underworld. Myths are made for the imagination to breathe life into them. As for this myth, one sees merely the whole effort of a body straining to raise the huge stone, to roll it and push it up a slope 100 times over. One sees the face screwed up, the cheek tight against the stone, the shoulder bracing the clay-covered mass, the foot wedging it, the fresh start with arms outstretched, the wholly human security of 2 earth-clotted hands. At the very end of his long effort, measured by skyless space and time without depth, the purpose is achieved. Then Sisyphus watches the stone rush down in a few moments toward that lower world, whence he will have to push it up again toward the summit. He goes back down to the plain. It is during that return, that pause, that Sisyphus interests me. A face that toils so close to stones is already stone itself. I see that man going back down with a heavy yet measured step toward the torment of which he will never know the end. That hour, like a breathing space which returns as surely as his suffering, that is the hour of consciousness. At each of these moments, when he leaves the heights and gradually sinks towards the lairs of the gods, he is superior to his fate. He is stronger than his rock. If this myth is tragic, that is because its hero is conscious. Where would his torture be indeed if at every step the hope of succeeding upheld him? The workman of today works every day in his life, at the same tasks, and his fate is no less absurd. But it is tragic only at the rare moments when it becomes conscious. Sisyphus, proletarian of the gods, powerless and rebellious, knows the whole extent of his wretched condition. It is what he thinks of during his descent. The lucidity that was to constitute his torture at the same time crowns his victory. There is no fate that cannot be surmounted by scorn. Comfy. If the descent is thus sometimes performed in sorrow, it can also take place in joy. This word is not too much. Again, I fancy Sisyphus returning toward his rock, and the sorrow was in the beginning. When the images of earth cling too tightly to memory, when the call of happiness becomes too insistent, it happens that melancholy arrives in man's heart. This is the rock's victory. This is the rock itself. The boundless grief is too heavy to bear. These are our nights of Gethsemane. But crushing truths perish from being acknowledged. Thus Oedipus, at the outset, obeys fate without knowing it. But from the moment he knows, his tragedy begins. Yet at the same moment, blind and desperate, he realizes that the only bond linking him to this world is the cool hand of a girl. Then a tremendous remark rings out. Despite so many ordeals, my advanced age and the nobility of my soul make me conclude that all is well. Sophocles' Oedipus, like Dostoevsky's Kirillov, thus gives the recipe for the absurd victory. Ancient wisdom confirms modern heroism. I think I mentally fell asleep for a bit. We're actually talking about the rat guy. We got to the rock guy. The very end of the essay, the myth of Sisyphus. One does not discover the absurd without being tempted to write a manual of happiness. What, by such narrow ways? There is but one world, however. Happiness and the absurd are two sons of the same earth. They are inseparable. It would be a mistake to say that happiness necessarily springs from the absurd discovery. It happens as well that the felling of the absurd springs from happiness. I conclude that all is well, says Oedipus, and that remark is sacred. It echoes in the wild and limited universe of man. It teaches that all is not, has not been, exhausted. It drives out of this world a god who had come into it with dissatisfaction and a preference for futile suffering. It makes of fate a human matter, which must be settled among men. Gethsemane. Gethsemane. Location of the Passion of Christ. All right, thank you. Gotta go sleep. Thank you for streaming. It was fun. Keep on grinding to make it. Thank you. Thank you, JPZ. And thank you, everyone, for the words of encouragement. Hold on. We've been doing a stream without BGM for the whole time, but I want to do a bit. One does not discover the absurd without being tempted to write a manual of happiness. What, by such narrow ways? There is but one world, however. Happiness and the absurd... Oh, that's too loud. are two sons of the same earth. They are inseparable. It would be a mistake to say that happiness necessarily springs from the absurd discovery. It happens as well that the felling of the absurd springs from happiness. I conclude that all is well, says Oedipus, and that remark is sacred. It echoes in the wild and limited universe of man. It teaches that all is not, has not been exhausted. It drives out of this world a god who had come into it with dissatisfaction and a preference for futile suffering. It makes of fate a human matter, which must be settled among men. All Sisyphus' silent joy is contained therein. His fate belongs to him. His rock is a thing. Likewise, the absurd man, when he contemplates his torment, silences all the idols. In the universe suddenly restored to its silence, the myriad wondering little voices of the earth rise up. Unconscious, secret calls, invitations from all the faces. They are the necessary reverse and price of victory. There is no sun without shadow, and it is essential to know the night. The absurd man says yes, and his efforts will henceforth be unceasing. If there is a personal fate, there is no higher destiny, or at least there is, but one which he concludes is inevitable and despicable. For the rest, he knows himself to be the master of his days. At that subtle moment when man glances backward over his life, Sisyphus returning toward his rock, in that slight pivoting, he contemplates that series of unrelated actions which become his fate, created by him, combined under his memory's eye, and soon sealed by his death. Thus, convinced of the wholly human origin of all that is human, a blind man eager to see, who knows that the night has no end. He is still on the go. The rock is still rolling. I leave Sisyphus at the foot of the mountain. One always finds one's burden again, but Sisyphus teaches the higher fidelity that negates the gods and raises rocks. He too concludes that all is well. This universe henceforth is without a master, seems to him neither sterile nor futile. Each atom of that stone, each mineral flake of that night-filled mountain, in itself forms a world. The struggle itself toward the heights is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Mic drop. There we go. There we go. There we go. Get it twisted. Get it twisted. Your suffering has meaning. The struggle itself towards the height is enough to fill a man's heart. One must imagine Sisyphus happy. Nice vibrating. Yeah, I don't know how many of you have actually seen the Northern Lion clip, but it's great. You should watch it. The most confusing motivational speech of all time by Library of Laterno. Here, we've already played the song. Might as well just react to it. All right, if you haven't seen the Northern Lion clip, here we're react streaming. Oh, no game audio. Hold up.
Lock in. Get it twisted? If you lock in, you can do anything. motherfucker.
Such a good clip.
Get it twisted. Your actions impact nothing. Your fate is predetermined. The only thing that you can change is your reaction to it. You can do anything you set your mind to. The world is a playground designed for you and only you to achieve your highest level ambitions. If you wait 90 minutes to wake up until you drink your first cup of coffee, nothing can stop you. If you duct tape your mouth when you fall asleep, nothing can stop you. Get it twisted. You are a pawn in a universe chess match. You mean nothing to God, if they even exist. You're a rounding error. You're 2 pennies on a Fortune 500 company's balance sheet. They don't care about you in the slightest. Get it twisted. Everybody gets what they deserve in this life. If you put in effort, you can achieve anything. Successful people are better people. Get it twisted. The circumstances surrounding your birth determine where you are going to go. Nothing else matters at all. Your own level of education, your attitude, your level of effort, your friends, your network, your business, your credentials. Motherfucker. Lock in.
I had it on loop. Okay. Well, that's the inspiration for and the conclusion for this stream, I suppose. So thank you, everyone, for sticking with me. It's late for you, bro. Hope you all enjoyed the bit. And, well, the stream too, I suppose. Think suffering has meaning, God isn't evil. Humans have free will for a reason, and Camus is fake and gay. That's fair. Yeah. But I do like the sentiment at the end. That the world is absurd. That bad things happen to good people. That good things happen to bad people. That YouTube requires you to have 1,000 subscribers in order to fucking raid as a small S streamer. And it is what it is. You struggle, you fight, you find meaning in the struggle. And I'm going to fight. I'm going to war. Like I said, if YouTube wants 1,000 subs in order for me to raid, then I'm going to war. And I'm going to be selfish here. I need your help. I need you to give me, if you're not going to clip me, then at least give me timestamps. Either would work. Either would work. But I need to know that I have something good enough for people to want to watch. And I need to know that I can advertise it. I need your help. I'm not asking for money. I'm asking for your effort. I'm asking for, I suppose in theory, money could hire an editor or a clip or whatever, right? But I would much rather you just click the clip button if I do something funny, right? I think that's all I really need. And from there, I can edit the videos on my own. I'm getting more used to it. I already did like 2 of them today. So if there's anything I really want right now, it's that. It's that. That's what I want. Timestamps are super useful. Yes. That's why I've been pushing so hard for the timestamp bot, and I don't think anyone's been using it, but in the FlaVR Discord and in my Discord now too. So please, I'll even demonstrate to show you how to use it if anyone's in the. Where is it? In my Discord, stream tags. Where is it? Yeah, exclamation stream. I don't even have the stream window open. Hold on. Where are we? Well, I just saw the number. Oh well. Here, I'll demonstrate in my own Discord, in the Paulino Gaming Discord. Exclamation stream that. Exclamation YouTube start. And then tag name is like the name of your timestamp, so me explaining tag bot. Me explaining timestamp bot. Okay, there. And then that's a timestamp, and then exclamation tags for the last stream's tags, and there you go. That's a demonstration. would really help. It would really help. Again, YouTube requires 1,000 subscribers to raid, and that is brutal for small streamers like me, but with your help and enough time and enough effort, I can push this damn rock up this hill. Yeah, the timestamp bot, I don't know if you're in the Discord, but if you join my Paulino Gaming Discord in the YouTube description, I just did an example in the stream tags channel, which everyone should be able to access. That's all I really want right now. That's all I care. Well, not all that I care about, but it would really help. Anyway. Yeah. Yeah, thanks for still being here, all the lurkers and Brolime and all that. Absurdism is false because life has many good reasons to be stupid. Number one being we're in it, and who is humanity but stupid? Yeah. Yeah. I haven't looked at this subscriber number. Well, I've been looking at the one on my OBS, but I think it doesn't update because YouTube lets you make your subscriptions private, and then it doesn't send a notification if you subscribe. So I think it only updates when it actually gets a notification. So that could be it. Truthfully, meaning is derived from the clips. Yeah. Yeah. So, again, I know I'm being selfish with this. I'm asking for something from my community, and that's I don't know. Something I've been trying not to do for the longest time. I don't want to seem entitled or like I'm being overly pushy or asking for too much, but I've been waiting to be able to raid for the entire time I've been streaming. I've been receiving so many raids from so many other great creators, and it hurts me not being able to give back in any way. Well, being able to give back in a fake raid, but like I said, it's not the same. Not everyone is going to click on the unofficial raid link that I post in the YouTube chat. And even if they would have clicked on it, they might not even be paying attention to it. So it matters to me. It matters. But I know that I can't get too attached to a goal because that's only going to hold me back. It's only going to hurt me. But I still need to have the goal in mind. And I need to fight. I need to work towards it. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fight. And if you're willing to be with me for it, then thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. I'm gonna do my parasocial name reading. But first, thank you for the raids, Jiwoon and Brolime. Thank you. And I'll start with YouTube, I suppose. Thank you, Cielo Jose. Thank you, Pomp Pomp. Thank you, Will Sleep Snot. Thank you again for the art. Thank you, Hero of Logic. Thank you, Chica Champon. Thank you, Heaven Sent. Thank you, Mowlet. Thank you, JPZ. Thank you, Gracie Piniera. Thank you, Sinvi. Assembly. Thank you, Revany. Thank you, Danica. Thank you, Carmelone. Thank you, Molten. Thank you, Eros. Thank you, Islef. Thank you, iNeophile. Thank you, Amanda Splats. Thank you, Itooni. Thank you, Cream. Thank you, Roxy. Thank you, Ice Cream Cakes. Thank you, Cyclocust. Thank you, Felix Valenti. Thank you, The Randman. Thank you, Big Rago Nichan. Thank you, Dr. Lolibate. Thank you, Brolime. Thank you, Luna Gladius. Thank you, Traub. Thank you, Rastel Elon. And thank you, Jiwoon. And on Twitch, thank you, Will Sleep Snot again. Thank you, JKVT. Thank you, Raymondo96. Thank you, Itenshi. And thank you, Rastel Elon again. And I suppose I should maybe focus a bit more on the Twitch as well if YouTube's going to be a bitch about rating. Yeah. Anytime you guys want to help me out on there, I just need 3 average CCV and I can hit affiliate, which again would help the channel. I'm probably going to keep dual streaming for the time being for the foreseeable future. I think it's nice to give viewers the option of which platform they want to watch on. So thank you. Thank you. Wishing you success in your streaming endeavors. Thank you. Yeah. Yeah, this means a lot to me. This means a lot to me. I've been employed. I've had a job. I know what I'm giving up by pursuing this. So, thank you. Thank you. Thank you all. Let's find someone to raid, huh? With the fake raid that I've mentioned multiple times on stream is not as effective as a real raid, but I'll still do it. Because there's nothing else I can really do. Right? Right? Right. Alright. Where is... Hide that. Alright. Until we meet again. Alright. Let's do the... Here. Unofficial raid on YouTube. Unofficial raid. Like I mentioned, the link is in YouTube chat. I know not everyone is going to click on it, but if you do, it would make me happy. So we're raiding Hoshi Umbra. And on Twitch, let's find someone to actually raid because Twitch actually lets you raid. Message. You can say anything. Neo raid. Neo raid ice cream emojis. Here. Neo raid ice cream. Here. I'll make the emojis. There. Copy paste that. If you can or want. Yeah, okay, there we go. And then I don't know who's on Twitch, but if you're here, thank you. And thank you for the follows. Hi Tanchi, the Destroyer YouTube. Thank you, Rasalilon. Thank you, Joseph III. I'm gonna raid. I'm going to find someone to raid. Who am I following? Who am I following? Alright, let's raid Barrel. They're the only following person now. I'll raid them. Ah. Alright. Alright. Raiding on Twitch. Bye-bye, Twitch. Bye-bye. And alright, click on the unofficial raid on YouTube if you want. Sorry, I've been kind of slow, but yeah, thank you. Bye-bye. Bye. Otsunio. Otsunio. Again, I'm sorry for me being in down mood, but I hope the stream was entertaining, enjoyable, somewhat. Alright. Bye. Otsunio. Bye.